All right, all right. I think both of our YouTube streams are up. There we go. We'll get TikTok up and running here in a minute. Turn my phone volume off before I forget. There we go. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. I think everything's running. Welcome in, friends. I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Got to eat lots of turkey. Got to see friends and family, and all the good stuff. Wrestle with the nieces and nephews and all that. It is Sunday night. We're doing the thing. Listen, December is fun. I'm excited for some of our December topics. We haven't really done a December topic since, well, you guessed it, last December. So we're gonna do some fun ones. Can't wait. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We should have guests loaded up here shortly. So we'll have that rocking and rolling. We've got a couple super chats already. And I think Volta and Faraday will probably be up here shortly. They're doing what they do. They're downstairs wrestling right now. But they'll be up here. Salutations to you, David. Good to see you. And good question. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, how can this be improved? 4 options. 1, Jesus and Yahweh are not spirits. That's a tough one because the Bible does kind of... The New Testament says that God is spirit, but the Old Testament doesn't really have that connotation. It kind of implies that it might be spirit, but he says Jesus and Yahweh are not spirits. I would agree with that. Jesus and Yahweh are non-Holy Spirits. Well, that is the case, right? 3, the Bible is lying to us. 4, the Trinity is a hoax. I think all of them are true. I think here's the question you have to ask yourself, right? the mind, body, spirit matrix of the Trinity is kind of senseless, because if God is a spirit, then what that means is that God the Father, Yahweh, is a spirit, which means Yahweh is a spirit who has a spirit. That breaks the model. Why would we assume that there's a spirit that has its own spirit? That's such a nonsensical take, right? But it would be ridiculous to believe that the New Testament authors, when they say that God is spirit, meant to say God has a spirit, or that the Holy Spirit is God. It's just one of those goofy things where, when Paul wrote those words, I think it was Paul that said that, he just didn't realize the ramifications of his words. Let me see where that was. John. Sorry, it wasn't in John. It was Jesus. Jesus said that with the lady at the well in John 4. It says, God is spirit, and those who worship God in truth must be led by the Spirit, so on and so forth. So certainly Jesus would have been referring to the Father. I wouldn't think that he was referring to the Holy Spirit. What a weird thing to say, that the Holy Spirit wants you to worship him in spirit and truth. Such a weird thing. 2 Corinthians 3:17 was the first one I was thinking of. It says, now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. That's the one I was thinking of. Anyway, so there's that, Handsome Cat, good to see you. It says, Jesus is turn the other cheek, doesn't resist evil. Let people steal from you philosophy would literally lead to a nightmare society. No one listened to him. Well, that's the thing, is I kind of suspect Jesus would have been like a hippie revolutionary who didn't care for like money or government structures or anything like that. If people really did take Jesus's words seriously, I really don't believe that that they would be capitalist. Like, you might debate on what they could be, like what they might be, but they certainly, if you're following Jesus's words, certainly wouldn't be capitalists. And the Dark Soul, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, it would be neat to see you debate Andrew Wilson. Well, he doesn't do the same topics that I do, because he doesn't seem to debate a whole lot of educated people. He does not. Also, could you do more hell justification topics? I could. I could definitely do that for you, Dark Soul. We do a hell topic. I think it's called Hell is Unjust or something of that nature. We could definitely do it for sure. the problem with Andrew Wilson is I don't think Andrew Wilson does like the God debate. Like he doesn't debate the validity of Christianity. And so I'm not sure we would ever debate things. Like he debates like Christian nationalism. Like who gives a fuck, right? So the way the current mode of Christian debate has been going has been, well, it doesn't matter if it's true. You should do it just because it's somehow good for you, which is asinine, I think. Dexter, good to see you. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And helping Mega Deconstruct, good to see you as well tonight. Says, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. I did, friend. Says, Ken Duncan Sharon, please turn the heat back on outside. Well, that is the thing. There's not much we could do about that wherever you live. Where I live, it's cold as well. It just, we're gonna have to put up with it. But Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, Whores Supremacy. Well, I don't know if I believe in the supremacy of the streams, but thank you for being here. And it looks like we got one guest loading up on YouTube. We don't have any guests on TikTok yet. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button. Crucify the like and subscribe button. And if you're watching on YouTube, use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. There's also a clickable version of that link in the description of the video. CM, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. Says, do you know much about the history of Mary and her sons after Jesus died? Wouldn't you expect lots of writings about the Mother of God? Is there any good writings for this? I mean, kind of. We have a number of infancy gospels from the apocryphal tradition. So, like, there's the apocryphal, works of James, also referred to as the proto-evangelism of James, or the infancy gospel of James. And there's other ones that were pretty influential at the early church that kind of described the youth of Jesus and like the family itself. And they enshrined quite a few doctrines. Quite a few early doctrines are found in these works that don't show up in the Bible. She too has almost dropped a bowl of gravy on Thanksgiving. Oof! I'm glad you didn't. That would be that'd be a mess. When I saved it, I said, "Praise Doug." My entire family looked at me like an alien. I just giggled, didn't even try to explain. I love it. You don't have to explain. Listen, if they can't explain the Trinity, you don't have to explain Doug. I mean, that's ridiculous. Doug just is. And Ken Bess, thank you for the $27.99 super chat. Says, keep it up. I'm running out of funds. Well, Ken Bess, it's the holidays. Don't run out of funds. Take care of yourself and your family. Thank you so much for being here. Just watching the stream helps a lot. And last super chat for now from our friend Drew. Drew, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, can you believe that I debated a guy in a Facebook thread who claimed that secularism was a part of atheism? I mean, I don't think so. He didn't seem to understand the difference in the two concepts. Like, so secularism is basically a world, or like in USA, we refer to governments this way, a world or a system that just operates without a religious motive, right? So if we said that like the school is secular, it's not that the school is atheist. It's just that the school doesn't have a religious motive. That's all that means. Just like when I was a Christian, we referred to secular music. Secular music wasn't atheist music. Secular music was just non-religious music. That's all it was to it. The people who were singing and the bands quite often weren't atheists. Atheists make up a tiny fraction of the population. All right, let's get our first guest in here. We're going to get, let's see, who is this? If I can read the tiny text. Cyrus. Probably not Cyrus the Great. We'll find out. Cyrus, welcome in.
Very funny you said that.
Do you believe
I
in
named
God?
myself because I changed my name from Darius to Cyrus because of Cyrus the Great. But I do not believe in a God, but I have a question for you to do with
Okay.
beliefs in a God, if that's all right.
Okay.
So I also debate religious people,
well, you're already up,
usually on
so.
Discord and religious debate servers. I'm sorry. Well,
It's okay.
I was talking to a Muslim guy, and I was giving him a ton of arguments against religion, and he brought up Pascal's wager, at least in a like colloquial sense of he referred to it, but he didn't specifically call it Pascal's wager. And I didn't know what to say in return. I knew he was referring to that, but I did not know how to argue against it. and I want to ask you what you would say
Sure.
would be a good argument against Pascal's wager.
Well, I would start by first of all suggesting that Pascal's wager isn't really an argument. There's no premises or conclusions in it. So the conclusion theoretically is that there's a benefit to believing, but the problem is you can't force yourself to believe in a God. Like the basis of Christianity and Islam is that you are a believer and somehow that benefits you, but you can't force yourself to believe. Like I can't will myself to believe. You either believe or you don't. So the premise from the starting point is wrong. The other problem is that it assumes, Pascal wager always assumes, that their particular religion is the only option. It's always like Christianity versus atheism, Muslim or Islam versus atheism, right? But the reality is you could be wrong about Christianity and then still end up in Muslim hell, right? So just saying like, well, it's better to believe because if in fact you believe, you get rewarded for it. And if you believe and there's nothing after life, well, it doesn't matter. There's still nothing. And then if you don't believe, it's still nothing after life, but in fact, you could get punished for it. Well, the reality is the don't believe part could be applied to any religion. Like that's why if the argument can be applied to the Muslim religion and any other religion, then it's just not a good argument. It's just an argument for general theism.
Now that you lay it out for me, I really regret that I did not come up with that because that is definitely a line of reasoning I can follow myself. So I could have definitely came up with it, but in the moment it was like 2 a.m. too. So in my defense, but thank you very much. That's honestly all I had. I'm very happy you answered that
I
for
get
me.
it. Cyrus,
And
you're breaking up a little bit.
oh,
I think we caught most of that. But Cyrus, listen, best of luck to you. We hope you have good luck in your debates. If you have questions on some of these arguments, I
very
would
much.
also point you towards our Discord server because our Discord server is full of people having these conversations as well. It's a really good place to meet people. Fuck, you'll meet people in the Discord server that are way smarter than I am. That's for sure.
Okay, well,
All right. Oh shit! I thought we lost connection. Sorry, Cyrus. Sorry, buddy. Your connection was getting pretty shoddy. I thought it dropped. All right, let me get our what is probably our first op in here.
How you
Welcome in,
doing,
praise
sir?
Christ. Are you? You know, I can't complain. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Huh? Say that last thing again.
Yeah. Said, are
What
you
did you
at
say?
least 18 and are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yep.
Dope.
I
And
got
which
something to show
one?
you, sir. I want to give you evidence to why I believe in God.
Evidence. I'd love to have some evidence. Is it personal experience though?
No, it's something you can search on Google. It's to be fact true from the
Oh,
AI saying it.
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
I'm
Put me on
waiting.
the green
I'm all
screen.
ears.
No.
Well,
Put me on
there's no
I'm
such thing as
showing you.
putting you on the. There's no such thing as
Look,
putting you on
look,
the
look,
green
look. Put my
screen.
picture bigger, man. So
Besides,
eyes and your phone can see.
I think you're confused about how this works. So you're currently being streamed to TikTok and YouTube. I have no method of enlarging you on the YouTube screen. So if you want to show me your source, whatever you think that it looks like a
Yeah,
Google
show.
AI
Listen.
overview. If you want to tell me what your source is, I'm more than happy to put it into my
My source
browser and
is
put it on the screen.
listen. My source is somebody who said he had wanted to get the coronavirus shot. Famous, right? He wanted to do this, and then he did it. He said he believed he
Your
was gonna do
source,
something.
your source is
Look, and then he
vaccine
funded it with
hoax.
his money. You can
Is
you can look it
a
up. You can look it up.
crazy
He funded it with his
crazy
money.
turn of events. My source of
Listen.
God
Then
being
it got all
real is
popular.
that there is a
He got
person out
he did
there
something
who
now.
hoaxed a
Hold
vaccine
on. Let me finish my
conspiracy
point.
theory. And
Let me
the
finish my
interesting
point,
thing right
sir.
now is you think that you actually
Listen,
had a
we talk
point when
about
you
conspiracy.
don't
This is not a
actually
conspiracy
have a
nothing, bro.
point.
You don't know what you're talking
So
about.
the
Read
reality
what it says.
is I'm
This guy is saying, what did
waiting
this
for
crazy
some
man
sort of
say? Now you're the
connection
crazy
point
man. You don't
between
want to believe
the
this rich crazy man's
coronavirus
mouth
hoax.
and what they
I'm just turning
playing
my
with, boy.
microphone up here. We'll just
So
turn
let
it
me
up
ask you a
a
question.
bit louder there. So now you can't actually
Hypothetically
talk over
speaking,
me. So
hey,
What I was
You're fine.
hoping that you would do that you would ask me or talk about something related to your religion, not about coronavirus. Do you have anything like that?
Oh my gosh. Listen, bro. Listen. Yes, this is related to my belief. What are you talking
In
about? That's what I'm
Christ.
trying to tell you, but you won't even hear me out. You keep trying to overtalk
I'd love
me.
to
That demon manifestation.
I'd love it.
Look, look, look.
Prove your point, Praise.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. So don't say nothing about when I mentioned coronavirus and the man. You want me to show you how he funded it too? You want me to put that screenshot?
I'm sorry, who's the
You want-
guy?
Bill
What's the name of the
Gates. How
guy?
he funded Bill
Oh,
Gates. Yeah, keep laughing at that white dude. That dude is evil. I'm telling you, you know he's evil too. Like everybody knows he's wicked. Like
okay,
before I met
so
Christ,
God
I
is
would have robbed his
real
kid. I saw somebody put a fly on his
Bill
head.
Gates is evil. I just want to make sure we get the argument straight. So God is
Yes,
real
Bill
because Bill
Gates
Gates
is
is evil.
wicked son of Satan, just
In
like
fact,
Donald Trump.
let me I'll start a syllogism for you real quick. So we'll do P1, P2, and then conclusion. So our conclusion so far is that God is real. And
God is real
our
because hold
first
on, let me
premise
give you the verse
is
now. Let me give you the
Bill
verse.
Gates is evil.
All right, son.
Is there another premise, or is it just premise number one? Bill Gates is evil, therefore God is real.
Let me show you. Now I'm finna show you. I'm finna show you, like respectfully, because you be thinking you know something, bro. You're not even listening. In the Bible, it talks about in the last days you're gonna have to take something to be a part of a society, right? You see how
I'm
Donald
sorry. Does
Trump
it
talking about
mention
he
Bill
want he
Gates?
want he said hold on this antichrist son of Satan is not following Christ. He said he want to take. Well, he said he want to take the strip of Gaza. He said who's gonna buy it? Who's gonna buy it? We're gonna take. He said nobody's gonna buy nothing.
Oh,
We're gonna
Trump's
take
buying
it.
it. Trump's putting hotels on it.
Oh, he said we ain't gonna buy
So
nothing. We're gonna take it.
just to be clear,
Keep having it.
the
Go ahead.
second premise
Keep
of
having.
the
Don't matter.
syllogism is, I assume, is that Bill Gates
It's working with Donald Trump. You want me to
is
show you that? Want me to show you
making the
that?
mark of the
What
beast,
you know? You ain't know. You
which
don't know
is
nothing.
a
You just think you know
vaccine
something, bro. So what you hold on,
that
hypothetically speaking,
connects
when this
to
happens, when you gotta take
5G
that little
to
tax-free break to
control
have your phone and your
human
fitness and
minds.
everything you want to be a part
So
of, otherwise you gotta go to the woods.
is premise
What you gonna
3
do?
Neuralink? Is premise 3 Neuralink? What's
You
premise
said
3 in
what?
this argument? What's premise 3 in the
Hey,
argument?
Neuralink, that is already a form of somebody damned. They put some damn thing in their head and they better cut. Hey, they better hope their head get cut. Sure.
Okay, so Neuralink is the other antichrist.
What?
Are you looking at the syllogism on the board right now? Premise number 1, Bill Gates is evil. Premise number 2, Bill Gates is making the mark of the beast, which is a vaccine that connects to
You
5G
want
to
me to show you
control
in the
human
Bible where there's
minds.
many antichrists? Are you
Premise
talking about
number
the son of
3
perdition, the
is
image of the beast?
Neuralink is
What you
another
talking about, boy? You don't know what
antichrist,
you're talking
and
about.
this obviously leads to the conclusion that God is real.
Yes, 100%. Because it
This
says in the
is
Bible there's
wild.
many
So
antichrists.
in order
People going to
in order for you to demonstrate that Bill Gates is the
I don't know
antichrist, you would have
nothing.
to first demonstrate that the Bible is true. Can you do
Well,
that?
he is an antichrist. He is an antichrist.
But before you can say
Not the.
he's
Hold on. What does the scripture
before you
say?
say
Hold
he's
on.
the or a
Wait. I'm
antichrist,
trying
you
to
would
interrupt
first
something.
need to establish
Because you're gonna get
that in
proven to be a
fact that the
liar, bro.
Bible was
You're gonna get proven to
real.
be a
So
liar.
just to be sure,
It
your
says there's
argument is
many
circular. You're saying
antichrists
the
in the
Bible is
Bible.
true
The son
because
of
there's this
perdition
person that
won't
I
even
think
want to
is an
have sex.
antichrist,
Okay, you
and this
don't know
person is the
nothing.
antichrist because the Bible is
Bill
true. This
Gates has
makes for a
children,
circular argument. In fact,
bro.
I'll demonstrate to you why this is
This makes
circular. So
no
premise
circular
number 1
argument, sir.
is
Put this on the big box, man. Because now you playing. Let me see you
antichrists
swing it.
are real. Premise number 1. Premise number 2 is because antichrists are real, the Bible is true. And then so the conclusion is that
Oh my
actually premise number
gosh.
3 would be
Listen. This is how you
the
understand
Bible
that you're
is
not even
true
listening.
because there are antichrists. Oh, this is 0. Well, he is a 0 antichrist. So it becomes circular. There's no actual conclusion. There's no actual conclusion because it just goes back to premise number 1, which is antichrists are real. So this is the basic structure of a circular argument. It starts with the antichrists are real. Because antichrists are real, the Bible is true. The Bible is true because there are antichrists. The conclusion is just the first premise, antichrists are real, which means you have a circular argument.
Are you aware of what you just said? Nothing that Look at this guy. Look at this guy praising the idol. Praising the idol. John Cena. John Cena will tell you Jesus Christ is real.
John Cena fucked Jesus up all day long. Jesus didn't even have abs. Jesus didn't even know how to use a hammer. The dude, the first time he touched a piece of wood, he got hung on it.
You're goofy. You're just a blasphemer, and you're one.
I am a blasphemer. I am that. I am definitely a blasphemer.
If it came down to it, you would kill me. You would.
I would not, because I'm not. So I'm not a Christian. So I'm not a Christian. I don't do violence, but the Bible does actually endorse violence. I don't endorse violence. In fact, I'm not even pro death penalty. Are you for the capital punishment? Are you for capital punishment?
No.
Oh, neither am I. So no, I would never kill you. It sounds like you're making really silly, presumptuous claims about a person you don't know anything about. Do you think that it's wrong to disobey God, by the way?
Hold on. Even if somebody...
Do you think it's wrong to disobey God?
Wait. Listen.
Do you think it's wrong to disobey God? No, I'm not. I'm actually not gonna wait. Listen to you. So the question that I'm asking right now is: do you think it's right or wrong to disobey God?
That's what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't.
You don't know nothing.
I didn't even hear your question because you were too busy yapping while I was asking you a question. So, do you think it's right or wrong to disobey God?
Listen, let me tell you something, sir.
He can't answer a single question. This is embarrassing. So we'll try this again. Praise Christ.
What did you say?
Do you think that you should obey or disobey God?
Huh?
Do you think you should obey or disobey God?
Should I obey or disobey God? Sir, I'm going to obey God, what Jesus Christ said.
Okay, there we go. And should you obey God no matter what he says?
What you mean, should I obey him no matter what he says? Of course.
Should you obey? Okay, so then if God told you to, I don't know, take a sword to a baby, it'd be a good to obey God?
That's never going to happen again. Listen, let me show you right here.
I didn't ask if it did. I didn't ask if it would ever happen again. So what I asked you. So you're not gonna hold on. We're not done yet. You can crash out in a minute. So I didn't ask you if God would tell you to do that. I said if. It's an if question. It's a hypothetical question, right? If God told you to take a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey him? Also, by the way, you're muted.
Yeah, because you did that, sir. You just like shut me up with your...
Yeah, I did that because you need to be shut up sometimes. Listen. I don't know if anyone in your real life has ever shut you up, but in real life, somebody probably should tell you to pipe down every once in a while. So the question that I asked you was, if in fact God told you to put a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey him?
Listen, I know what you're going to the
no,
old
I'm
law,
not.
But he had to
I'm not listening to your rant. What I'm doing is adding a 2 to the dodge counter. Dodge number 2. If God told you to put a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey him?
He's not going to say that because babies love God.
Dodge number 3. If God told you to put a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey him?
We worship God.
Dodge number 4.
through the
if
Bible,
God
these
told
people
you
that
to put
who
a
made that
sword to
law,
the
that
baby,
were trying
would
to
it
follow
be
that
wrong to
law, was
disobey
hypocrites
God?
and they was being wicked because
No one
Satan
can hear
polluted it.
you while you're crashing
Let me
out
tell
in
you
the
something.
background of me
Because you're
talking.
a
My mic
liar,
is
and I'm
10
telling
times
you what
louder than
happened.
yours. My mic is 10 times louder than
Listen,
yours. You'll never be able to out-talk me. So the best thing you
listen.
could do right now is answer the
What you're
question.
talking about, let me answer your
Listen,
question.
listen,
But when
listen. Oh
in the
no,
heavens,
listen,
the heavens,
listen,
when we get the
listen.
resurrection
Oh no,
coming,
listen, listen. So we'll try this again. Dodge number 4 is already on the board. The question was, if God, it's hypothetical by the way, if God told you to take a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey?
during the time, yes.
Oh, no,
Hey, come
right
on.
now. Right, I didn't say during the time, I said right now. You muted yourself. I didn't even mute you this time. Although I have to admit, you sound much better on mute.
Listen, sir. Let me tell you
So
something.
I didn't ask you about back then. I said right now. If God told you right now to take a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey? He'll never answer the question because he's a coward, but we'll see what happens. I have no idea why he muted himself and turned the camera off. To be fair, he looks better with the camera off.
Because my niece just put some dang nonsense on me, man. Playing too
Yeah.
much.
Well, we're
Let me
on
tell you
dodge
something.
number 5 still yet. I'm waiting for an answer to the question. If
Listen,
God
let
told
me
you
tell you
right
something.
now to take a sword to a baby, would it be wrong to disobey God?
Listen. In them
Dodge
times,
number
if God said
6.
that during
If
that
God
time,
told
and that
you
was what
right
God was saying
now,
during that time,
I didn't say
then
during that time. I said right now, praise. I don't know if you were listening. You clearly weren't. If God told you today to take a sword to a baby, would it be a sin to disobey him?
we know God doesn't say that because God's not a
Dodge number
hypocrite.
7. If God told you to put a sword to a baby today, would it be wrong to disobey him?
Son, I'm telling you right now.
Dodge number
Listen.
8. You got 2 more dodges and then you get dropped. If God told you to put a sword to a baby today, would it be wrong? Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong to disobey?
Keeping them laws,
Dodge
Pharisees
number
and hypocrites,
9.
and they
If
couldn't keep
God
the whole
told
thing
you
because
to
they're
put a
liars
sword
and
to a
dishonest people
baby
in their
today, in
hearts.
fact, tomorrow, yesterday, who
You
cares?
want to
If
bring up
God told you to
slavery too?
do
Let's
it,
do it. Let's do it. The slave.
no, we're not going to do that. You're just going to get dropped because you can't answer a question because you're a coward, and that's fine. We're used to people being cowards around here. Oh well. Well, he tried. I'll never understand why people get on these live streams and they think they're going to overtalk me. I have no idea why they think that works. It's never worked. Not for a single minute. Not for any. I've been doing this for over 2 years. Not a single guest has ever been able to mute me and overtalk me. Weird how that works. My conscience says my girlfriend in the hospital, sorry to hear that. She has lupus. Oh, fuck, really sorry to hear that. And got sick. Really could use some good cooking while sitting by her. Thank you for all you're doing, brother. Peace. Well, peace to you, conscious. Sorry to hear that lupus is a motherfucker. My sister's got lupus, and I've got a couple of friends with it as well. It's certainly not easy. Definitely the hearts of the deconstruction community go out to you during this time period. Please let us know if you need any assistance. And Deep Blue says, happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Fuck, I'm doing really well, Deep. Thanks for dropping by. And Wamps says, keep hearing about your book. Yeah, I'm sorry, Wamp. It's not there yet. I'm working on it. Can't wait. Will you please advance reader copies before publishing? So I will have I don't know what I'm going to do for copies prior to publishing. If I'm going to have a couple self-published ahead of time so I can shop it around, or what. Still working on that, but I will at some point be giving out signed copies. And JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. Reverend Nate, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can we get a "Show Me Jesus is Coming with the Angels" counter up to start this episode? Vegas put the over at +7, so I put $20 on that. Vegas usually knows best. Not always, but quite often it does. Quite often. And GP says Andrew Wilson would never debate the words of the Bible. No, he wouldn't. You're right. Just personal attacks and keep focus on the opponent via slimy football tactics. So here's where Andrew Wilson performs really well. He has no real arguments for his position, by the way. Typically not. So he does the typical precept tactic where rather than proving his argument to be true, he just attacks your position endlessly and then pretends like if he found a flaw in your worldview or in your argument, he just then pretends like his viewpoint is right by default. But that's not how that works. In fact, in a debate, both debaters could fucking be wrong sometimes. But I've never seen him defend any of his claims. Yoda St. Cloud, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, what is the apologetic to get around the passage about being good to foreigners and treating them as if they were native born? Rock hard for Doug. Hope everyone is doing well, especially my fellow whores. Well, Yoda, I assume this is in regards to slavery, which is wild that the last guest was begging me to bring up slavery. But the reason why people say this is they would say, well, if you have to be good to foreigners, that means you couldn't enslave them. But that's not true. It's implied when we see the word foreigner that it's referring to a free sojourner, a free person that is sojourning in your land. This is quite different status. It's a different status group. Most of the ancient Near Eastern law codes have different laws for people of different social statuses. In fact, one of the most clear on this are the old Hittite law codes. Read the old Hittite law codes and you'll find really strict differences between the laws that apply to slaves, to free people, to the common public, and then even to the nobles. It's just a different set of laws for people in different ranks of society. And Dalton, great to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says it's nice to know I'm not the only one getting the loony guest today, bud. Rock hard for Doug. Well, he was certainly loony. If I know anything about these types of people, he's probably been on 5 other live streams today. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats and we're going to get our next guest in here. Gretchen, thank you so much for the 666. Says, hey, Jay, I heard a new first-time argument last night on Carbon. I love Carbon. Says, there was a guy who swore Jesus was born to Adam and Eve. Ever heard that one? Holy shit. Well, I got to tell you, Gretchen, that's not one I've ever heard. So Jesus is what? He was 4,000 years old? That's madness. I mean, I guess you could just throw the infancy narratives out the window then. You wouldn't need those anymore. Jeez, oh Pete's. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a new one, Gretchen. And ODA, thank you for the $100 super chat. Big W, my friend. Let's get some W's in the chat for ODA. It says, just bought Ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. Have you read it? Any thoughts? Motherfucker, not only have I read it, I've got it right here. I love this book. I talk about this book on stream a lot. Yeah. And when you get done with this, make sure, my friend, that you get the 4-volume series, The Context of Scriptures, edited by William Halo and some of his friends. Amazing 4-set collection, I guess you would say, 4-volume collection. It's amazing. It basically, I don't want to say it obsoletes the ANET, but we'll say it's the continuation of the ANET series for sure. Okay, I'm going to grab Jordan, and then we'll get Michael after we do Jordan. Fuck, we'll have Michael Jordan. Welcome in, Jordan and JA Debates. Jordan, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Dope. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for Jesus being God?
I think prayer has to be number one.
Richard Pryor?
No, like hypothetically, if you were to go into your room for 15 minutes
You mean
and like call
prayer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, prayer largely goes unanswered. Like thousands of studies have already proven this. How is prayer proof that Jesus is God?
Well, I did it and it worked. Why don't you try it?
Well, congratulations. I was a Christian for 20 years. I know it doesn't work.
Well, why don't you do 15 more minutes? It can't hurt. do it tonight.
Sure, yeah, because 20 years wasn't enough. I need more. I need 15 more minutes. Jordan, we've
It's
talked
just
before, haven't
15.
we? Jordan, we've talked before, haven't we? It's been probably at least 6 months, though, right?
No.
Yeah, we talked
But yeah,
over the
recently.
summer. Yeah. Yeah, so prayer isn't
Yeah.
evidence of anything except that God doesn't exist. You want to try again?
Well, I think that's the best one. Another one we could go over is I really like the Mark of the Beast conversation.
Oh boy.
I think I
Sure.
could add a lot of insight to that.
I doubt you can. So the reality is you'd have to demonstrate that the Bible is true before you could point to like the mark of the beast in the real world and claim that it's fulfilling what's in the Bible. I mean, you're welcome to try. The reality is like it's basically consent among biblical scholars that the mark of the beast was a reference to Nero Caesar. So why in the world
Hypothetically,
would I believe that it's about, I don't know, fucking barcodes or vaccines or microchips?
yeah, it's a fair question. Maybe this can shed some light. Like hypothetically, would you take a mark in the future?
Yeah.
Just wonder if you're really about that life.
Fuck, I'll take one
Would you?
tonight.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not even. Why wouldn't I?
Because I feel like maybe there's an inkling, like a small part of you inside that believes that it's coming.
No,
Because
Jordan, you're not a good mind reader, and Christians aren't good at reading minds. So this is, again,
No,
this
that's
is not a
fine.
good
That's fine.
argument.
To me, it's really obvious. Like I live in Canada, and I had to scan a barcode proving I was injected. Right, for about a year, I couldn't enter a restaurant, couldn't go on a plane unless I
I'm
scanned a
sorry.
barcode.
Are you doing it right now?
No, but it's kind of
Oh,
like
so it went
it's
away.
getting there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Checking.
and then they have these like weird. Have you ever heard of luciferase?
I don't even know what that is. No.
It's a bioluminescent chemical that they're putting on new vaccines in development, and it glows, so people will be able to like scan you and if your skin glows, they'll be able to see who's vaccinated.
Oh,
Anybody can
fucking
look up
A, I love
luciferase.
it.
Yeah, like doesn't that make you and
No.
Jared Kushner?
It makes me happy that people are actually getting vaccinated. Now, to be fair, I'm not interested in force vaccinating people. I think we should persuade them. I think we should definitely persuade them. Fuck, even give them incentives, give them monetary incentives to take the vaccines. But I'm not, as a person who loves freedom, I'm not crazy about forcing people to take vaccines.
But it's luciferase in the hey,
I don't care
it's
what
not,
you
we're
call
not
it.
going to
It
do the mark
certainly
of
has
the
nothing
beast.
to do with the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is not something in your veins. It's something that is on your forehead or the back of your hand. And it's pretty clear that it's not even a real mark. It's a metaphorical reference, because if you just keep reading the chapter and the next chapter, it talks about how people are marked on the forehead or the hand for the Lord.
Yeah, but the thing about these vaccines is that they're patches. They're not injections. They're patches with like a bunch of tiny needles, and
No one
it's
cares.
subdermal, and it can go right on your hand.
No one cares. Listen,
Well, it's
everything you're
different
going
than
to
injecting a
say
needle,
is
right?
just a new iteration of the same bullshit. First it was barcodes, and it was microchips, and it was vaccines, and now it's patches. There's always a new conspiracy theory about the mark of the beast, and none of it's relevant, because the mark of the beast is a reference to Nero Kaiser. If you do the gematria on 666, it comes out to Neron Kaiser, the Greek spelling of his name. If you read the Latin manuscripts of the book of Revelation, it says 616, which ironically means Nero Kaiser, the Latin spelling of his name. In fact, we have another edition that says 606 in the Greek, which means Gaius Kaiser in Hebrew gematria, which would have been a reference to Caligula, another Roman emperor that was persecuting the Christians. So the reality is, everybody at the time period when Revelation was written understood this to be a reference to somebody living in the first century, namely one of the Roman emperors, and it was a failed prophecy. He didn't come back from life. He didn't revive himself from a mortal wound. There was no bowls of wrath. None of it came true. Revelation is just one big failed prophecy.
Right. But and hypothetically, if in the future, if the government requires you to take a mark to buy and sell, you'll take it.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I find it like right now we have the technology where they can just, like, with cashless, it'd be easy to just cancel people's bank accounts all over the world. Like, it talks about a global kingdom, right?
They
And
could have done this 50 years ago. This is not new technology.
right. That's great that you said that, because have you heard of
And
the image of the beast or only the mark?
we would just go back to bartering.
Have you heard of the image?
If anyone ever tried to actually like invoke this whole you can't buy or sell bullshit, we would just go back to bartering and haggling for actual real goods. There's nothing you can do to stop commerce. Not a damn thing.
Well, here's the thing that you're
All right,
missing
so
is the image.
Jordan, this is a waste of a conversation. None of this, not a single piece of this has anything to do
Bro,
with
your
whether
whole
or
life
not.
is a waste, okay? You have no high ground here.
Oh, there we go. The Christian love comes out. Have you read Colossians chapter 2 and 3?
I'm trying to help you, bro. I mean,
Have you
you're
read
going to take the
Colossians
mark of the
chapters
beast and go to the lake
2
of
and
fire.
3? Have you read Colossians 2 and 3?
I doubt he's read anything.
He's definitely not read the
Set your
Bible.
minds on things above? No, that's Colossians 3:2. Sorry.
Read Colossians 3:12.
Does it say reject the Lord and spend your life hating on him? Is that what
It
it
says,
says?
clothe yourself with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. What you are
Oh.
is a gaslighting piece of shit that pretends to be nice and you're not nice. Last time we talked to you, you were a piece of shit and you pretended to be nice the entire time. And I called it about halfway through the conversation. I could tell that you were being fake nice to me. And then I got you riled up.
You said I'm a waste of time.
I got you riled up last time we talked, and you turned into a real piece of shit, showing that you were fake nice to me the entire time. I didn't say you were a waste of time. I said this conversation is a waste of time. The fact that you took it personally tells me that you're a narcissist. You're not just a piece of shit, you're a narcissist, which is why you think you're up here
please
for
forgive
the
me.
benefit. You think you're up here for the benefit, and you're being fake nice. You're asking for fake forgiveness, and you have no actual argument. So I'm going to move on. And just be sure, before I talked to you last time, I saw the horrible shit you said to LG on her live stream. I saw the homophobic bullshit that you said to her on her live stream. So I don't owe you any politeness. You're a homophobic piece of shit. What's up, J.A.?
How's it going?
Hey, not too bad. Having a good time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jordan doesn't know it that we all know who he is in this community. Like he comes up on all these atheist live streams pretending to be nice, and then eventually he commits and says the most horrific shit possible. You should have seen him when he was on LG's live stream. It was really bad.
I saw him on a live stream the other day say some crazy shit too.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know. I haven't had the pleasure, so.
Yeah, you're not missing much. Ashley's asking permission to block. Yeah, you can block Jordan. He's a waste of space. He's never added anything. He's never contributed positively to any conversation ever. He just comes up and wants to talk about your personal life as though that's going to lead people to Christ. He thinks maybe because it worked on him, it's going to work on us, but that's not how that works. Bible Guy Official coming in again. Thank you, my friend. Says, nice to know I'm not the only one getting loony guests today. I think you double chatted that, one on your regular channel and one on your debate channel. Thank you for that, buddy. I appreciate that. And also, AK says, does your streaming setup support VST plugins? I don't even know what that is. If yes, you can do audio ducking on guests, then you don't have to mute them as much. Well, I have no idea what VST is. I do have a soundboard that I might be able to add like a VST plugin to and make it do audio ducking. If they come in on YouTube, I have a function for their volume. I can just turn their volume down. If they come in on TikTok, I don't really have that option. So one of those things. Andy Pate says, just happy to see ya. PDNS GFJ. I don't know what any of those things mean. Joyful, do you know what that means? I don't. Andy, thank you so much for the super chat. I apologize. I'm not young and hip. I don't know what any of those abbreviations mean. But Dr. Joe, it's great to see you. He says you asked for an answer and he responded with dodgeball 5-step method. Dodge, duck, div, dive, dodge, and somehow dodge a third time. I love that. You know what? I should change the dodge counter to say dodge, dick, duck, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. That's what we need. The dodge counter needs to be adjusted. That's what we need to do. All right, this is a good idea. Gates of Delirium, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says anti-vaxxers are spoiled, rotten doofuses who are too privileged with modern medicine not to remember people dying from diseases we basically eradicated. Disgusting. I mean, I agree for the most part. And like, I get that people want to protect their freedom, but at the same time, like, listen, we eradicated these diseases. Some of these, and we know that the vaccines are safe. Just get the fucking vaccines, friends. And Cedar says, I found a barcode on Doug. When I scanned it, I found out he was in fact priceless. That is the case. You can't put a price on Doug. You can't. He can't. He's the grounding of all value. And X Million, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, you may need to hide Pebble's eyes when reading this. Deal. But I count myself an acolyte of Prophet Justin in that I'm flagrantly promiscuous when it comes to whores versus vert. So effing rock hard for Doug and simply for sure. And that's right. You don't have to commit to one or the other, friends. You can do both streams. You can switch both ways. Doug loves it here. Not a problem. I'm going to grab 3 more super chats and then we're going to get Michael in here and then we'll do Cody after that. SH says, can you briefly elaborate on Judges 21, virgins kidnapping and trafficking, and the people got to stand with God a whole afternoon? Okay, so hold on. My camera just shut down again. Let me see if my fan, oh fuck, my cat's knocked my fan off of it. These cats, actually, when I say these cats, what I really mean is Volta. Oh boy.
We have 5 cats, so I get it.
It is what it is. So Volta he's just a hellraiser. And he knocked the fan off of my camera. All right, we're back in action. Sorry about that. So
each cat is uniquely chaotic.
That is the case. Volta especially so. SH says on Judges 21, yeah, so basically because they were attacked, the men of Gibeah, the Gibeonites basically attacked a household with the concubine and his Levite, or her Levite in Judges 19. They chop her up to bits, send her to all the other Israelites and say we need to go avenge her death, basically. And then they go and avenge her death, and they realize, oh my God, or they said also, we're not going to let any of our daughters intermarry with this tribe anymore. And then they realize, oh my God, if we don't let our daughters intermarry with this tribe, they'll all die out. And they're like, how do we prevent them from dying out? So they go before the Lord and they're praying and they're seeking guidance. And the plan that they come up with is like, well, fuck, listen. What we'll do is at the festival, when all the young virgin girls are out dancing, we'll allow the men of this tribe to go and kidnap them and carry them off. And then we didn't actually give our daughters in marriage to them. They kidnapped them, and that was their solution. And remember, this epiphany came to them as they were in God's presence seeking guidance from the Lord. And this is the best God could come up with. They're like, God, please give us an answer. And God's like, either God gave them that answer or God was like, fuck it, figure it out yourselves, you know? All right, last super chat for now from our friend Tom. Thank you so much, Tom, for the $25 super chat. It says, great to see you live, Justin. Just starting my 3-month vacation. Fuck yeah. Are you in France or something? That's wild. It says, looking forward to seeing many live shows. Why do Christians only believe prayers are answered when it's positive? Never know when nothing happens. So if you ask a Christian, what they'll typically say is, a no is an answer, right? But the problem is there's no distinction between a no and no answer, right? So if there's no distinction between a no answer and just no answer, then the reality is you're not getting answers. There's no reason to believe that God answered your prayer if you got a no for it. But you know how Christians are. They're really deep in that copium. It is what it is. All right, let's bring Michael in here from the YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request and get into the conversation. In fact, the TikTok queue is really short tonight. In fact, the TikTok stream is really small tonight. It's Sunday. I'm surprised. Usually TikTok is popping on Sunday nights, but you're watching on TikTok, you can hit that guest request. Love to hear from you. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. There's a clickable version of that link in the description of the video if you don't want to type it in, and you'll get in queue, which actually, now the queue is pretty short because it's the beginning of the stream. A lot of people wait till like mid-stream to guest up, and then I always end up at the end of the stream with like 20 people in queue that I can't talk to. So if you want to talk, you want to get in while the stream is still young. Michael, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 18, but I don't believe in God.
Oh, okay. So you're an atheist?
I am an atheist. I prefer to call myself agnostic, but I know that those two terms are kind of synonymous.
It can be. So do you lack a belief in a God, or do
Oh
you
yeah,
just
I
like
do
I
not
don't know?
believe in any.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. But I lean towards, of course, not believing in a God because I want to believe as many true things as possible and as little false things as possible.
yeah, for
But
sure.
I do have a question for you, and forgive me, I'm extremely nervous because I watch your show all the time, and and actually talking to you is like talking to somebody above me here. But anyway,
I assure you
so
I'm not.
So, my question to you is that I do talk to, and it is a lonely road being an atheist with my family and everyone around me. But I do talk a lot about religion or debate religion with my family, with my friends. And I was just wondering what your take is on utilizing uh, God-like language to describe the universe and things of that nature with people who are of faith to try and kind of coerce them into enjoying conversations about facts, because I noticed that they don't like to engage in facts, or they're boring, or they want to believe conspiracies and things of that nature. So as an example, I'll say, when they ask me, do I believe in a God, I will say something like, well, I only believe in true things. So whatever whatever resulted the universe to be, or whatever the core function of the universe is, whatever the forces are, I would consider that to be God. And it doesn't take away the majesty or the awe of understanding it all, but I'll use language like that to
I
try
mean,
and keep them in the conversation.
I guess it depends what your goal is. Is your goal to keep your family your family? Then yeah, you can do that kind of stuff. Is your goal to persuade them against their already held opinions in God? That's not going to do anything for that. If your goal is to maintain your relationship with them, then yeah, you can meet them halfway and use some God language. In fact, I do that sometimes myself, where I'm having conversation with a relative, and listen, I don't want to fuck up their life and force them not to believe in God. I'm not out here trying to convince everybody to be an atheist. Although I think it's true.
Right.
The reality is, like, I treat my family like family, and like, I'm not going to people's doors and knocking on them and telling them that God isn't real. So, unless your family is inviting you to have a conversation on whether or not God is real, like, I wouldn't go out of my way to convince them that God isn't real. I mean, when they're
Right.
ready for that conversation, you'll know.
Right. Well, the issue is that, because I'm an astrophotographer, just as a hobby of mine. So God conversation comes up a lot with family and with friends, especially when I'm talking about evolution or whatever the case may be. They automatically will switch the topic to being like, well, I don't believe that that's true, but God is true, and and it ends up on this whole road of saying, well, why do you believe, how do you know what you believe is true? But in order for me to hold them into the conversation, it feels like they're more adept at listening to what I have to say if I use colorful language. It doesn't necessarily have to be godlike language, but colorful language.
Yeah. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, I can't tell you how to converse with your family. I don't know your family,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Right.
that's one of those things you'll have to feel it out. I can tell you that in my family, we don't debate this stuff. We don't This is not something we argue about, right? So I've never been pulled into a situation where I had to defend my lack of belief in a God, or when I was a Christian to defend my belief in a God. I think if you have good relationship with your family, they don't give a fuck if you believe or disbelieve. They just love you one way or another. And so if your family, if you don't have that type of a family, if they're critical of you being an atheist, then I'd say, well, make them actually defend their faith. You don't owe them anything. I mean,
Right.
you don't owe them the courtesy of not destroying their worldview. That's just is what it is. But listen, Michael, appreciate the question. We got to get debates rolling. Everyone's
Yep.
here to watch a
Thank you.
debate. So it's good to hear from you.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Friends, I love you. Thank you for watching the channel. Please don't request up unless you're opposition. Those are kind of the boundaries of the live stream. I love you for wanting to converse with me, but no one's here for a circle jerk. Everybody wants to see a debate. That's what we're here for. But hey, it is what it is.
If you have questions, join the Deconstruction Junction Discord, and you can always message Justin there.
Absolutely. House 70, thank you for the super chat, says tithe for the holidays. We are all pebbles of Doug and Sharon. Love your work, Justin. Well, thank you, House. I appreciate that. And indeed, we are all pebbles. I like that. We need a t-shirt that says we are all pebbles. And Cedar says the true schism isn't between whores and verts, but rather the audio listeners who separate along the lines of mono and stereo. Are you serious? This is the new schism? Stereo versus mono? Fuck, I never imagined. We've now got 3 schisms. The real schism is Dalton or Duncan. Hammond, thank you for the $10 super chat, says in the Hadith of Al-Bukhari 29 that the majority of hell dwellers are women. Crazy stuff. Oh, I didn't know about that one. How does that make sense if men do most of the crimes? Do Muslims have the answer? Well, the problem that you're going to run up with is that most of the people in the Quran that end up in hell do so because they're unbelievers. In fact, like every other page of the Quran talks about how the unbelievers are going to hell. Literally, just open the Quran on any page, just pick one, and you'll find a mention of unbelievers being in hell. It's so repetitive, it's becoming comical. I'm in the 4th chapter now. They're in chapters, not books. I'm in the 4th chapter now, and I've run out of tabs twice. I said every time it mentions hell, I'm going to put a red tab on the page. I've run out of red tabs twice now. Almost every page in my Quran so far has a red tab on it. That's all they talk about.
That is all they talk about.
This is one of those things.
It's wild.
All right, let's get Will I Am Jason Joseph in here. Welcome in. Is your name Jason or Joseph?
I go by Will. Will.
So who's Jason?
That's my middle name.
And Joseph's your last name? So Will Jason
no,
Joseph?
No, that's not my last name. That was just a name. Like my last name is something that is like, it sounds like in Hebrew, like not working. So I'm like, Joseph means God's will or God will give. So yeah, that kind of thing. So
I mean, not really, but whatever. So what God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Okay. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God, namely Jesus being real?
Gotcha. Lots of different things I could go into, I'm sure, of, mainly for me, I came to Jesus from like finding out they lie about a lot of people through history to keep people away from Jesus. And like JFK Diaries was what really opened my eyes.
Wait. What does JFK have to do with Jesus being real?
It started off like from like Kanye being a Jesus follower, which I hated Kanye at the time. Thought he was absolutely nuts, right?
Wait,
So
Kanye? Kanye proves that Jesus is God? Now I'm lost.
I wouldn't say that he proved it. He was God by any means, but he was he claimed to be a follower of Jesus. And so I was like a new ager at the time. And so Billy Carson, one of my favorite guys having to do with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth before I came to Jesus, said something about how they're trying to silence.
Buddy, you went from Billy Carson to Christianity? This is going to be a rough ride.
It was very rough, and because I was writing a book on things done for thousands of years, people are still doing today, pseudo biopsychosocial parapharmatheology, like under
Sure.
the premise.
So
What's that?
let me I'll try to streamline this, right? If I said the Christian God is real because of X, what is X?
I mean, it's the death, burial, and resurrection. The Bible's reliable,
Okay, so you
and
think the Bible is reliable. What percentage reliable? Like mostly reliable, sometimes reliable?
100% reliable for the believer. As an unbeliever, you're gonna definitely find some issues, no doubt. Just like I did before I came to Jesus about 3 years ago.
All right, so
And
does the Bible say things that are true all the time, or sometimes does it say things that are untrue?
well, it's like you go to the Old Testament will have things like that site is still there today, like, and you can see that that is still there,
Yeah, so
like
what?
different monuments and stuff. Just it shows good from the surface as a historical book, and then different promises and stuff. Like when you're following Jesus, you'll run across that he answers prayers and stuff. For
Oh, he
me,
certainly does not answer prayer. In fact, and he tells you to pray for literally fucking anything. In Mark chapter 16, he's like, pray for anything in my name, I'll do it for you. That certainly isn't the case. How many children are dying in St. Jude as we speak?
right? Yeah, I can understand your point definitely. Uh, I mean, I'm sure you've heard that it's relative to his will, and it's also
Oh,
relative to where the
then
faith
prayer
is
is
at.
useless. Like if you're just praying for Jesus to do his will, then he's going to do his will whether you pray or not. What a useless endeavor.
Well, so if Christianity is all about faith, it's not so much that, and I do believe that God, can, uh, answer prayers according to what you pray, but it's for the sake of building up your own faith and helping others to build up theirs. So it's
What?
like the things are going to happen. You
Why
pray
wouldn't he
for
just
it.
tell you that? Why wouldn't he just tell you that you're praying for your own well-being, not for the thing you're actually asking for? Because he tells you to pray for things specifically. Give us this day our daily bread. That's in the Lord's Prayer. He taught you to say that. Yet 3 million children right now are dying of starvation.
And it also literally says that if you pray for something, act as if it already happened and it will be given to you. So you are supposed to be acting like the things you're praying for will come to place.
Right. And some of the things, when you get prayers answered, it's going to be like, yeah, your faith was very high that it was going to happen. And other things, because it says faith is little as a mustard seed, which is taken out of context sometimes, um, but like, so some, because God's power is perfected in weakness. So sometimes you won't even feel like, something's going to happen, and you pray just because of like the faithfulness, in the past, and then he'll still come through. Uh,
Well, he doesn't
like
come through. That's what I'm saying, Will. He
well,
does
I can
not
give you.
come through right now. This year there will be 3 million children that die of starvation. What percentage of those mothers and fathers do you think are praying that their child will not starve to death that year?
I'm not sure.
It's
Is my camera working okay?
it's pretty high. Which is wild because Jesus says in Matthew 6, in fact, I'll put it on the board. You don't have to take my word for it. Jesus says in Matthew 6, one second, get my browser selected. Therefore, I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, or about your body or what you will wear. Is not life more than food and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you of not more value than them? Like, listen, he tells you, hey, don't even worry about what you're going to eat. God will make sure you got food to eat. The fuck he does. Children are starving in mass right now as we speak.
Yeah, I don't, I couldn't tell you all the answers of like why that happens, even though, I mean, I know we're in a sinful world and things like that. I could go there. But as
Well, then
far
why
as
would
like,
he tell you? Did Jesus know we were in a sinful world?
absolutely.
Then why did he tell you to pray or to not even worry about your food? If he knew your prayer wasn't going to be answered because we quote unquote live in a sinful world, why would he lie to you and tell you to pray or tell you to not even worry about this stuff? God will give it to you.
Well, yeah, it's just trusting in God day to day and faith, and He'll provide. Any
But he
anxiety
doesn't.
will.
Will, he doesn't. There will be 3 million children this year that die of starvation. Just repeating that he provides is a lie every time you say it.
I'm like I've had prayers answered so obviously that I know it's prayer answered.
That's adorable that you think you've had
Yeah.
prayer answered. What about the 3 million children that are dying of starvation?
I don't know.
See,
So,
because
so,
God
like,
answered my prayer is not an answer for why he doesn't answer all of the people's prayers, especially for instances where he says he'll take care of you.
well, if us Christians were actually doing what we were called to do and spread the gospel, then it would probably be a little better as far
Did
as that
Jesus
goes.
know that Christians wouldn't do it?
Naturally, yes.
Okay. Do you think that in Christian communities there aren't children starving?
I'm sure that they still have some issues. Yeah.
Haiti is like 97% Christian. Do you think there's starving children in Haiti?
Probably. I
Yeah,
imagine
of
so.
course. Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't really matter if you've spread the gospel or not. The spread of the gospel is in no
Well,
way
the gospel is just the start. Like,
the spread of the gospel is in no way correlated to the starving children of the world.
Okay, so I mean I can tell you, something that happened recently.
It
So
wouldn't
this
matter. So
well, you're saying
it
prayers.
doesn't matter what prayer you think God answered for you. It'll never be enough to answer for why he doesn't answer prayer for everybody, because he says that he will. He says, where 2 or more are gathered in my name, I am there. He says, ask for anything in my name and it'll be granted for you. He says, don't even worry about what you eat or what you drink, although he did instruct you to pray for your daily bread. And then he doesn't give that shit to you. So it doesn't matter to me if you think he answered your prayer. The vast majority of humanity is not getting their prayers answered. Are you special?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just an unworthy servant doing his duty, but
Sure.
I mean
So,
that's
I think we've discovered one thing in the Bible that certainly isn't true. That when you pray for your daily bread, it won't be given to you, even though Jesus says that it will be given to you. But what do you think about, have you read Jeremiah before?
yeah.
Yeah. In Jeremiah 7, there's a very curious verse. You might have seen it before. It says, oh, well, I don't know
What's
why. All right,
What'd you say?
Jeremiah
Sorry.
7. I didn't say anything yet. I'm putting the verse on the screen. Jeremiah 7:22 says, referring to the Israelites, says, for in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. What? How could that be true?
What's that? Sorry. Okay, add your burn off. What's your point in this?
My point is, it's a bald-faced lie. Literally, the first thing they did within the 24-hour period that he brought them out of Egypt, he told them about offerings and sacrifices. In fact, that's what the whole Passover celebration when they left Egypt is celebrated using the sacrificial lamb. I mean,
So
Jeremiah's the goof.
So you take the whole Bible, and I get that because I believe the whole Bible is essentially true, yes. But
is this part true?
Well, like I believe it, yeah. But like when I first accepted Jesus, I didn't believe the whole Bible.
Well, it can't be true because it's a false statement. The statement that in the day that he brought the ancestors out of Egypt, he didn't speak to them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices is simply not the case. Exodus 12 very adequately describes the day they left, 24-hour period they left, and the sacrifices that they made.
My suggestion for these things that you see as an issue, find things that you agree with and build up from there.
No, I've already read all the Bible. I don't need to find parts that I agree with. The Bible is just simply not true in many cases. Like it says, first of all, it says things that aren't true, which is the first problem. Like when Jeremiah talks about the Exodus and says he didn't command them concerning sacrifices, it's just a lie. Jeremiah either is lying or he's never read the Hebrew Bible, he's never read Exodus, which certainly could be the
If
case. That
if
certainly
that were
could be the case that Jeremiah had never heard about his own history. But that's weird because he's speaking for God. If he's speaking for God, God should at least know his own history.
okay, if that would be a lie, or you can find some lies in the Bible, or many, according
A lot.
to your understanding,
No, according
does
to the words.
that mean that you can't be saved based on what's
Oh,
written
it's
in the
it's
Bible?
irrelevant about salvation. Like Jesus would have to be the Messiah before I give a shit about getting saved.
Exactly. So
How's
that would
he
be
going to save me from anything if he's not even the Messiah?
yeah. If you don't believe in the gospel, the death, burial, and resurrection, yeah, you wouldn't be able to be saved according to
Well,
the
I don't care
you
to
know.
be saved because I don't believe he's the Messiah. Why would anyone
Okay.
believe that this sky carcass is the Messiah when he didn't fulfill any of the messianic expectations?
Well, God graced me with salvation before I even believed the whole Bible, and
Will, no one
so
cares.
I
We're not
believe in the
asking you
gospel.
about that. I'm not asking you about your personal journey. I'm saying, why would I believe that Jesus can save me when he didn't even fulfill the messianic prophecies?
Yeah, I've seen a few of your deals, like how you'll look at prophecy as just words for those people at a specific time, which were, but they were also
They
prophecies
were.
about
No, they weren't. There weren't dual meanings. Dual meanings are copes.
how
Dual
are
meaning,
prophecies.
because dual meaning prophecies are useless. I could make them about me. In fact, I've got a whole list of prophecies from the Bible that are about me as long as I get to ignore the original context. Do you think
Yeah,
that context matters, Will?
absolutely.
Oh, then how come they don't matter for any of Jesus's prophecies?
Because the whole idea of the prophecies, of the messianic prophecies, which some of the prophecies the Jewish people would have understood as messianic prophecies, the true plan of God was hidden, and that's why Jesus was like, thank
Why
you,
would I
Lord,
believe
thank you.
that, Will? Why would I believe that rather than fulfilling the prophecies, he actually hid it from his own people and then made it a secret? And you don't know it unless they give you the secret knowledge, which is crazy because in Amos, what does he say? In Amos 3, he says, I don't do anything before
Without
revealing it.
talking to my prophets, yes. Without
Okay,
saying
so there are no secrets. In fact, it says,
so.
surely
Yeah,
the Lord God does nothing without revealing his secrets to his servants, the prophets. So he doesn't do
yeah.
it, and he reveals it through his prophets, and they're not hidden meanings. They're not
Well,
like this thing where you have to go into the prophecy and say, actually, none of these words mean what the words mean.
they were absolutely like hidden in
No,
Psalms
they weren't.
and Isaiah.
No, they weren't.
Absolutely.
Psalms aren't prophecies. No, they were not.
I mean, you can believe that, but like
That's a
that's
cope
up to you.
for Jesus not actually fulfilling a single prophecy. Let me ask you a question that I think you already know the answer to. How many prophecies did Jesus fulfill in the original context in which the prophecy was given? How many?
So I wouldn't know the number. I know that what they say is he fulfilled 300 plus, but
It's zero.
I understand
He fulfilled zero prophecies in the original context in which they were given.
Well, like Daniel 9, for example, is an amazing one. Like
Daniel 9 has nothing to do with Jesus, that's for sure. You sure this is where you want to go, Daniel 9?
Well, yeah, the Holy Spirit just guided me to
boy.
this, and it was amazing. Like,
Well, I think
so it says
the Holy Spirit led you astray. So let's do some background on Daniel 9, since I'm sure you've never read the entire chapter. So
yes, of course
in the
I have.
beginning of the chapter, we learn that Daniel, the supposed Daniel, is reading what? What's he reading?
I can't remember right off the bat. Let's see.
He's reading Jeremiah. And why is he doing this?
I don't know right off the bat. I was just going to make my point about the prophecy that was in.
Well, I'm going to stop you because the context is important. So he's reading the prophecy of Jeremiah that must be fulfilled for the time of the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. And he's like, oh, interesting. We were supposed to be devastated for 70 years, and then we were supposed to be completely restored. what gives? Well, he tells you, if you just keep reading a little bit, he says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, has been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. So that is in Leviticus 16 and Deuteronomy 28, where God says, after I punish you, if you don't turn back to me, then I will inflict a punishment on you sevenfold. I'll multiply your punishments by 7. So that's where we get this whole idea of 70 times 7, right? So when we hear the 70 times 7 later on in the chapter, what we're supposed to be asking ourselves is, what is this 490 years representing? And it's representing the destruction of Jerusalem, is it not?
So when I was reading about it and I saw 7 times 7 and 7 times 62, basically indicating when the Messiah will come.
Will,
I looked
we're
how
going to
many
answer my
years-
question.
I looked how many years were between.
Will, are you going to answer my question? I know you have a script, but it's not going to work here.
In a second.
So,
in a second,
what's the answer to my question?
You were asking if it had to do with the destruction of the temple. And
I'm asking you, what does the 490 years relate to according to the text so far?
I'm not sure that 490 years. I know the 7 times 7 and 7 times 62 had to do with when the Messiah would come.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So it says that it is according to the prophet Jeremiah, the time for the devastation of Jerusalem. So what he's saying is that our people are going to be, we'll say, punished for 490 years. That's what he's saying. It's not 70 years like Jeremiah said. It's 490 years. Now, when did the punishment of Israel begin?
I don't know, but if you look up,
it was around 605 BCE, and Jeremiah predicted in 605 that it would be 70 years, which means the beginning of their devastation, 605, the ending of their devastation is in about 115, which means you're nowhere close to Jesus.
You are 7 times 7 and 7 times 62 equals 486 or 83 years.
490. So we'll try this again. So
okay.
If the time of their destruction is from 605, that's when their destruction began. That's when their punishment began. What's 490 years? What's 490 years later?
The Holy Spirit.
What's 490 years later?
And is when Jesus comes, right?
No, 490 years is 115 BCE, which means the 490 years needed to be over 100 years before Jesus came.
Look up how many years between Daniel and Jesus. It will be 483 years exactly, 7 times 7.
Well, that certainly isn't the case. Daniel theoretically lived way before the period you think he lived.
And the Holy Spirit put it on my heart to look that up.
The Holy Spirit lied to you then. So when did Daniel theoretically live?
It was perfect.
When did Daniel? It certainly wasn't. When did Daniel theoretically live, Will?
It must have been about 490 BC.
No, it wasn't. When was he in exile in Babylon? Have you actually read all of Daniel?
Yes, I've read the whole Bible.
Okay. And when was he in exile in Babylon?
I can't remember all the story, but I assume so, right?
It's chapter 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was in exile during the Babylonian conquest. Probably ended up in exile as early as 605 BCE. So that means he lived 600 years before Jesus, possibly 500 years before Jesus, depending on how you want to do your math. At the beginning, that wouldn't be, because that wouldn't be the case, because he's already grown when he writes chapter 9. So he's writing in the first year of Darius. When is the first year of Darius? When is that?
I don't know.
It's about 522.
All right. Awesome.
Okay, so what's 522 subtract 490?
Let's see. That would be what, 32?
Yeah. You're still three decades off of Jesus. So nothing about this chapter will ever get you to Jesus, because this is 490 years of the destruction of Jerusalem. And the other problem is that I don't know what Bible you're reading, but you're reading the wrong Bible, because it doesn't say the Messiah in chapter 9. It says 70 weeks are decreed for your people
The
and your
Holy
holy
One to
city
come,
to
right?
finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, to anoint the most holy place, to know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. So the first anointed one comes after 7 weeks. Interesting. It doesn't say the Messiah. It says an anointed one, or a Messiah. So there's 2 Messiahs in this passage. The first one is Onias the third, or Joshua, sorry. Joshua was the high priest shortly after this theoretically was written. So in
the anointed,
522, they hadn't quite started building the temple yet. They started rebuilding the temple at about 520, and about 516 the temple was finished, and Joshua was the first high priest. The next anointed one is clearly Onias III, who was killed during the Antiochus crisis. It says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and its end will come with a flood, and the end shall be war. Desecrations are decreed. He shall make, keep in mind, you're supposed to know who he is. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. And in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. Every last word of chapter 9 is about the Antiochian crisis, when Antiochus went into the city, besieged the city, lit it on fire, desecrated the temple, sacrificed a pig on the altar, put a statue of Zeus in the temple, and then made a covenant with Jason after he killed Onias III, made a covenant with Jason, his half-brother, and basically ceased all of the Israelite sacrifices, revolted during the Maccabean revolt, and restored the sacrifices and offerings. This was written at the beginning or middle part of the Maccabean revolt, just like it was pretending to be prophecy. This has nothing to do with anything from Jesus's time period. This gets you nowhere close to Jesus's time period.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. This is just a scholarly consensus. Even like a rudimentary study Bible will tell you this. In fact, I'll open Daniel 9 in the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and I'll show you what scholars will actually tell you. So let's see here. Reference to the desolated sanctuary would have been particularly meaningful to those living during the Maccabean revolt. This is referring to the people living during the Maccabean revolt. That's what this is about. Where'd he go? You're right. You're right, Aaron. He's not listening.
1 second.
I think the Holy Spirit gave him a phone call.
That's what it was.
Sorry, I'm trying here. Yeah, I was looking up the strongest concordance in 24, which means the most holy one.
You mean the Strong's Concordance?
The most holy one. Yeah.
The Strong's Concordance isn't even a lexicon of the Hebrew language. Stop using it. So what you should be doing is using an actual Hebrew lexicon.
Well, that'd be awesome, but we do what we do.
So it's not the holy one; it's the holy place.
Yeah, the anointed one will be killed, appearing to have accomplished nothing, and a ruler.
Yeah, that's Onias III, the anointed one. Yeah, do you know that priests are anointed?
Well, yeah, I get that the kings were anointed and stuff. Yeah.
So priests and kings were all anointed, which means there's 2 anointed ones in this chapter. Both of them are priests. One of them is Joshua, the high priest, and one of them is Onias III, another high priest. Onias III was killed during the Antiochian crisis.
Yeah, it was 483 years was the years there. Gotcha. Yeah. Good deal. So what would be next here?
Well, it's up to you.
Gotcha. I mean, I have prayers answered, and I'm not anything special. Like I'm saying, I prayed
Back
for
to
a
prayers.
non-believer,
Back to prayers.
gave a little Jesus figure.
Yeah, that's adorable. We already addressed prayers. You sure you want to go back to prayers?
Well, yeah, and she comes in, and I used to work with her, and she's
No,
like,
that was a rhetorical question. No, you don't.
she
So,
puts the
so you
little
don't want to
Jesus on
go
her
to
chest.
prayers, William. What you want to do is go to an actual argument that would result in your God being real. Prayers will never be an answer for that, for all the reasons that I've already articulated. So it's adorable that you think God answered a prayer is somebody near to your life. It will never make Jesus the Messiah. It will never make the Bible true. It will never make God real.
I have tons of testimonies,
He can't
but
stop
I
himself.
could just pile them.
And no one cares.
And
No one cares about your
and-
testimony, Will. You know, people in other religions have prayer testimonies too. So your testimony is useless here, William.
I imagine it's probably the case. It seems like, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you have anything other than testimony?
Just start with what you agree on, and hopefully God will reveal Himself to you, because the Holy Spirit's
Yeah,
the
just
only one.
reiterate the stuff you said before that didn't work. Yeah, that's a good tactic.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add that you haven't already said?
So sure. In Luke 2:24 through 32, it has all of Jesus' ancestors, and before I believed the whole Bible was God's word, God put it on my heart to look up the Hebrew meanings of the names of the cities and the people, and it's additional wisdom in the Old Testament for all the stuff that most people would just skim over.
Luke is written in Greek, William.
Yeah. Oh, right. But the names of the ancestors of Jesus were Hebrew from Old Testament. So
most of
it's
them.
all the way back.
Most of them.
It's all the way. It's all
not
the
all
way
of
back
them.
to Adam.
Okay. Ruth is not a Hebrew name. She's a Moabite.
Yeah, I don't think Ruth is in Luke there as his ancestor. That might have been Matthew. But all of them are attributes of what Jesus represents. From Adam, which means earth or man. God created the earth or man. Next one up is like
no,
the appointed.
that's certainly not the case. You're trying to make a really dumb argument by Chuck Missler about Genesis chapter 5.
Evil spirits.
So
man.
the reason why I'm interrupting you is because it's a bad talking point. So what you want to do is go to Genesis chapter 5, where this argument originates from. So Chuck Missler popularized this bad argument using this list. You're about to go in the wrong order, and it doesn't work, because as it turns out, Chuck Missler didn't know Hebrew either. He was a goof. And so most of these Hebrew names, some of them have multiple meanings. Some of them have unclear meanings. Some of them he was just wrong on. So this is not a proof for Jesus being God. It's not a proof for the Bible being true. It's proof that somebody can go into a Bible, misuse a Hebrew lexicon, and come up with a really bad argument.
Cast out all evil spirits in Jesus' name. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, rebuke me in the name of Jesus. Oh God, I've been rebuked. Hey, what's the name Lamech mean?
Lamech.
I'll give you a hint. We don't know.
It means a strong youth.
Wrong again. So the exact meaning of the name Lamech, we don't know.
Okay.
If you look it up in like an actual concordance or lexicon, you're gonna find lots of stuff like uncertain, the meaning of the name.
Yeah, when I looked up all 44 names under the hunch that they're all attributes of what Jesus represents.
They're
like
certainly
the
not
only
attributes of what Jesus represents.
Okay, Matthias, gift of God. He's a listener. He's to increase. He's who prays. God is gracious. He's the pinnacle.
So not only does nobody care, it's also irrelevant, because most people had names that are consistent with their religion already. So if you read any ancient name list, what you'll find is most people have names that are theophoric in nature, like my God is mighty, or Baal saves, or that's why like even in the Hebrew Bible we find Canaanite theophoric names. Like in the book of Judges, we find theophoric names for the goddess Anath. The fact that people named their children giving theophoric names is not an argument for God being real. It's an argument for like you not understanding how theophoric names work.
But the beauty
All
of
right.
the names of the cities
Well,
and the
listen,
names of the people.
you don't actually have an argument here. I was hoping you'd have an argument. This is not one of them. You want to try a better one?
Well, what I'm saying is, so Sodom and Gomorrah, all negative cities and people that attributed to Sodom and Gomorrah, and they have negative
There's
meanings to their
literally
names.
no evidence whatsoever that Sodom and Gomorrah ever existed. In fact, the meaning of
That's not
those
what I'm
city
saying.
names would suggest that they're fictional.
In the Old Testament, the people that led up to Sodom and Gomorrah, their names are negative meaning. They're additional wisdom, and God put it on my heart to look up.
That's certainly not the case.
Yes, it is. One means forsaken, for example.
No,
and
it certainly
different
isn't the
things like
case
that.
that everybody in the early chapters of Genesis have names that are negative towards God. That's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that. Don't twist my words around,
That's
please,
literally
sir.
what you said. You said they're
Please.
negative names.
Yeah. That led up to Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes, I'm not talking about everybody. No, I'm saying
Name
the
one
people that ended
person.
up.
Name one person in Sodom and Gomorrah other than Lot.
Lot means like hidden, so that's not one of them because he was righteous. So let's see.
Wait, he was righteous even after he offered his virgin daughters?
Well, whatever it was hidden.
Do you think that's
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 what it means.
righteous? To offer
There's
your
one that
virgin
means-
daughters to a mob?
Like Egypt was tribulation.
Do you think that it's righteous to offer your virgin daughters to a mob, William?
No.
Oh, you don't. So he
Yeah.
wasn't righteous then.
I'm not saying that because
we'll try this again, William. So what I asked you was he righteous for offering his daughters as virgins to the mobs? You said no.
No, but that doesn't
Okay, so-
discount him off from salvation because
I didn't say anything
before-
about salvation, William. I said righteous.
if
Righteous
he's
is
righteous,
nothing to do with salvation. Well, I mean, it kind of does.
Yeah, it
Righteous
does.
has to do with your standing, like whether or not you
Yes.
you as a character are upright.
means right with God biblically.
Well, not really, but it just means upright.
That's why they rescued Lot from Sodom and stuff. So because he was righteous. So
He certainly didn't behave like a righteous person. He offered his virgin
Right.
daughters as bait to the crowd, and then he slept with both of them.
we do not act
What did
righteous
Lot do that
before
was
we-
righteous? Name one single thing that Lot did in the Bible that was righteous.
I don't know. I'm guessing believe in God.
That's it?
That
So
you know,
just believing that God was going to destroy a city makes him righteous?
it was all about faith in the Old Testament and the New. So,
I'm sure it was.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So negative meanings of the names of the cities and the names of the people leading up
You
to
don't-
Sodom and Gomorrah. which
So
means
again, that's not
corruption
the
and lots of
case.
corruption.
That's not the case.
But all of Jesus's ancestors
Where
are positive and
where did
attributes of
Yahweh
Jesus
where did
represents.
Yahweh show up to Abraham?
You can check out my pen video that has all of them. But
No
yeah.
one's doing that.
What's
Where
that?
did Yahweh show up to Abraham in Genesis 18?
Do you think I'm trying to convince you, sir?
Yeah, no
that-
free clout, William. My audience already knows the Bible better than you. You're not doing any help here by trying to get free clout. So, where did Abraham has his visitation with Yahweh? Where was it?
I can't remember, so I don't.
But you just said all the city names are negative. What's negative
No,
about this?
I did
where he
not.
lived?
You freaking
Put
liar.
a 1 in the comments if you heard him say all the people and city names leading up to Sodom and Gomorrah are negative. I heard it.
All
Did
the
you hear it,
atheists say
Joyful?
yes.
Did you hear it?
All
That
the
is
atheists, go
literally-
ahead and put a 1 in the
Will-
chat.
Well, lying is against Jesus. Don't lie, okay?
I said the names of the cities and the names of the people leading up to Sodom and Gomorrah were negative.
That's what I just said. You
100%
said.
But not all the cities before Sodom and Gomorrah that were not having to do with Sodom and Gomorrah.
What does
were
leading
negative.
up to Sodom and Gomorrah even mean? What do you mean by that
Like that-
phrase? It's like you don't
What
even
I
know what
mean-
words mean.
Like up to the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The
Okay,
people that were in the
and
city-
where did God announce that He's destroying Sodom and Gomorrah?
I don't know. Was it Bethel? It means house
No,
of God. don't know.
no.
I don't know right off the bat, but I don't have to know the whole Bible to be saved, or nor to believe the whole Bible, for example. It's the
No one
beauty
cares.
of God.
The endless preaching is wild. I'll never understand why Christians think that preaching is going to work here.
God's word doesn't come back void. So I know
It certainly does. In fact,
absolutely.
we've demonstrated that it does come back void because he's allowing 3 million children to die every year.
Again, I'm not trying to convince you, sir. I'm trying to convince
Well,
the people that are actually
you're
looking
certainly
for
not going
answers.
to convince anybody in my chat. So again,
Right. It's only the
where
Holy
did
Spirit that opens
Yahweh
the mind.
announce, in fact, that he's going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Where?
Go ahead and tell me. I've read.
It was
I'm
at
an
the
English
Oaks
reader.
of Mamre. What's the Hebrew word of meaning of Mamre?
I
I'll
don't
give
know.
you a hint. It's not boobies.
Okay. What is it?
It means strength or vigor.
Yeah. So you're saying he
So
did
is that
what?
negative? Is that a negative city name?
Well, no. Anything having to do with Abraham is going to be positive.
It has nothing to do with
Because
Abraham.
right.
He announced to Abraham at Mamre that he's destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. So what
Right,
city?
from a
Name
place-
one
from a
city
place of-
leading up to the
dude.
Sodom narrative that has a negative place name. Name one.
From a place of strength, right?
Name
He
one.
told him. I'd have to look real quick. 1 second.
I love it when they use arguments they have no idea.
Yeah, he seems to be like very susceptible to just bullshit. Basically all he's done is ramble, and there's been no like coherent thought to this whole theory. It's just random
None.
cities. Like how he has no clear definition for what leading up to Sodom means.
Like Damascus means heap of ruins, for example.
Damascus?
means heap of ruins.
Is that so? Yeah, and where can I find Damascus in the Sodom narrative?
Yeah, like I said, it's just random cities that have negative names.
It's in chapter 14.
Chapter 14 has nothing
which
to
may
do
be
with the
after-
destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. This is when
That's not what
Abraham
I'm saying,
battles
man.
with the
You
kings of the
misunderstand what the heck I'm
Nephilim.
saying.
Damascus is literally on the
Mhm.
opposite side of the Levant from Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah theoretically are down by the Dead Sea. Nowhere near Damascus. Damascus is not related
Right.
to Sodom whatsoever.
Right.
So
I-
it's crazy that
I
you
know
want to count Damascus, a random city from chapter 14, which, by the way, is another one of my favorite anachronisms, because it says in the same chapter that Abraham chased the men as far as the tribe of Dan. Do you know where the tribe, like when the tribe of Dan became a thing?
I'm sure he does.
Tribe of Dan, not right off the bat. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's a tribe of the Israelites. Where does he keep going?
I'm just checking. Like the city of Nod, for example, had to do.
We're not talking about Nod. We're talking about verse 14.
It means
Genesis
exile,
14:14
which
says
is negative, sir.
We're not in that passage. We're in 14 still. I asked you, when did Dan become a tribe?
I don't know. You can
Not until
enlighten
after
me.
the Israelites had settled the land. In fact, it was like in the mid part of their settlement, because they initially tried to put the tribe of Dan down by the Philistines and it didn't work. So they moved it all the way north, right next to Damascus. And so, no, certainly Abraham did not chase the men he was fighting with all the way up to where the tribe of Dan was, because the tribe of Dan didn't exist for at least another 600 years. But the Bible's true.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely did not believe, like, at first that the Bible is true. I thought the Old Testament God was.
Okay. No one cares about your preaching. I could be wrong. Maybe someone cares about your preaching. I don't care about your life story. I don't care about your personal experience, and I don't care about your preaching. I want to hear evidence.
I think I was on the brink of speaking in tongues, though. He had me going there for a minute. The Holy Spirit
I
was
don't
starting
blame
to
you.
get to me.
Yeah, he was
Well,
a wreck.
I've got to go, but have a great night, man. Love you.
Good to see you, buddy. Love you. Guys, make sure you're following JA Debates. When are you going live next?
I'll be live tomorrow, but you're live during that time. Thursday.
Okay.
Check out for
Oh,
me
yeah.
Thursday.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
Love you, buddy.
Thank you.
WJA Debates. Salty Toad, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Huge W says, anytime I hear someone defending prayer with, it worked for me, though, all I hear is God gives to me and not to thee. That's 100%. Every time someone says God is real because he answered my prayer, what they're saying is, I'm special. These children at St. Jude, not special. Haitian children dying of starvation, not special. African children dying of starvation, not special. Me, though, I am special. Yoni, thank you for the 2500 ARS. Says, hey, Justin, rock hard for Doug. I'm a former Catholic. Well, congratulations for deconverting. When I was a believer, thought sin was a big issue for me. Do you think that any of the callers have problems admitting to the obvious because they think they're being watched by the angry man above? Maybe. So, like, I think there's a lot of Christians that struggle with sin, and they feel like it makes them feel dirty. They were told that I'm a horrible person because I sin, and then they have this feeling like, well, because I'm so horrible, God couldn't love me, so obviously I need to be tortured for all of eternity. And so that, they lump their feelings into this whole dialogue about why Jesus has to die for your sins. Well, because God's pissed. Lord says, Christian music, you're not making Christianity better. You're making rock and roll worse. Hank Hill, 100%. Classic line from Hank Hill. And to be fair, not much Christian music has ever really contributed to the catalog of music. I mean, maybe the Hallelujah chorus is something that'll never get forgotten. T-Matt says, was there really an empty tomb? What do most scholars think? If it was made up, why? So the reality is scholars don't have a consensus on whether or not they think Jesus was even placed in a tomb. That's something that you would find a divide. Like Christian adherent scholars would say, maybe. Atheist scholars would obviously say, no, we have no evidence that he was ever placed in a tomb, much less that there was an empty tomb. We could make a case that he was placed in a tomb. Certainly no case for an empty one. Good question says, imagine a maniac. Sure, the end is days away. Then Jesus' words make sense. Avoid sinning by forgiving everyone, being poor, spreading the word. I got to read that again. Imagine a maniac. Okay, that's Jesus. Sure, the end is days away. Okay. Then Jesus' words. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So Jesus' words make sense once you realize that it's an apocalyptic death cult. And that was the case. Jesus' movement was an apocalyptic end times death cult that failed. Luke says, it's funny how many conspiracy theorists God sends to people to worship him. I know. Listen, there's been studies. There's a big crossover between people who fall for conspiracy theories and people who are in a religion. And Steve says, is it true that the horizontal feed can't get it up? Oh, fuck. All I can say is that they're not as erect. I would say that. And Trent says, and the Lord said, Justin, you don't believe because you can't see me. Rock hard for sharing. Well, thank you for that, Trent. And I mean that's part of it, right? I would say. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats. Dark says, weak, pathetic men like Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob all ever do is attack your position. They never defend theirs and yet still claim victory. For fuck's sake, yes, that's the case. They'll claim victory having not defended their argument at all. Ever. And Steven says, Justin, I've been rock hard for Doug for over 4 hours. Should I see a doctor? It's okay. If you're rock hard because you took Viagra for over 4 hours, then you should see a doctor. But for Doug, never. Continually rock hard. And last super chat from our friend Adam. Good to see you, friend. Says fave and least fave Thanksgiving sides. Favorite might be stuffing. Least favorite might be the brown gravy. Don't need it. Not interested in brown gravy all that much. It says Kraken and Dr. Pepper Zero mighty get frisky and throw it in some root beer zero. Ooh, I could go for that. Rock hard for like hoping for a prophecy cooking. Well, we're gonna get one. We will get one. But yes, mix some Kraken, not Kraken Gold. Mix some regular Kraken with some Dr. Pepper Zero. You won't regret it. Or any other of the Dr. Pepper brands would work. All right, we're gonna grab Jeff and then I think Alfie in that order. Alfie is on the YouTube queue. Jeff was the first in line on the TikTok queue, and we'll keep things rolling. Maybe Jeff will connect. We'll see. Have a little trouble. Maybe. We'll give him a second. Maybe we'll connect. Maybe he won't. Okay. Well, sorry, Jeff. Hey, friend, we tried. Jeff, we tried. You didn't even have a PFP, so was a long shot. Let's grab. It looks like Alfie or Allie. The text on my screen is too small to make it out. I'll know once I get them on the big screen. Looks like Alfie. Alfie, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There's a lot of background noise, though. I don't know what's going on over there, but some.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would say I'm like a theist, sure.
Sure. You didn't sound very confident in that. Are you actually atheist?
Well, I would say like I'm a Christian. I go along with all of it, and I don't see a lot of evidence for the existence of God, if that makes any sense.
So, well, what do you believe?
Well, I thought maybe I'd first start off with a kind of a joke. I mean, this is your sustenance, right? What you're doing right now.
Oh boy.
The whole point.
All right, we're not going to do that. All right, let's bring in Spirit of Hijabi, and hopefully we'll get a productive conversation. How you doing, Spirit?
Hello. I'm doing fine. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The Islamic God, Allah.
Sure. And what is the best evidence or argument for the Islamic God being real?
In two cases, like God in itself, for me, it's just that it makes the most like logical sense when I look at like how humans procreate, how plants grow, the life and death cycle, how we're here creating all this infrastructure and stuff. Just the idea of God makes the most logical sense to me. But when it comes to the Islamic God, mostly because it has a lot of truth in there, it's very logical, and I don't see any inconsistencies and stuff. Like I'm born and raised.
Have you read
in
the Quran?
Yes, I was born and raised in the church, so like just seeing that consistent, clear cut like answers that I was looking for. That's why
Let me
I
ask
believe.
you a couple questions about the Quran.
Yeah,
How many levels of heaven are there, or levels of
It's-
the heavens?
I believe it's either 7 or 8.
Yeah, and the lowest level is probably the one closest to the earth, right?
I believe so.
Sure. In the Quran, it says that the stars are in the lowest heavens and that
Mhm.
they are propelled towards the earth to kill demons. You think that's
Mhm.
consistent with reality?
I wouldn't take it as like, of course, stars are not just shooting out, like hitting the ground or anything like that. It's pretty obvious. In this, I feel like it's in the sense that stars just alight. Also, wait, hold on. When it comes to different like explanation for the stars and stuff, they're also seen as like lamps of light, kind of shining down. And I'm thinking it's just like something, I don't know, kind of, I would say, I don't know how to explain that,
Do
but
you think
like,
that the light from distant stars are illuminating our planet?
no, it's from the sun. But I
Okay.
would say I don't know enough Arabic to be able to like depict each one, because the Arabic language is way bigger than the English language, and there's specific words for each word that is actually there. That's why many like Muslims does not consider English translation the actual Quran, because it's only so much it can translate.
Well, today is your lucky day because I've got a friend who actually can speak Arabic. His name is
Mhm.
Ems. How you doing, Ems?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, I can't complain.
I randomly got like 20 notifications of shared lives to your stream.
Yeah, the M's light went on, an actual real light. So we're talking about Surah Al-Mulk, where it talks about the stars being lamps that get turned into missiles to kill devils. Is there something in the Arabic we should know about here, or is the English translation pretty
No,
much?
it literally says that. And if you open up there's also an accompanying hadith of it in which it says that, I'm trying to remember the wording of it, but the Prophet pretty much does say that what happens is that the jinn or the demons on earth, they go into the upper atmosphere to try to eavesdrop on the angels who are like doing the bidding of God. So the angels then send at them stars. They throw the stars at them to like push them back onto the earth.
If anything, I would just say we're not the only realm. I believe in the spiritual realm.
Sure, but are stars within our realm?
Say that again.
Are stars within our realm?
What do you mean?
Stars are physical. They're within the physical realm. So we have an instance of something within the physical realm, which is stars, being or interacting with the non-physical realm of demons. So you would be able to see that. You'd be able to see the stars being thrown at the demons, even if you can't see the
in the
demon.
non-physical realm, how would you be able to see that when we're not in the non-physical realm?
Because we can see the stars.
What?
You can see the stars. The stars are physical.
Are you saying stars?
The stars are physical. S-T-A-R. Stars. S-T-A-R-S.
Stars. Yes, we can see the stars, but what they're saying is that they're seeing that they're creating missiles to keep jinn or whatever in check. They're in a whole different
realm. It says that we have made the stars missiles. We've made the stars missiles. So the stars themselves are missiles. So if you can see the stars, then you would see them act as missiles.
Can we see the demons and jinn? Yes or no?
No, you can't.
Okay, then why would we be able to see the things that are like?
You would see the star. You would see the star because the star is physical.
The lowest levels of heavens with stars like lamps. We're not in the lowest level of heaven.
No, we are. We are. No.
We're on Earth. We're
the
not
universe.
in heaven.
Yeah. As-Samai Dunya, where the lowest heaven is the universe.
What?
The lowest heaven is the universe.
Says who?
It says the actual wording of the Arabic. It says As-Samai Dunya, which is the earthly heaven.
How's that the case when we're in the medium?
How many levels?
Like nothing's good. If we're in heaven,
do you mind if I ask?
We don't get to heaven.
Sure. Do you mind if I ask? Did you recently join Islam?
Over 2 years ago, but I've been learning about it more than that.
Did you read the Quran?
Yes.
Did you read the part about the separation of the seven heavens?
Yeah.
And what was the lowest level of the heavens?
Probably one. The first one.
The earthly heaven. The one that encompasses everything in the sky. The one that has the stars and the moon and the sun.
Okay.
Well, in Arabic, the word that is used in Arabic is sky. So the seven skies. But skies are, like when it says sky, it is usually understood as heaven. So the seven skies, the lowest of which is the earthly sky.
I've never heard of that from any scholar, but I'd rather talk about something else because I don't know much about that. That's not something I don't look at that to say my God is real, because saying that I don't know something about the sky is why God is imaginary. That's not something I believe in. But I would say I follow my God because it just makes the most sense. Like God in itself just makes the most sense when I look at reality, but also kind of looking at, let's say, for reference, certain revelations that could only be known by the all-knowing, like a attribute of God. Like
there we go. This is the miracles of the Quran.
And this is Justin. I think this is like the whole things that couldn't have been known is my prophecies. It's like the Justin prophecies to him.
What?
It's not a single one. The same exact line you say. Not a single one exists. But go ahead.
You're welcome to try, though.
Go ahead.
I said you're welcome to try.
In Surah 86, 5-7, it says, "Let the man consider what he has created from. He is created from a squirting fluid emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. The ribs and the spine are connected to the function of sex organs through a spinal cord roll, in controlling ejaculation and embryological origin of the reproductive
That would be nice, but that is not what the Arabic is saying.
I'm not finished talking.
Sure, go ahead.
Reproductive organs, so like kind of where the baby is. Also, when we
That
look
is not what
at
it says.
so
That
you're
is literally
telling
just
me
what it
that
says.
let the man consider what is created, what it was created from. He is created from a spurting fluid and rigid between the backbone and the ribs, and this is referring to anatomy that around that time was not a
It is
thing.
talking about anatomy. It was a thing.
Yeah, Beer, I just
Anatomy
want
was a
to
thing.
help you out a little bit before you get too deep on this. Ems also happens to be a medical doctor, so he is going to know the anatomy pretty well.
Okay, that's fine. Then he should know what I'm saying is true.
Go
Sure,
ahead.
what you're saying
Give
is
it your best shot.
Okay, around
what you're
these-
saying would be true. Again, what you just said would be true if this was referring to nerve connections, but it is not. The grammar
I'm not
necessitates.
talking about just nerves. It's about certain glands and vesicles.
Sure,
and
give me
stuff
the
like that.
gland. Give
All
me the
right,
gland
so
that is
the
between the
seminal
backbone and the ribs.
vesicles and the prostate gland are accessory glands of the male reproductive system that both contribute to the fluid
The
of the
production of
semen
semen.
and have distinct roles in what's it called, creating babies. But anyways, let me see because
Where are they located?
Yeah,
near the what's it called? Near the pelvic thing, but before your balls drop and stuff like that.
Near the
Before
pelvic
they
vein?
descend, they lie between the rib and the.
Wait. Near the pelvic vein.
You said what?
You said near the pelvic vein.
Yes, when they descend.
What is the pelvic vein?
The pelvic bones. Sorry.
The pelvic bones. And where specifically are they?
Say that again.
And where are they? There is a very vague description of where they are.
Where's what?
For example, where is the prostate?
Prostate. It's near your ass.
Sure. So
I said prostate glands. I wasn't talking about like the actual.
You would say this.
Say that again.
The glands are within the prostate. The prostate glands are within the prostate. Or inside of the prostate.
Initially,
where would the
what I'm talking about
vesicles
is
be?
like the spinal cord, which runs through the spine, acts as a control center for ejaculation, and the reproductive organs such as
Sure,
the
but that is not what this is talking about.
ovaries.
This is not what the Arabic is talking about.
Initially forms
This is
in
not
the
what the Arabic is talking
abdominal
about.
region between the spine
She's
and the
like,
ribs. Before
but please
descending
just
to
let
the
me
final
read this
position.
bad
Distinctly wrong,
apologetic article.
That's what I'm saying.
not what
It's
the Arabic
talking
is
about
talking about.
it's talking about where we're created from. This line of the Quran is talking about where we're created from. Correct?
And it says that the thing we've been created from is the liquid. And where is this liquid
Exactly.
coming from? The liquid is coming from
It's
between the
coming
backbone
from
and the ribs.
semen and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about.
In verse 7 it says, stemming from between the backbone and the ribs, or a better translation would be leaving from between the backbone and the ribs. So what is the thing that is leaving from between the backbone and the ribs?
What do you mean?
It's certainly not
what is
the
the thing that
seminal
is leaving?
vesicles.
It's
thing
talking
that is
about the
leaving
things
between-
that help produce.
That is not what it is talking about. We have an action, a verb, and a thing that does the action of the verb, which is basic Arabic grammar. So the verb is the khuruj, or the leaving. So there's a thing that is doing the action of leaving. It has to be mentioned within the context of the verse. So the thing that is doing the action of leaving, it has to be either the human himself or the liquid. It cannot be anything else.
What? What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry. I'm not understanding what he's saying because his accent's a little thick.
Okay, so when it says يخرج, the word in Arabic, that is a verb.
Yeah.
And verbs have an action doer, a person that does the action of the verb. So when it says leaves from between the backbone and the ribs, it is referring to something that is leaving from between the backbone and the ribs. Now, what is the thing that is leaving? It has to be something within the context. So it has to be referring to either verse number 5 when it says, let man then consider what he was made from, or it is referring to verse 6 when it says, made from a liquid flowing down, or made from a spurting liquid. So,
are you saying that?
So it is referring to this or that. So it is either referring grammatically to the baby, leaving from between the backbone and the ribs, or it is referring to the liquid.
So you're saying it's either talking about the like production of like babies growing or semen? Is that what you're saying? It's either one or
It cannot be talking about the backbone. It cannot like the nerves within the backbone. It cannot be talking about, for example, what else did you say? The embryological version of the testes and the ovaries. It cannot be talking about that because then it would be referencing an action to it that is not mentioned within the context.
What do you mean? Like
for example, if I say, John loves to play in the park. He's so funny. So who's the person that is funny? I can't hear you when you're off the app. The spirit.
hello, can you hear me now?
Yes. So my example was, if I say John plays in the background or in the playground, he is so funny. The funny is attributed to who?
The fun to John?
Yes. Could I go ahead and say, no, actually, the funny is attributed to my dog Parker?
Why would you do that?
Exactly. So when the verse tells you, يخرج من الصلب والتراب, it is talking about a specific subject, which is the liquid. And then it mentions an attribute or an action of this liquid, the leaving from between the backbone and the ribs. Then you would attribute the leaving to the liquid. You would not attribute the leaving to the embryonic organs.
I'm just talking about what's around there and what it like attributes to. The ribs and the spines are connected to the function of sex organs through the spinal cord
The ribs.
rolls.
Wait, how are the ribs? How are the ribs? Sure.
Huh?
How are the ribs? Yeah. How are the ribs connected?
It's just where it is. It's just connected to the function through the spinal cord roll and controlling ejaculation in the.
Sure, the spinal cord does control the ejaculation.
They're just connected. That's why they're saying between the ribs and the backbone, because in that area, that's where the testes and ovaries initially are before they descend.
Except what it says. That ما بين الصلب والتراب is between the backbone and the ribs. It is referring again to the liquid. It is referring to the liquid, and not to the organs.
Ejaculation, it like produce some stuff or produced there. It's a part of it.
Not in embryo. Not when the fetus is developing. When the fetus is developing, it is not producing sexual fluid. So we wouldn't be talking about that.
Not in women.
What do you mean not in women?
Like it's saying something is coming out of you. When I'm saying the embryological origin, I don't mean that it's producing the embryo. I mean that is just an area where that function is coming into play. Like I'm not saying that's like where.
Except that is not what it says. It says the liquid is coming. Now we have no liquid in embryology.
Say that again.
It says that the liquid itself is the thing that is coming, but we do not have a liquid present in embryology.
Embryology.
There is no liquid that is going to be produced by the fetal testes.
I'm not really getting your point.
Justin, would you help me rephrase?
The liquid comes from the testes. The
You're
liquid
right.
the liquid is the object of the verb. So he's saying that the verb is acting upon the liquid, and the liquid comes from your testes. Now, your argument is that, well, before your testes descend, they're between your backbone and your ribs, which isn't true. They're not. They're in the lower part of your diaphragm, which is still well below your ribs. So even if you want to say, well, the fluid isn't the object of the verb, well, the apologetic for that is wrong as well. Your testes do not descend from your ribs.
I'm not saying it's coming from your ribs. I mean between the rib and the spine. Okay, then where are they? They're coming from
They're coming from the lower part of your diaphragm, which is here. Here, your ribs are here,
and then come out, and it goes up.
Wait, Justin. The diaphragm is the lower end of the ribs.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still below the ribs.
That's where those are floating ribs right there, where you're putting
your testes. Your testes aren't here. Your testes are never at your ribs, ever.
Between the rib and the backbone.
They're never.
Could you put me on the screen?
To say what?
To show.
I don't know how to share on here.
I'm
No,
gonna be on the
not
screen.
you, not you.
Oh,
One second. I can. Oh, wrong screen. Let me make you big. You're big on TikTok, but then no one can see you on YouTube.
Just give me a second and.
If you send it to me on the Discord, I can put it on the screen.
Just a second. Okay, so
Mhm.
this is a net result loss of embryology. And this would be at 11 weeks.
All right, 1 second. Let me blow
The
you up.
fetus, the fetus already has a little dissension in his testes, which would be those. These are the kidneys.
Mhm.
The original beginning part or beginning place of the testes would be around here.
so
The
between
kidneys.
the ribs and backbone.
No. This is a diaphragm.
Okay.
This
And
is
where
the
the
host.
ribs are? Is it in front of it?
The diaphragm ends at the T12 area. So it would be below the thoracic vertebra, meaning the end of the ribs. And then it goes ahead and keeps on descending and descending until
I
it goes
get-
through the inguinal canal and then enters
Mhm.
the scrotum.
Right. So where you just
There-
wrote at, is the ribs in front of it or no?
He just
here,
said
no.
no.
In the front, where that blue circle is, you're telling me there's no ribs covering that area of the diaphragm or the chest.
The diaphragm is here.
So the ribs stop all the way from up there. The floating ribs
You
included.
have floating ribs? No. You'd have floating ribs from the back just going up here.
Okay.
But the problem is that the word taraib that is used in the Quran is referring to the upper ribs, specifically the area between the clavicle and your upper ribs, which would be way up here. Now again, the testes would continue descending all the way until they reach the scrotum at around 8 months.
Okay. I don't know, from like interpretations, they're mostly talking about the sexual fluids of both the man that's like emanating from the loins and backbone, and the women like coming from the chest, the ribs and chest are necessary for procreation.
The tafsir specifically says it is the mixture of fluids, the white, thick fluid of the man from his back, and the
But
woman's
is
yellow
not
and
these
delicate fluid.
functions important
It is
for
not talking about
procreation?
functions.
I'm
Sure.
not saying just functions, just like where they're coming from. Like, are they not like important for procreation?
Sure, they're important for procreation in the same way that, for example, your heart is important for procreation, or the health of your vessels is important for procreation, or your brain is important for procreation. It is no more important than any of these.
Say that last part again, sorry.
It is no more important than any of the other examples I gave.
As in
the brain, as in the heart,
the
as in
brain
the health.
has nothing to do with like having babies. Why would he even mention
Arteries.
that?
It does have everything to do with it.
The tafsir
I mean, in
says
the like direct
that the meaning of the passage is exactly what M says. It says he is created from a water gushing forth, meaning the sexual fluid that comes out bursting forth from the man and the woman, which means he's talking about the origin of the fluid. And the fluid's origin is, in your coin purse.
So is that correct?
No.
So the fluids mixing together doesn't make a baby?
No, the fluids mixing together makes a baby. We're asking, where does the men's spurting fluid come from? And it comes not from between your backbone and your ribs.
And also, they think that the fluid of the woman is yellow and thick and delicate. It's a delicate yellow fluid.
Where did they bring this up at?
The Prophet in Sahih Muslim says the water of the man is thick and white, and the water of the woman is yellow and delicate. And
I'm going off of the Quran.
You're a Quran only.
Not just I follow some hadiths like when it comes to Sunni stuff, but the main like source of knowledge should come from the Quran. If that's what we're debating.
I mean, I think that's fine.
You reject the. It's Islamically, it's not fine, but we can just skip to it.
I mean, if you're Quran only, there's still a lot of questions I would have, right? Which is let me
say. She's not Quran only.
Oh, I thought she said she was.
I don't know everything. I can admit that. Like I do not know everything. I'm still learning myself. But for me, I have this belief because this is what feels right to me. This is what makes most sense to me. That's like a big thing of faith, just having that. But also there's logical reasoning behind it where I feel like it just makes the most sense out of any religion. But like what questions do you have?
You just showed that it doesn't. You gave us a verse that is very obviously wrong.
What? The ribs and backbone stuff?
Yeah.
I see from the back, between the backbones and ribs, any organs in that area, I feel like it's the same thing.
Well, none of those organs
between the backbone and ribs, anything that's in that area.
Sure, nothing in that area produces sperm.
To say what?
And not a single thing within that area produces sperm.
Things in the spine that's controlling ejaculation, pushing it out your body and stuff like that. That's something to do with ejaculation.
It doesn't say pushing. It says created.
I'm not going to say not pushing, but it helps. It has a role in controlling ejaculation.
Sure, but that is not what is being said. Even if then, it says
the spinal cord, which runs through the spine, acts as a control center for ejaculation.
Well, the spinal cord isn't between the. Just so we're clear, when we're talking about locations, between the spinal cord and the ribs excludes both the ribs and the spinal cord. You can't be between the two of them if you are in fact one of them.
And also, ejaculation happens, I believe, in the lumbar vertebra, which would be below the ribs. That is number one. Number two, this is not what the verse is talking about for the fifth time. The verse is referring to a liquid leaving. So the liquid would have to have a place within the backbone and the ribs so that it could leave from. Okay. Now, what is this place?
That epididymis or some shit.
Huh?
Epididymis, like during ejaculation, sperm is expelled from the epididymis or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it.
The what?
Epididdymis.
I suck at reading things out without writing them. Could you just repeat that again?
Epididymis. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right.
I think you mean the epididymis.
Probably, yeah. I'm not good at.
Yeah, the epididymis is connected to the end of your testes. That is where the sperm cells mature. But what does that have to do with anything? It's in your scrotum.
I'm just going off what I know. For interpretations, most suggest that it refers to the location of the seminal vesicles.
The seminal vesicles are behind your bladder.
Which are situated in the pelvic region between the backbone and the ribs, and are major sources of seminal fluid.
No. Where? I think you know where your bladder is.
Where's the seminal vesicles?
I'll tell you. Can you visualize upon yourself where your bladder is? Now, behind the bladder is the seminal vesicles.
Okay.
Do you think that has anything to do with your ribs?
I'm not saying it has anything to do with my ribs. It's between the ribs.
How is it? How is an object behind your bladder between your ribs?
It's on behind, above the posterior. Okay.
In fact, here's a diagram from the interwebs. The seminal vesicles appear, as far as I can tell, to be nowhere between the ribs and the backbone.
I think we're just interpreting it in a different way. When I think between the ribs and backbone, I'm thinking anything that's between it, all organs between it.
Well, these aren't between it. The ribs are up here. They're off the graph.
You draw a circle around your body and you look into it. Well, is it not in that realm?
I've got a chart showing the body right now, and the ribs aren't even on the chart. They're above where the chart cuts off at. None of these organs are between. Nothing in these.
If I draw
nothing on this chart. Listen, I have a chart on the screen. Reference that. None of these organs are between the ribs and the backbone.
That's
Oof.
fine. You see it that way. I'm thinking of if I'm drawing a line straight, does it extend
This
past
is
the?
this is
Does it
a
extend past the
medical
spine, and does it
drawing.
extend
This
past
is
the
quite
ribs?
literally the wiki page for the seminal vesicles. This is the anatomical drawing of the human body. Do you see the ribs on here anywhere?
I'm seeing what you're saying. I'm not saying that it's
Do
like
you
if
see
I
ribs
pull up
on
my
it?
rib, it'll be there. That's not what I'm
Do you
saying.
see
I just
ribs
meant
on
in that
this?
region.
Do you have 30 ribs? Do you have extra ribs that this person on the
That's
drawing
not
doesn't
what I'm
have?
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so
Instead, just ask the other
unless
questions that
you're
you have about the religion.
so unless your ribs come all the way down to your waistline, these organs are not between your backbone and your rib.
Okay. Do you have any other questions about the religion? Like you feel like
I do.
defining questions.
I mean, I got a good question. So, do you think that morals are objective, or do you think that in fact they could be relative?
Relative in the sense of like outside of religion, when it comes to religion, or at least Islam, from my standpoint, are objective.
Okay, so they don't change in time.
When it comes to religion in the world, like society, yes, it changes every other decade.
No. I'm talking about in reality, not in our society. In reality, are morals objective?
Yes, they change. Yeah,
So then they're relative.
they're relative outside of religion.
No, I'm asking in reality, I'm not asking you what you think I believe. I'm asking you what you believe about the reality of morals. Are they objective and unchanging?
They're relative outside of
Oh,
religion.
I'm not asking you about outside of religion. So your
You talking
viewpoint
about
is
inside
a
religion
religious
because
viewpoint. I'm asking
okay,
you for your religious viewpoint, are morals relative or are they objective?
I would say objective when it has like for me the Quran and all this like what you're supposed to do and not do, they don't change. They stay the same.
That was my question. Okay, so then
Yeah.
is it okay to marry and divorce prepubescent girls?
No.
But in the Quran it says you can divorce them, which means you must be allowed to
You
marry
can
them.
divorce. You can get divorced as you please. You can get married as you please. But when you said prepubescent, that's one of the criteria you got to fit. Just about all of them, but one of the criteria you have to be like out of what's it called after puberty. You have to have the puberty.
Justin,
Well,
if you
that's
mind, just
certainly not the case.
okay,
What's that?
can we have her prove that?
Yeah, I don't
What do
think
you
she's gonna
mean?
be able to.
Can you prove that?
Prove that you have to
consent.
be past the age of menstruation. Yeah, right there.
Go ahead and show me.
Okay, I'll read it. It says, as for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not menstruated as well, as for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery. So if you haven't
Oh,
menstruated yet,
you're talking about people that are already married, like how they get divorced.
this is the waiting period for getting a divorce, because what they're
Yes,
doing
because
is
family ties
they
are
want to be
important.
able
That's
to
why that's there.
assign whose child goes to who in the case that somebody has a child during a divorce proceeding, right? So they're saying, listen, even if you're divorcing a girl who hasn't reached puberty yet, there's still a waiting period of 3 months. So that means you can
If
marry
you're
and
marrying,
divorce girls that are prepubescent, which makes a lot of
no,
sense
that's not how.
because
Where do you see
because
anything
the
about
prophet
marrying
did.
before one time, and it was meant. Also,
Justin, can
I've heard
you
this
do me a favor?
before.
Go to Quran X commentaries and then 65.4.
I'm also when you're looking at that, it's like one thing. He out of that one wife, all of his other wives were older than him.
No, there is a lie.
Two, well, they weren't that young.
He's
He
younger than
didn't
him.
just go around
Hafsa was
marrying
younger
her
than him.
kids.
Yeah, no, Hafsa was very young. Hafsa was like, what, 16, 17?
17.
A lot of it, most of his...
Prepubescent, she's old enough.
This commentary is
But when I'm looking
wild.
at Aisha, she was also a
Oof.
scholar. It was not, and also it came
You
with
want to? That's adorable. You want to read the tafsir on this?
on what?
It says, "O Messenger of Allah, what about the waiting
That's
period of
65.4.
those?" That's where I'm at, right? Yeah. It says, "O Messenger of Allah, what about the waiting period of those who do not have menstruation because they are too young, along with those who have it not because of their age? Their waiting period is 3 months. So the waiting period to divorce a girl who has not yet reached menstruation because she's too young is still 3 months,
Okay.
which means you can
You have to
marry
understand it was
children.
that doesn't nowhere does it say marry young kids. It what it's saying is
Well,
first
if you can
Islam was not
divorce
made in a
them, that
day.
means you can
Islam
marry
was
them.
no, it doesn't, because Islam was not
So
made
how
in
do
a
you
day.
divorce
And
somebody
that's
that you haven't married?
what do you mean?
How do you divorce someone that you haven't married?
That it can't. You'd never marry.
The Sims.
Okay, so if you're
You
allowed to
play The Sims.
divorce, what's up?
Am I?
It's a joke.
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I don't know what he said. I was saying that when it comes to that, Islam was not made in a day. Before like the first like decades or so, drinking, fornicating was still okay to do. If you told people to stop just doing shit on the first day, they wouldn't do it.
So then
And
the
that
morals are
is
relative.
as it was being made. But soon as it was done,
But-
like soon as
but-
the entire
But
revelation
you said
was
they were
together,
objective.
that's fine.
Didn't
That's
she say
weird.
that? Didn't she
agree.
say morals are objective?
Nowhere
Bس
does
also
it say it's
like
right to no one says it's right to force a marriage or like what's it called
a spirit.
to
Could you
yeah.
could you give me a source that fornication was allowed in Islam?
I'm not saying that that's what it's taught. I'm saying that they didn't make it not permissible at the beginning because
They
at
did.
the time that if you just told people to stop having sex right away, that wouldn't work. It was made as a gradual thing before it became the final revelation in like in its complete self.
Could you show me the gradual verses that prohibit fornication? Go ahead.
To prohibit before
pro-
marriage.
Sure. Could you show
Yeah.
me any of the verses slowly
on.
prohibiting?
I don't know the exact
fornication?
numbers. Give me a second.
I can tell you a lot of them. Not a single verse tells you anything besides to just avoid illegal sexual intercourse completely. It even mentions the Muslims as the qanitatu or
okay.
qanitin.
Okay, I can
Yeah,
tell
those
you
are two-
Surah Isra 1732, and do not approach unlawful
1732.
sexual and sexual intercourse. Indeed, it is ever an immorality and it's in an evil way. Also,
So how is this allowing it? Yeah,
So
how is this
what?
allowing it?
I
How is
said-
this allowing it?
I'm saying that don't go to unlawful sexual intercourse. I'm not saying that Islam taught to have sex. I'm saying in the
You're
time
saying that it didn't prohibit it. It allowed it at one time. It didn't prohibit it yet.
something not give me a headache. I'm saying that it came gradually. They're not gonna come out and just say at the first sign or like the first when it was first being
There's
created,
some
saying,
things.
don't drink, don't have sex, don't do
Sure.
all this. They started off with people learning who God was, because you're not gonna follow somebody you don't know. At the beginning, when the
Well, I mean, you did.
revelation. What do you mean? I was not in
You're
like
following a
5
prophet
something
you
BC.
don't know anything about.
I follow God. I don't follow a prophet. I follow
you
God.
have
follow
to-
a very specific
wait.
prophet.
You follow
You
God.
follow his teachings
wait,
and
wait,
stuff
wait.
like that, but
The
you do not
Spirit.
worship him. He's not
You
the
said you-
final absolute.
No one said
You said
worship.
you
I said
follow.
follow.
You said to follow God.
Yeah.
So that would mean to follow his book.
Yes.
Does his book not say, follow Allah and his messenger?
Yeah.
And is the messenger the prophet?
He's a prophet. That's all he is.
Sure. So you follow the prophet.
Yeah.
Then why did you say no?
I say in a sense, when I think of following, I mean as in an act of worship. That's what I took it as when he initially said it. And that's why I said I follow no one but God, because he's God.
Do you pray 5 times a day?
Yes.
Could you tell me التسبيحات at the end?
Say what?
التحيات at the end.
What do you mean?
التحيات لله والصلوات الطيبات.
Oh. Like the whole section when you're sitting down with the finger out? That one?
Just the
Okay.
beginning part of it.
I don't know. Like I have
التحيات لله والصلوات
to,
الطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله
no, I
وبركاته.
mean in English. I
Sure.
have trouble translating that.
Could you say it in English? So-
I forgot, never saw, never spare children unto me, but it's not comparable unto him. That's Al-Fatiha.
الفاتحة
Tayyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu assalamu alaikum. Like just
عليك
that.
أيها. Continue that part. السلام عليك what?
Tayyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu assalam.
السلام what? السلام عليك أيها النبي.
I can't. I do it like in order. I'm like I do
This
it
is the
in
order.
No, I mean
So it
like I
says,
start from Al-Fatiha and go all the way.
no.
I cannot translate that off the bat.
You don't do Al-Fatiha when you're
No,
doing
when
the.
you're praying, you start with Al-Fatiha. That's what I mean.
That's
Like
when you're praying, not when you're on the ground.
What do you mean?
When you're on the ground, like before
finger?
prostration, when you have your finger out to prevent the demon from like coming close to you, you say that Hayatullah salawatu tayyibat. Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi. What does Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi mean?
Say that again.
What does Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi mean?
Salamu.
Pretty much my point, just so we do not waste time.
I cannot like translate like that. I translate in my head like from the start to
I
the
can just do
beginning.
it. So pretty much what is happening, Justin, you know how like if you're calling out for a human, that is an act of worship. You're calling out for them when they're dead, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that that is an act of worship?
I mean, I would say so. If you're crying out to somebody who's already dead to ask for help, yeah.
Oh, I send prayers among Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, like that one?
No. That is not what you say. You say, I send blessings to you.
Yeah.
And who's you?
I send blessings among you, O Prophet, and the followers of Muhammad. I send prayers among Ibrahim and the family of Ibrahim.
Sure.
Are you talking about that?
No. When you're talking about Muhammad, you say, Assalamu alaykum.
Peace be upon.
You're talking to him in front of you. You're sending him the prayers while you're talking to him as if he's in front of you.
Who, Muhammad? Or what do you mean, who?
Yes, Muhammad.
No, we're talking to God.
Sure, you're supposed to be talking to God, but the problem is while talking to God, you're referring to Muhammad in the first person. You're saying,
Allah send prayers among Muhammad and the followers of Muhammad.
That is not what you say. That is not what you say. That is not what you say in Arabic.
Who says who?
You say, says the Arabic language.
So all the sheikhs and the study of the deen are just making up that first line, and you just
they didn't make it up. You are the one who's mistaken.
This is what I'm hearing from scholars who are teaching.
Name the scholar. Go ahead.
I can't pronounce their names. Sheikh Mufti Mink, I don't know, just the different
Mufti Mink. You're saying that Mufti Mink. By the way, he's a
I thought he's a YouTuber or something. Isn't it?
Mufti Mink is like
yes, he I won't say preacher. I'm just used to saying it because I'm from a Christian background, but like a speaker on Islam.
He's like a public speaker.
Yeah, he's not a scholar.
But he's still a sheikh.
He's not a scholar. There's number one, number two. And even if I granted you that he's a scholar, he does not say what you say. When he prays, he says, Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi. He's saying, he says, okay, the direct translation is, peace and blessings be upon you, O Prophet. So he's talking to the Prophet.
Okay.
But the Prophet is dead. The guy is dead.
Okay. We're allowed to make prayers for those who are dead if they're in
You're not sure. You can make prayers, for example, saying that, oh, Allah bless him. But what you're doing is, you're talking to him while he's dead. Can I go to, for example, my dead grandma and just like start talking to her?
If God tells you to do that, why am I to question it? Not to the grandma stuff. I'm talking about send prayers among Muhammad and the followers of Muhammad. What's wrong with that?
That is not the problem. You're missing the point.
What's your point?
The point is that you're talking to him as if he's alive.
And what's the point? How does that dismiss the existence of God?
It doesn't.
Okay.
You mentioned something.
No,
you mentioned
of your God, spirit, your God.
Yeah.
How does that dismiss my God because we're sending prayers among the prophet?
No, it's just silly. Like the Quran is repeatedly affirming things that are nonsensical.
As?
Have you read where it says that of those who disbelieve, that they're going to get severe punishment in this life and in the hereafter? Do you think that atheists and disbelievers are all being punished right now?
First, when it says the believers, there's a reason why they don't say Muslims. Believers in itself means
Disbelievers.
people that I know, but like when it comes to I have to
What is
what
a
if I showed you
identify
it's a
what
Muslim?
believer means. If you want, you
What
have
is
to know
a
what believer
disbeliever?
means to know what a disbeliever is. Someone that
Well,
does
I'm
not
asking
submit
you,
to
what
God.
is a disbeliever?
I just said that someone that does not submit to God, they submit
Oh,
themselves to God.
that's me.
So people,
Okay, so do you think I'm being punished right now?
I don't think you're being punished right now. And
But the
also in
Quran
different
says so. It says, I will subject them to severe punishment in this life and in the hereafter. So where's my punishment? How come I'm not getting subjected to it?
Because you do not live in the Middle East.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Anyways, there's also different type of text that also say that he is the all merciful. This
Oh, he's
could be
certainly
your
not.
waiting period. And also, if you want to say you're not being punished, have you ever lost somebody in your life? Have you ever went through a hardship? But also
That-
hardship in
so
general
a punishment
is going to be a
isn't
blessing.
something that everybody has to go through. Like, so you can't say like losing your parent is a punishment because everybody
I
has
didn't
to
say
lose
it's
a
a
parent.
punishment. I said
That's not
I'm
how
talking about
punishments
hardship.
work. So I
I'm
didn't
talking
say
about
hardship.
hardship.
I said punishment. The Quran says that I will subject them to a severe punishment, not a hardship, a severe punishment. What's my punishment?
You're going to have to see when you're dead. I mean, that's
No,
up to God.
in this life, the punishment in this life.
Whatever the law says, if you're doing stuff bad, I don't know. I'm not
So
God.
there's no punishment for me then.
There is punishment. It comes from within something because you maybe not getting like certain things. Like you never know what you could have had if you had submitted your will to God.
No,
That
no,
could be
actually,
your
we do.
punishment.
We do.
But you never get that
I do.
actualization.
Because
I know what I'm missing out on, that's for sure.
and also that is contradictory with a different hadith
Like
in
what?
which it says what Justin just read. In a different hadith, it is said that for a disbeliever, the earth is like heaven, and for a believer, the earth is like hell.
Say that again. Believers in what?
The test or the earth itself, for a believer, it's like hell, and for a non-believer, it is like heaven.
You will have to check the hadiths. Not all hadiths are true.
Mm-hmm.
But
Spirit, do you think that your farm property, like your farmland,
what do you mean? I don't have a farmland.
should you be treated like farmland?
No, why would you say that?
Well, because the Quran says so. In the Quran, it says your wives are like farmland for you, so approach them as you please.
Never heard of that. But I would say
You've never heard of the second chapter?
It says
Wait.
consensually, just ask for
That's
permission.
literally chapter
No,
2.
it says it doesn't. It doesn't say
that.
consensually.
What does
Nope.
consensually mean?
It doesn't say that.
in Arabic.
What does consensually mean? Pull it back
It doesn't
up.
say that.
Put
It's
it on-
irrelevant.
Just show me.
Put it on the screen.
So
Put it on the screen.
I'll show you.
back on the
Consensually is in brackets, which means it's not in the Arabic text. When it's not in the
Or
Arabic
it means
text,
that it's
when
because English does not have as many.
when it's not in the Arabic text, it puts brackets around it because they want to give you their meaning. That's why it's bracketed. It didn't say approach them consensually. It says approach them as you please. Oh, sorry. I just muted her when she was unmuting.
Or maybe it could be that English language does not have many.
Good. I speak
Mhm.
Arabic. It doesn't say anything consensual.
Yeah.
So tell me what it say. Give me the exact translation. How is it said?
Could you? Sure. I'm going to translate word by word. Could you bring the screen a little to the left?
A little to the left. Are you on vertical? Yeah, you're on vertical because you're on TikTok. 1 second. 1 second. Let me do that. You need it to the left a little bit? About there?
Nisa'ukum, meaning a woman, hearth, like farmland. Lakum, to you. Fa'atu, so approach. Hearthakum, your farmland. Aina, wherever. Shi'tum, wanted. Where does it say the word consensual?
Read the whole thing.
وقدموا and give forth or send forth لأنفسكم to yourself واتقوا الله and be mindful of Allah. وَعَمَلُوا وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّكُمْ, and know that yourselves are. Can you bring it back to the again, just a little bit to the right again?
To the right? Yeah, yeah.
Like you, back how you did it, to the left.
Okay.
وبشر المؤمنين. So it says that and know that you're without power, and give good tidings to the المؤمنين, the people who believe. It doesn't say anything about consensual.
Be mindful of Allah. Why would he say that?
He says
Be
it like
mindful of Allah.
1,000 times.
Because what does it mean to be mindful of Allah? It
Well, it's
means
irrelevant.
do
irrelevant. The
it what
question,
please him.
the
It
question
would
is,
mean
the question is whether or not you can approach your women as farmland.
okay.
So it says your wives are like farmland to you, so approach them as you please.
And tell
Meaning,
me how.
this is
Do
endorsing
you have
marital
any?
rape.
Where do you see rape your wives? Where do you see that?
So marital rape is when you don't have consent for
No, I'm
approaching your
saying where do
wife.
you see
So what
where
it
do you
says,
see here that's
so what it says is your wives are like farmland to you, so approach
where
them as you please. So I don't know if you know this, but farmland doesn't give you its consent when you approach it. When you approach your wives like farmland as you see fit, what that means is that you're doing what you want with your property.
in teachings, a man has the right to call his wife to bed.
I know,
That
I
is
She
agree.
got the right to
just like a
refuse.
wife, just how a wife.
Does she have the right to refuse?
Yes.
Oh,
For
really?
reasonable things.
Where's that?
Like she's on her
Where's that?
What is the reasonable thing? What is the reasonable thing? Go ahead.
Like if she's on her period, she's in
Okay.
pain, she's tired, like act like valid things. Because when it comes to marital
Being tired.
union,
Uh-huh.
you can be tired. That's a valid excuse. You being exhausted from like working 12-hour shifts, of course you wouldn't want to have sex, and that's completely
No.
to push them away.
The distinction is that if you are sick or tired to the point in which it incapacitates you from having sex.
Okay, a 12-hour shift when it incapacitates
No, it wouldn't.
How would you know?
Because I've
After
done
12
36.
hours shift,
I've
I'm
done
knocking
36-hour
out.
shifts.
I'm
It
knocking
wouldn't
out after
incapacitate
that.
me.
That's incapacitated. You can't enjoy it. You can't even participate in it because you're exhausted. That's a good reason not to have sex.
Well,
It's a good reason.
we agree. We
It's a
just
good
can't
reason.
find that in the literature.
You have to look at certain hadiths and also
Where?
look at
Hey,
Find
here, give me the
how.
hadith. Justin, could you bring up the hadith about
Let me see.
the demons or the angels cursing the wife until morning?
That comes from you. What's it called? Rejecting your husband for no apparent reason. Because when it comes to things,
It doesn't mention for no reason, by the way.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, we've got the hadith right here if you want to hear it. Right, so it says, when a man invites his wife to his bed and she does not come, and he, the husband, spends the sight being angry with her, the angels curse her until morning.
Okay. I would say that doesn't, what's it called? It doesn't, say that you should rape your wife. That's not what that means. What it's saying
Does
is
it
that
say anything about her consent?
I mean, I can give you an example of a woman who's forced to sleep with a man she doesn't want to sleep with, and the Prophet agrees.
Where?
In the hadith in Bukhari.
Show me. Saying that, okay, she didn't want to sleep with you, so it was okay. That's exactly what it says.
And also he beats her in this hadith.
And they say this is okay.
And yes, he does.
I would have to see this. I've never seen anything like that.
See.
It is Bukhari 5825.
To who?
All right. Sahih Bukhari, you said 5825?
It is the one at which the guy marries this girl, and he wants to sleep with her, and then she refuses, so he beats her up. And Aisha goes to the Prophet and says, look, her arm is as green as her clothes from the bruises. And then the Prophet was like, why do you refuse to sleep with him? And then she said that he's impotent and he cannot satisfy me. And then he says she's lying. And then when the Prophet found out that the guy has two sons, he says that this is evidence enough for him that he's not impotent and that he must sleep with her before she can go back to her previous husband.
To him, he's impotent.
She says, look, her skin is greener than her clothes. When Abdurrahman heard that his wife had gone to the Prophet, he came to his two sons from another wife. He said, by Allah, I have done no wrong to him, but he is impotent and is as useless to me as this. Holding and showing the fringe of her garment, Abdurrahman said, by Allah, O Allah's messenger, she has told a lie. I am very strong and can satisfy her, but she is disobedient and wants to go back to Rafa'ah. Allah's messenger said to her, if that is your intention, then know that it is unlawful for you to remarry Rafa'ah unless Abdurrahman has had sexual intercourse with you. The Prophet saw the two boys with Abdurrahman and said to him, are these your sons? On that, Abdurrahman said, yes. The Prophet said, you claim what you claim, i.e. that he is impotent, but by Allah, those boys resemble him as a cow resembles a crow.
A crow resembles a crow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, as a crow resembles a crow. Yep, sorry, I missed the R. Thank you.
So he's telling her, a woman who does not want to sleep with him to the point that she has taken physical violence, been entirely bruised around her body. The Prophet tells her that she must allow him to sleep with her if she wants to go back to the guy she loves.
Not sure how true that is, but
It is Bukhari.
Well, and what's the context? Why was this
Sahih
brought
Bukhari
up?
isn't all of Sahih Bukhari supposed to be authentic?
Why was it brought up? What was the context behind it?
Behind what?
The story. Why no story is brought up for no reason? So why was it brought up and kept in?
Is there context required to make to forcing a woman to sleep with somebody? What context would make that better?
I'm looking at scholars brought forth this hadith as evidence to support that the fact in case of an inconceivable divorce with major separation means they've been divorced 3 times already. It is impermissible for a divorced couple to remarry until the woman remarries another man and that second marriage is consummated. So if that marriage was not consummated, she cannot
exactly.
Go back to the person.
And she does not want to sleep with him.
So you agree? So she can't leave because the marriage hasn't been consummated. So he said, no, you've got to have sex with them. Fuck your bruises.
Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I agree with the what's it called? The Quran itself. I don't agree with everything that happened back then.
Justin, could you read Abi Dawood 2-4?
What was that?
5-9, I think. Abu Dawood 2-4-5-9. So you would assume that if you're doing something for God, like fasting, for example, that is something that should be sacred, that people should not prevent you from doing it.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild one. A woman came to the Prophet while we were with him. She said, Messenger of Allah, my husband Safwan ibn al-Mutal beats me when I pray and makes me break my fast when I keep a fast, and he does not offer the dawn prayer until the sun rises. He asked Safwan, who was present, about what she had said. He replied, Messenger of Allah, as for her statement, he beats me when I pray, she recites 2 surahs during prayer, and I've prohibited her to do so. He, the Prophet, said, if 1 surah is recited during prayer, that is sufficient for the people. Safwan continued.
Could we stop there? So
it's just saying.
Let me make my point clear. So he says that the girl says that he beats me while I pray. So while she's literally praying, he beats her. And then she goes to the Prophet to complain. And then he says, why do you do this? He said, because she reads 2 chapters instead of 1. So the Prophet, instead of attacking him for beating his wife, he says, okay, fine, let's get a compromise. 1 surah is enough, and you're just going to read 1.
Okay. First, he has right to educate and help people out. But the thing is, he has no rights in somebody else's marriage. I can't go to my neighbor next door like, oh, stop fucking beating on your wife. Like, that's not right. Obviously, it's not right.
No, the Prophet. This is the Prophet, bro. This is the Prophet.
You finish.
The Prophet doesn't
this
have
is
the right?
what you said is wrong.
I
The
let
prophet
you
has the right
finish.
over anybody. The prophet has the right over anybody.
God has the
And he
right over
shows,
anybody.
yeah.
The thing about
And how
humans, we
does
have.
God
Can I finish? I'll let you finish when
go
you have
ahead?
your point. So when it comes to the prophet, first, like I'm saying, God has the right over everything, but the prophet doesn't. There's a reason why humans were given free will. No matter what a person says, they're gonna do what they want to do. So in that sense, where they're already married, he has no rights over their marriage. All he can do is try to make the situation better. And he said, just pray one. Allah will accept that from you. Your husband is wrong, obviously.
Where does he say that?
I'm
Where
saying
does he
this.
say that?
I'm saying this. I'm saying
And you're saying that.
the husband is wrong, obviously,
No,
but he
it
has
didn't
no
say
right.
that. It didn't say
I'm
that.
saying that. I'm talking about what I'm
Yeah, but
saying.
why did the prophet not say that?
I'm saying because what will it do? Will it stop him? Because obviously he's
Yes, you know why? You know
Yeah.
why? Because we have hadith in which the prophet used to prohibit men from beating their wives, and then he changed his mind.
was they Muslim? Was the
Yes, they
husband
were.
Muslim?
Yes, they were.
Or a hypocrite? There's such thing of being
No,
a Muslim, a non-practicing Muslim, and
yeah,
being a
Habibti.
hypocrite.
Habibti. In both scenarios I gave you, he's talking to a Muslim man. In the hadith that I'm referring to was that before a specific moment in time, the prophet did not allow the beating of women, and then
So he was
Umar ibn
against it.
Khattab.
So why bring it up like he was for
Could you
them?
let me?
It's
Could you let
almost
me
like
finish?
she didn't even hear what you said.
And then Umar ibn Khattab. Justin, can you search up Umar ibn Khattab?
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
then
What was
wait,
it?
Umar ibn
Mhm.
Khattab. Hadith, and then beating women. What happens is one of his friends comes up to him and tells him, "Oh, Messenger of Allah, women have become too what is the word I'm looking for? Emboldened against their husbands. So we need to start beating them." And the Prophet agrees.
Is it Umar?
But is this what we're taught? Are they taught to beat their wives in Islam?
Yes, we are.
So it's saying every time you're supposed to beat your wife.
Well, it's in the
yes,
Quran
if she's
too.
doing, if she's doing something that might cause you to be scared of her disobedience, then yes.
I don't see. I know one reference of it, but it didn't say beat her up or anything. It said
It literally
something
says
about smite, but also you're not allowed to leave a bruise on your wife either.
that is a lie too.
I've never heard that.
You're allowed to leave bruises. I heard like when it comes to the certain teachings that I've heard from different imams or like sheikhs and stuff like that. If you cannot, it's a sin to leave a bruise upon your wife.
So go to Abi Dawood 2146. No, you can leave a bruise, you just cannot break an organ or leave a scar.
4126.
No, it is 2146.
Oh, sorry, 2146.
So it starts off by saying that the Prophet said, "Do not beat Allah's handmaidens." But when Umar came to the Messenger of Allah and said, "The women have become emboldened towards their husbands," he, the Prophet, gave permission to beat them. And then many women came around the family against their husbands. So the Messenger of Allah said, "Many women have gone around Muhammad's family complaining about their husbands. Those husbands who take to beating are not the best among you."
Say that again, the last part. Sorry.
He said, complaining against their husbands. Those husbands who take to beating their wives are not the best among you.
Right.
Uh,
So he's not promoting beating people. What's the point?
He's allowing
Could
it.
you read it?
So he's saying it's not the best among you. People have their
No,
sins,
he's
and
he's allowing it though.
So tell me this: your neighbor is beating on his wife, and he's
You know
double
what?
your size, double muscle. What you gonna do about it? What you
Not
gonna
gonna
do?
be
He's double your
shit. Not
size.
gonna be shit about it.
No. If you're the prophet of Allah, you're gonna bring like the Gabriel and have him like.
He don't have control over the angels. He's not God.
Actually, so wait, you
He
haven't heard
split the
about the story
fucking
about
moon in two.
and also
By Allah's
Gabriel.
will, he did not do
Have you
anything
not?
on his own.
Sure. Have you not heard of the story about Gabriel when he came to the Prophet after he was kicked out of Medina, and he told him, "If you wanted me to, Prophet, I'm going to, with my wings, crush the entire city together between the two mountains."
By the will of Allah. Allah,
Yeah,
if Allah
sure,
allows it, he does
sure,
nothing on his own.
sure. Again, Gabriel could have done anything for the prophet, but you're
If
saying
Allah
that.
allowed.
Could we just assume that Allah allows it when I'm talking, so you don't have to interrupt? No, it's assumed.
Don't assume it's already there. He
It's
didn't.
assumed within the again. It's assumed within the theology.
He didn't.
In the same way that I said, oh my God, in the same way when I say the Quran said so and so, I do not have to say God said so and so.
If
It's
in the
assumed within
Quran,
the
that's
theology.
something that Allah has given to us, like sent down, like this. This is His words.
Sure, when I say the Quran says so and so, do you have to correct me and say no, God says so and so?
To say what? I'm saying if you're saying that you keep trying to bring
She
up the
sounds
point
like
about
she's
beating
cruising
wives.
for a
Let's go back.
bruising.
If you're bringing up beating wives and you're talking about the prophet, he didn't endorse this. You're telling me that he said that it was wrong. You're acting.
And you know what's funny? You know, he didn't say it's wrong.
He's
He
not
didn't
a
say it's wrong.
So if he's saying you're
He didn't say
not
it's
among
wrong.
the best of people, is he saying that it's good? It's obviously that he
Yes,
wasn't for it.
yes,
He
he's saying
says
it's
you're
good,
allowed to.
but it's not the best. But it is not the best, especially since he himself is reported to have beat his wife.
He didn't. The prophet didn't beat his wife.
Yes, he did.
When?
Sure, let me put it on the screen.
Hold on.
You know, even the Quran says you can beat your wife. You know that, right? Guess she doesn't know it. Men are the caretakers of women, as men have been provisioned by Allah over women and tasked with supporting them financially, and righteous women are devoutly obedient when alone, protective of what Allah has entrusted them with. And if you sense ill conduct from your women, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. If they still persist, then discipline them. Again, gently added to the English text because it's not in the Arabic text. Discipline them.
For the final description, the term is
Could you put it on the
often
screen?
translated into either strike or discipline. And that can be many different things. But
No,
also,
Oh, right.
no.
yeah.
The Arabic word is one. The Arabic word is idrabuhunna, which literally means beat them up.
I need some proof on that. I never had anybody just
Proof. Sure, literally every single lexicon.
lexicon.
There
If
we
it
go.
said beat them up, why does it not say that in the Quran?
It does say that in the Quran.
It does. It's not in English because the English translation is lying to you.
That's right.
So, do you see this is Muslim 974 part B.
What
Can we go?
you go through?
Sahih Muslim. And now he says, and this is Aisha narrating a story.
I did marry a Muslim, actually. I'm sorry. I'm like going to one of the comments. I did marry a Muslim.
Actually, to be clear, if you go to one second, before we lose track of this verse, if you go to the online translation on Quran.com, it says, and finally, or it says to strike them. That's what the Arabic means, to strike them. Go ahead, Mims.
But does it tell you go straight to that, or does that mean? Did they tell you?
It doesn't matter if you. It doesn't matter if you go straight to it or not. You're allowed to
And
strike
also,
them.
can I just show this? So this is a story about Aisha
But it also
when
says
she
it's better for you not to.
when she went and followed the Prophet outside of the house, and then tried to lie about it. And then the Prophet said, "Was it the darkness of your shadow that I saw in front of me?" And then Aisha says, "Yes, he struck me on the chest, which caused me pain."
Okay.
And the Arabic word that is used usually means by the collection of the fist. So imagine a man collects his fist up and then shoves it into your chest, which caused me pain. So I guess the Prophet himself, according to himself, he's not the best among us.
It said he came in and they were talking. Where did it say?
See that again?
I didn't see where it said he hit her. It said he came in and they were talking about it. Like, why are you out of breath?
put me on the screen again because she didn't read it.
What? Where can I find that so I can put it on the screen?
The problem is you're gonna find translations which tell you that he touched me on the chest, which I felt.
Let me expand your
this
box
is-
again.
Okay, but does it say that's for the best people? Does it say?
Could you read it? Could you read it?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And
One
as they
second,
lay
let
down
me-
in bed, he, the holy prophet, entered the house. He said, "Why is it, O Aisha, that you're out of breath?" I said, "There is nothing." He said, "Tell me," or a subtle and aware would inform me. I said, "Messenger of Allah, may my father and my mother be ransomed to you." And then I told him the whole story. He said, "Was it the darkness of your shadow that I saw in front of me?" I said, "Yes." Yes, he struck me on my chest and caused me pain. Do you think that Allah and his apostles would deal with you unjustly? She said, whatsoever the people, I can't see like past these people's like comments.
You read the important part.
Okay.
He struck me on the chest, which caused me pain. So now we have the Quran saying that the Prophet is the best of people, and now we have the Prophet saying he's not the best of people. So which is it?
You gotta send me a link to that in the Discord. We'll talk about this
I
later.
Maybe I didn't read right, but it sounds like she's telling him that somebody hit her. I didn't see where it said that hit her. But
No. They're in their household. You're saying there's another man with Aisha in her home?
she said that no,
This
it
is
said
within
he
their
entered
home,
the home.
on
He
their
entered
bed.
the home.
On their bed.
It said that he entered the home. That means he wasn't there. And he
Yes.
came in.
No. The story was that he left, and then she started spying on him and stalking him to see where he's going.
Where did I see that in the text?
It's a big ass fucking hadith. I showed you an excerpt out of it.
I just read it. I didn't see anything about that.
Because it's the rest of the story on top.
Okay. I still feel like when we're looking at it and you're saying, oh, somebody hit somebody and whatever that.
It is not somebody, Habibti, it is not somebody. It literally says, فَلَهَذَنِي فِي صُدْرِي لَهْذَةً أَوْجَعَتْنِي,
You're
referring to
talking
the
about
Prophet.
multiple things. You're saying somebody else got hit and then they came to the prophet.
Nobody got hit. Nobody got hit. It was Aisha who got hit. Aisha was hit by the Prophet.
You were also talking about another couple where the wife came to the prophet.
Yes, I'm giving you examples of the Prophet seeing a domestic abuse and not ever mentioning anything about it.
I get that, but where is the hadith, the Quran is promoting this violence? Is it say, oh, this is right, you should do this, they deserve this? Where are you seeing this? They tell you to communicate first, separate yourself first.
Okay, did the Prophet communicate first here? Okay. Did the Prophet communicate first here?
I don't know. I didn't see.
No, he didn't. Sure, he didn't. He asked her, "Was it you or was it not you?" When she said yes, it was me. He literally went to sucker punching her in the chest.
Where did it say that? He just went in there and smacked her.
It says "Walahadani," which means the severe striking by the collection of the fist.
Okay, whatever you say. I'm not really sure. But my main question.
I got the hadith right here. Right, it says, "Messenger of Allah, may my father and mother be ransomed for you." And then he told him the whole story. He said, "Was it the darkness of your shadow that I saw in front of me?" He said, "Yes." He gave me a nudge on the chest, which I felt. And then said, "Did you think that Allah and his apostle would deal unjustly with you?" So on and so forth. So this is the messenger doing it. The messenger struck her on the chest.
Whoever the people conceal, Allah will know it. He said, Gabriel came to me when you saw me. He called me and concealed it from you. I responded to his call.
So she was. The funny thing is, she was.
I don't really understand that. I can't combat. I mean, like, yeah, if that's what it is, I don't know. But my main thing is Islam in general. The teaching, it doesn't say go out and beat your wives. If we're talking about,
we didn't say that. What we said is that it allows you to beat your wife.
They also allow you to have 4 wives, but it also says they push against it. They say you shouldn't have 4 wives.
No. The nature of marriage is polygamy in Islam. This is why it says in 4:3 it says, so marry of the woman 2, 3, and 4. But if you are unable to, then marry 1. Okay,
yes, it's promoting 1.
No, it is not. It is not.
You can have more.
It is telling you.
You
The
can have at
scholars,
least 4.
the scholars, the vast majority of them agree that the nature of a man is to have multiple wives. This is why it says
But
that
it
Mary
says
of the
if
woman,
you
it says, it
cannot
gives you a command.
uphold the
Just,
standards that Allah has
sure,
set, you should only have
sure.
one.
Then the one who has one, the person who has one is the person who cannot fulfill the
The
justice between
criteria
them.
that Allah has set.
It is just justice.
It's
If you
justice. In the
cannot,
sense of
if you cannot be
finances.
just, if you cannot be just, then only stick to one.
You're
But
right.
but
If
if you are
someone,
just, if you
if
are
we choose
just,
one,
then have
it's better
one.
for you. That's the translation.
No, it doesn't say that.
It is better for you if you
That is
stick.
if you're
If you
unable
cannot,
to.
it's better for you. If you cannot be just, it is better for you to have just one.
Yes. So if you can, it is better for you to have more.
Exactly. It's not promoted. Oh, you should have 4 wives. That's like the best thing you can do for yourself.
If you
Actually, yes.
can, it's better to have more.
Tell me what the criteria is to have more than one wife.
Say it again.
Money.
What is the criteria? Yes, that's one. What's the other criteria for having more than one wife?
You go ahead and tell me.
Stability.
First is you gotta be able to financially provide for both of them equally. So if you buy one person a house, you have to buy the other wife a house. If you buy one a car, you have to buy the other one a car. If you have 2 wives, you have to spend time with each of them equally. So
No, wait.
Stop you right there. Everything.
Stop you right there. Just a second. Could you bring up
Everything
this
has to be-
hadith? Yeah, just bring up this hadith.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at it.
Which one?
It is Bukhari 4788.
All right, Sahih.
And this is funny because the Prophet.
4788.
So the context of this, just tell me if you find this hilarious. So the Prophet used to give each of his wives one night, so he would rotate around them. But then he wanted to just skip some of the turns and go to his favorite wives. So God Himself in the heavens starts talking and saying, "Oh Prophet, fine, you can skip the turns of the wives you want." And then Aisha was shocked by this, and she says, "Could you read it?"
It says, "You, O Muhammad, can postpone the turn of whom you will of them, your wives, and you may receive any of them whom you will, and there is no blame on you if you invite one whose turn you have set aside temporarily. I said to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens your fulfilling and your wishes and desires." So, yeah, he tells Muhammad, you don't have to boink all your wives at the same pace.
You cannot apply to the Muhammad as the Prophet did not have those bounds of the rules. I'm talking about
Gotcha.
Why?
So
Why?
the morals
Why
are
did
relative
he get
then.
It's not relative when it came to Prophet Muhammad.
That's what the
he was
word
allowed to have
relative
more-
means. So the word relative
It's not about
means
moral- it's nothing about
something
morality.
applies differently per person. So relative
Not only
means
to
that
him,
it's
everybody
different
else.
for individuals. It's not universal, which means you don't believe in objective morals, which is what we started with. You believe in relative morals.
And my problem,
No, it
Justin,
only
is
applies
my
to one
problem,
person,
Justin.
but everywhere else is universal. It's
My
only
Certainly
for
not.
him.
Yeah, my problem, Justin, is that you would expect an exception to be made for a good reason, but the exception here was made so he can fuck whoever he wants whenever he wants.
It's not about
Basically.
sex.
Yeah,
Some of
it
these-
definitely was about sex.
Tell me the
That's why
hadith
he
then.
married
I'm like,
that's
please
why he
tell me
married
the
a little
hadith.
girl. And he married
Tell
a
me
little
what the
girl
hadith is.
because it certainly was about sex.
It wasn't. It was back
I'm
in
sorry.
those times to form alliances.
So-
it was through marriage.
So
That was the norm.
that's called relative morals then.
That's
If it
about
was okay
society.
back
I'm talking
then, but
about-
it's not okay today, that's relative
To marry
morals.
young
You don't
people.
have objective morals.
It didn't teach to the Quran did not
Could you
teach
show her?
young
Could you
people.
show her? Could you show her Bukhari 268?
Yeah, hold on.
Where does the Quran teach to young people? Nowhere.
Teach them what?
To teach to marry young people. Nowhere.
Easy.
Well,
It says in
it says you can
4.3 and in 65.4.
It says marry young kids.
It says in 4.3 that if you're unable to be fair to the orphan, an orphan is a prepubescent girl, then marry from the women. 2,
Orphan
3,
means
and
you
4.
don't have parents. It has nothing to do
No.
with your age.
No. In Islam specifically, an orphan is a person who has lost his parents and is below the age of puberty.
Who said that?
The Prophet himself. The Prophet himself. The Prophet himself said that.
So if you're over the age of 18, you don't have parents, you're not an orphan.
No, you're not.
Oh wow. Okay.
Is your grandpa an orphan?
No, he has both his parents.
Are his parents orphans?
Oh, I don't know.
Is whoever is Donald Trump an orphan?
If you don't have parents, yes.
So literally,
No.
an 80-year-old man is an orphan.
You don't have parents. I take it out of as
Sure. I'm just gonna stick to the hadith of
Go
the
ahead. But
prophet.
where's it telling us to fuck little kids?
Yeah, words
Please.
are hard. So even in English, an orphan refers to somebody who's not an adult who doesn't have their parents. Like, so my dad is passed, and when my mother passes, I still won't be an orphan because I'm a full-grown adult.
Okay. Where does it tell us to fuck little kids?
We're getting
You
there.
can divorce
This
them.
was,
I'm sorry. Do you think you
no,
can?
you can. You can. The verse
Mhm.
itself, if you cross-reference it with 33:59, it says you can.
Where?
Do you not know the argument, Justin?
Mm-mm.
Okay, we're getting into it. But this is for spirit. As you said, it is about sex.
Okay, yes, like when it comes to
Could you read it, please? Could you
Yeah,
read it like
it
just...
says Anas bin Malik said the prophet used to visit all his wives in Iran during the day and night. They were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the prophet the strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the prophet was given the strength of 30 men, and said on the authority of Qatada and Anas told him about 9 wives only, not 11. So yeah, it is about sex. He's got the sexual prowess of 30 men.
okay, that's a part of marriage in some cases, like but he
So
also
it seems
married
like it was about
or
sex then.
he also okay, that's a part of marriage. That's fine. But also he also married 2 shelter women, women that had lost their son, like what's it called? Lost their husbands or whatever.
Wait there. When he went to Sophia bint Qais, how did she lose her husband?
Ew.
The wife's prophet, the Jewish wife of the prophet, how did she lose her husband?
I don't know. I'm talking
He
about
killed him.
I'm
He
talking
killed
about
him. I'm telling you.
in general.
The prophet killed him and then married his wife.
But why did he kill him?
That's wild.
Because
He was being attacked. He wasn't
no,
just
he wasn't being. No, he was not being attacked.
Defend the cult leader at all costs.
No. This is a very, very famous instance at which the prophet was the aggressor. He went to the tribe, at their actual tribe, at their home, and he unalived them.
Where
And
did
then
he
one of the
say
states, I can show it to you. He even apologized. He even apologized to Sophia. We have narrations of the prophet where she says that the prophet used to apologize to me for what he did to my dad and my husband.
Of course, it doesn't matter if they're on the wrong side of history or what's it called, aggressors or anything. You will feel bad for taking away somebody's family. It doesn't matter if they were in the wrong or not.
Muhammad.
So tell me, where did they just randomly kill a man for no reason? What's the context?
That wasn't the claim.
He's saying that he killed the husband of the lady he married. I'm like, okay.
But did he say anything about reason? Because you keep adding to his claim. He didn't claim anything about reasons.
Reasons of what? I'm talking about the whole point is that
that's
God,
my point. He didn't bring up reasons at all in his claim. You added that to his claim.
You're right, because the question is God is imaginary, but you guys keep talking about the prophet rather than God, and then you're bringing up how the prophet. I'm thinking you're trying to evilize him or something like that.
What we're doing is demonstrating that the prophet wasn't hearing from God because he's insane.
How's he insane?
Because he thinks it's okay to fuck little girls.
Where does it say that?
His wife was 6 when they got married, 9 when they consummated the marriage.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Do you think 9 is a little girl?
Yes, but also
okay.
You cannot,
do you think that 9-year-olds are ready to be fucked?
No, he waited for the consummation.
Neither do I. So that's why I think he's a pervert. Your prophet is a pervert. He's a pervert warlord.
And you cannot apply norms of today to 1,000 years ago. Firstly,
well,
Pharaoh.
Then morals are relative. I asked you at the beginning of this beginning of this whole discussion, if you think that morals are relative or if they're objective, and you said they're not relative. They are in fact objective. And if they're objective, that means there aren't special circumstances for your pervert prophet. They either
There are
apply
13.
universally or they don't
Fine, then
apply
that's fine.
universally. Nothing about
For
being a
everyone
prophet of
else
God
outside of
means
the
that.
prophet.
Well, actually, to be fair, maybe it was better for the prophet. Maybe he had a micropene and it wasn't quite as painful. But as far as I'm aware, fucking 9-year-olds is never okay. All right, listen, Spirit. I think you've had quite enough for today. You've been up for almost an hour and a half. I had a good time. I didn't even have to kick her; she left. But I think it's time to move on. I think we lost Ems temporarily. I hope we didn't take him from work.
No, actually, I was just gonna sleep, but I was bringing up the source. So what happened is that she was the chief's daughter, and in the battle, they unalived the chief and her husband. And then one of the prophet's friends took her as a sex slave. But then they told him, no, she's too beautiful for you. We have to present her to the prophet. And then the prophet took her on as a sex slave and then married her.
It's crazy. Ems, I'm building out a Quran and Hadith tab on the cheat sheet. We need to connect sometime over the coming weeks and fill it out as much as we can. It's fucking crazy.
Can I quickly give you the argument for like how it allows you to consummate? So open up 65.4 and 33.49.
Bukhari?
No, in the Quran.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
65.4,
right,
and then 33.49.
All right, 1 second. My browser's catching up. All right, there's 65.4. This is one we talked about earlier about the waiting period for the wives.
Okay,
what was the other one?
33.49.
There we go. Oh yeah. Oh believers, if you marry believing women and then divorce them before you touch them, they will have no waiting period for you to count. So give them a suitable compensation and let them go graciously. Oh fuck
So
me.
now we've established that there is no waiting period if you have not touched them. So when it says that those who are prepubescent,
crazy. Sorry, I'm literally adding this to my cheat sheet as we're talking. I promise I'm listening.
I need a cheat sheet because everything I see is always like off the top of my head.
Well, see, that's the fun thing. I just hit the wrong button. Try this again. When you really know the religion, you can do that kind of thing. That's kind of fun. I get to have with the Bible, but I can't do it with the Quran. This is a crazy passage.
If you want, so do you understand the argument now that you can lay out?
Yeah, this is an amazing argument, by the way. I can't believe I didn't pick this out sooner because I think you've brought it up before and it just went over my head. But so basically, if you're married to a young girl, prepubescent, and you divorce her, you have to have a waiting period unless you didn't sleep with her. If you didn't sleep with her, there's no waiting period. So we know that they were fucking little girls.
Some nuance. There is nuance because a Muslim might tell you that it is not just if you have touched her. If you've been alone in a room, then there's a possibility in which you could have had intercourse, and there's no witness to say that you didn't. Then the waiting period also applies.
Oh my god!
But again, like they usually like play off that angle that say that since even just being alone is enough for a waiting period to apply, then it's not talking about sex. But no, the reason that it exists even just for being alone without having intercourse is because nobody knows if you did or you didn't.
Right.
Like nobody can be witness to you having it or not having it. And one more thing before I let you go, could you open up a Tirmidhi 1568?
What was it? I missed it.
A Tirmidhi 1568.
I'm not sure I know what that one is. How do you spell that?
TIR.
Oh, okay.
And then and then MI. And then DI.
Oh, okay. Tirmidhi. What was the number?
And then 1568.
Oh, that one's not on Sunnah. Let me try this.
It is.
Or maybe I didn't spell it right. Let's try. Okay, Jimmy Ott. Oh, it's one word. Okay, yeah, 1586 on military expeditions. Let me get it on the screen.
This is telling you what to do with like captives.
So the prophet ransomed 2 men for the Muslims with a man from the idolaters. This hadith is Hassan Sahih, the paternal uncle of Abdu al-Muhalab's name
Skip the
is.
names.
Oh, this is all okay. Here's the good stuff down here, isn't
no.
it? Oh,
It's yeah. I'm just saying, like when you have a name that's just say name or something, because
because it's not important. Okay.
Yeah.
This is acted upon according to the most of the people of knowledge among the companions of the prophet and others. It is for the imam to decide to be generous with whom he wills among the captives, or to kill whom he wills among them, or to ransom who he wills among them. Some of the people of knowledge preferred killing over ransoming. Holy shit. How much should I read? That's
the rest also talks about like, but it's just yeah, it tells you
Oh,
that.
here they are. When the captives are captured, is killing or ransoming better to you? He said, if they are able to ransom, there is no harm in it. If they kill, I do not know of any harm in it. Wiping them out is better to me, unless it is someone well known, so that it is hoped that a large amount will be obtained for him. So this is basically genocide, right?
Yeah, pretty much yes.
That's crazy. I got to add that to the cheat sheet too. That's crazy. Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna be dropping. Thank you for having me up, and thanks for the shares. For anyone
Ems,
who shared.
thanks so much, man. I really appreciate what you do in this community. There's literally nobody like you in this community. You're 1 in a billion, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good rest of your life. I'm gonna probably go to sleep.
Cheers, friend. Sleep well. Get some W's for M's up in here. What a crazy ride. We don't get to talk to Muslims often enough, but when we do, holy shit, does it get fun, especially when M's gets to show up. I'm going to grab a couple super chats that we're going to get another guest in here. iSkin, thank you for the $50 super chat. I super appreciate that, friend. A huge W says, have you mentioned to any of the callers about the research done that shows in the past 5,000 years, all religions have killed over 100 million people in the name of God? D1 to show in the last 5,000 years, all religions have been responsible. So I've talked about this quite a bit, about how almost all ancient wars were some sort of holy war. Callers don't like that. They'll point to like ridiculous concepts. There was a guy that wrote an apologetic book on this, claiming that that wasn't the case, but we know it's the case. In fact, most of the medieval wars in Europe were of religious nature. All of the ancient Assyrian wars were, the Babylonian wars were, the Jewish wars were. All of the ancient wars were dictated by the supposed gods of the nations. So, and ODA, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Huge W, my friend. I appreciate that. Says, do you have any guesses as to why the Judean scribes never really addressed the results of Necho II's regime change operation against Josiah of Judah? Well, so the question you have to ask yourself is what did they know at the time it was written? Because remember, we're talking about comparing Kings and Chronicles, and unfortunately, they were written so far after the fact. Trying to answer the question of what did they know at the time they were writing, it's hard to say. What we do know is if you take the writings from Egypt and compare the campaign of Necho with what we find in the Bible, it's not really the same. But I've read enough of the ancient Near Eastern war accounts that cross over with the biblical war accounts, and I've seen enough of the difference to know that here's typically where they differ. They typically differ in that everyone tells their story in a way that is favorable to them. So there are stories where, like the War of Hezekiah is completely downplayed in the Bible, and when you read it in the Babylonian account, it's much different, or actually the Assyrian account, it's much different, right? So the reason why you see some of these nuances where the story might differ, but only in slight pieces, is because they're trying to usually downplay like how fucked up they got by the opposing army. Still attacks a bit. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 Canadian chat. Says a tongue-in-cheek Genesis to Revelation Bible God is Disappointed in You by Mark Russell. Cartoons by Sharon Wheeler. Every book condensed down to a few pages and stripped of arcane language. Hilarious. I mean, that really is. The point of the Bible is you fucked up. God's mad now. Watch out. Watch out. And William, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, every Sunday I bring my friend to choir practice for a concert they gave every December to perform Handel's Messiah. It has become a ritual for us to listen to you on our way home. Each Sunday is an irony of extremes. I love it. I love it, William. But listen, I'd go watch Handel's Messiah. I mean, it's a popular work in history. Like it deserves a little bit of credit for the masterpiece, the musical masterpiece that it is. You know what I mean? Even though it's religious in nature. All right, let's get our next guest in here, and we'll keep the conversation going. I think it's Josh. Welcome in, Josh. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, yeah, I'm 18 and I believe in God.
Awesome. And which
18
version
straight.
of Jesus do you believe in?
Which version of Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
The Christian version, I guess.
Yeah, I was just spitballing. I figured that was the case. So
Yeah.
what do you think is the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I guess the first thing I would start off by saying is I just want to look at your prompt for a second. And the idea of prove me wrong is kind of interesting to me. So I think that
I mean,
whether you...
can you?
Sorry, go ahead.
It'd be interesting
Yeah,
if you could do it.
So I just want to start with that. I think that the idea of proving God or disproving God is something that can't really be done, at least not on like a mathematical level. So for example, we know...
No, I agree, but can you give evidence? Right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm
what-
getting at. I think that
what
either
evidence
side...
do you have in the favor?
Yeah. So I'll get to that. I was just going to say, I think either side is not accompanied by belief without faith. So I think that you have to provide evidence.
No,
so
a lack of belief in something has nothing to do with faith. Like my lack of belief in God has nothing to do with me having faith in anything. It's the exact opposite.
You not believing in God is still a belief system.
No, it's not. It's a lack of belief.
Well, you would say that you believe there is no God, correct?
Do you believe that the tooth fairy is real, or do you lack a belief in the tooth fairy?
No, I believe that there is no tooth fairy.
Okay, so are you part of a non-tooth fairy worldview?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
No, you just lack a belief in the tooth fairy. That's it. There's no tooth
no,
fairy worldview to be a part of, or lack of.
I think that either way is a belief. If we don't want to agree on that, that's fine. But
it's not.
So I guess the first thing I'd start off with is I hold to old Earth creationism, so I believe in the Big Bang while also believing in Christianity. And so I think there's stronger evidence to support the idea that the universe had a beginning than the idea that the universe is infinite. It's the general consensus among cosmologists.
It's actually not.
Yes, it is. You can do a Google search right now. Do a quick Google search.
I can show you a survey from this year.
Okay, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, 1 second. Let's see. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. 1 second. Let me go to the other chat. It was sent to me quite literally by a physicist who went to a conference and had access to it. You probably know him. He's popular on TikTok. Dr. Blitz. Dr. Blitz shared it then with us.
Yeah, I've seen one of his live streams. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me figure out where he shared this to. I think this is what I'm looking for. There we go. Yeah, now we're in the right place. Did we pin it? No, but I can search for it. Let's see. What did he call it? Eventually, I'm going to have to save this on my desktop. Maybe it is on my desktop. Let me see if I actually saved it off eventually. No, I didn't save it off. It's in our chat, though. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong browser open. Let me put it in the right browser. Okay, so the survey asked about the Big Bang. In your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? In fact, let me make it even bigger. And the first option was an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start. The second answer is an absolute beginning of time without a singularity. The third is a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there's an absolute beginning of time or not. Then you had other, and then you had some that were of no opinion. 54 votes, 68% of them voted for option 3, saying it's a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. The Big Bang does not posit that it's the beginning of all things. That might have been true 100 years ago. It is not remotely true today.
Okay, well, I still think that God is the reason why there's anything at all rather than nothing.
Well, God would be something, right? So all you've done is kick the can down the road. So
No,
saying
I
that
think that
that something exists because of God just means the next question is, well, why does God exist?
no, I think that we exist. Like I exist and I have a cause. My parents before me, my parents existed. They had a cause. Their parents before them. And I think if you go down the line, eventually you have to get to
But there's
something
no
that.
first cause. You,
So that's where you and I differ.
that's what you have yet to demonstrate, right? Until you can give me some reason why I would believe that there was a first cause, I have no reason to believe that.
So do you believe that the universe is infinite then?
The time or the space? When you talk about infinity, you have to
Both.
clarify
Both.
which one you're referring to.
Do you
Well,
believe that the
I don't
universe has
know if the
existed?
universe is taking up infinite space, but I do believe it existed for whatever time is. It's existed for infinity of that. There's never been a state in which there was no, there was like a nothingness. There's no such thing as nothingness.
Okay, so I'm sure you've thought about this, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts. How do you deal with entropy in your view?
I don't have to deal with it in my view. There's about a dozen ways you can talk about entropy. Entropy is just a property of the universe.
Yeah, so there's a finite amount of usable energy within the universe, and
Oh, you
over
certainly
time that
couldn't prove
energy is
that.
it's a law in
You'd have to
physics.
know you'd have to know for sure if the universe is infinite or not before you can even come close to talking about whether or not the amount of entropy in the universe is finite. If
Well,
the universe is not finite, then entropy is not finite.
okay, explain that because that doesn't make sense to me.
If the universe is not finite, it means it goes on for infinity, and all
Hmm.
of the universe is in motion. That means there's an infinite amount of entropy in the universe.
Okay, but
Entropy
entropy.
is the measure of things that are in change.
No. Entropy is the amount of usable energy that's being exhausted over time.
That's not really a great definition of entropy.
Okay, but over time, the amount of usable energy is used up. So I
No,
think,
no. Again, that's not the case. You don't use it up. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't cease to exist.
but it's unusable.
It gets transferred. It doesn't become unusable.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Okay, well this is literally a law of physics. Maybe I have a crazy misunderstanding, but from the research I've done, I don't think I do.
I don't think you've done any research if you didn't even know that
No,
cosmologists don't believe the Big Bang is the start of all things.
well, I just did a quick Google search here,
So
and
if the universe is infinite in size, that means the entropy is infinite in size. The amount
I
of
don't believe that the
energy
universe
would be
is
infinite.
infinite in size.
Well,
I
but
believe that the universe is
that was what
expanding.
you said. So in order to demonstrate that the entropy
No,
in the universe is finite, you would have to then find a way to demonstrate that the universe itself is finite.
no, the universe is expanding, and
We
DES and
agree.
DESI
Well,
are observing that.
our observable universe is expanding. We have no idea what's outside of the observable portion.
Right. So I don't think that it's infinite if we can see it expanding from a single point.
You have no way to know that. Listen, if the universe is infinite, that means our observable universe is just a tiny universe in an infinite number of universes. Just because we can only see a certain
Okay, so
distance says nothing about whether or not the universe is infinite or not.
you're talking about multiverse right now, correct?
No, I'm not.
Well, you're talking about something outside of our observable universe, correct?
If it's outside of our observable universe, it's still the universe. It's just past what we can observe.
Okay, but it's nothing that's observable, so it's outside of any kind of realm of evidence.
Well, it's outside the evidence, yeah. But again,
Yeah, so you're
we
talking
have
about
no
something that has
reason to
no evidence.
believe. We have no reason to believe that there's a stop. There's an end to the universe.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the claim you're making is not based on evidence, and the
The
claim that I'm
claim,
making is based on
the claim
a
I'm.
belief in
What
God.
claim have I made?
You're talking about something outside of the observable universe,
I haven't
which
made a
there's no
claim.
evidence for.
I didn't tell you that.
Well, that's what you were just talking about. What is
No,
your view
no.
then?
What I'm saying is you have to defend your claim. Your claim is that there's a finite amount of energy in the universe. And I said before that can be accepted, you have to establish that the universe itself is finite. And you can't establish
Yeah,
that.
so I think looking at cosmic microwave background radiation, cosmologists can see that everything observable started from one point and has been
Everything
expanding outward since then.
observable, but you're making a claim about everything, period. That's
No, I'm
the
talking
problem
about
you have
everything
right now.
observable.
You're no,
If
you're
you want to
not.
make a claim, yeah,
No,
I
you're
am.
not
If
talking
you want
about
to make
everything
a claim about
observable. You're
something that's
talking about the
outside,
universe. When you say the
yeah,
universe, you have to, if you're saying something other than the entire universe, you have to specify it.
okay, I'm specifying right now the observable universe. The
Okay, how
observable
could we
universe,
possibly measure the amount of entropy in the observable universe?
that's a good question. Let me look that up. How do we measure entropy?
Measure B is a measurement of change, direction and momentum. We call it entropy. It's measuring the amount of energy in a system. You would have to be able to monitor all the shit in our entire observable universe to actually come up with an entropy number. The same way we do entropy in real life. If you want to measure how much entropy is in this ball, you need, in fact, to be able to measure the ball itself. Like,
yeah, I'm not a physicist, but from the research that I've done, many cosmologists do believe that the universe had a beginning, and entropy is a big reason for
well,
that.
the majority of them don't agree. 68% of them, according to the survey I have, says that the Big Bang says nothing about the beginning of time.
No, they're not sure.
No, wrong again. The question was, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And 68% says that it's a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state, and it says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. The Big Bang doesn't say anything about what came before it. It's unrelated.
Okay, so if you don't believe that the Big Bang was the beginning, then you'd have to believe in like a Big Crunch theory or something like that.
You don't have to. I personally do, but you don't have to. You can do all kinds of eternal universal models. You can do multiverse. You can believe that we're just a tiny section of the larger universe and we just haven't been able to observe far enough to see stuff that's not part of our Big Bang yet. Right. We could be inside of a black hole. There's so many possibilities other than there was once nothing and then something came from nothing because God spoke it.
So the point that I'm getting at is from what we can observe, the universe that we observe now started in one hot, dense state. Maybe there was something before it, maybe not, but there's no evidence behind that. I believe from what we observe that there's a cause for what happened, and I believe that cause is God.
That's adorable that you think it's God. The question is, why would you posit God into the equation when he's not necessary for it?
Because I believe that there has to be a cause for
why
anything exists at all.
Why?
I already gave the line of
what's the
reasoning.
cause for God's existence? What's the cause for God's existence?
Eventually get to a point where something has to be an
okay, so yeah, something just becomes a brute fact. Yeah, I think the universe is a necessary brute fact, and I have no reason to believe that God is a necessary brute fact.
There's no
in fact,
evidence for that.
The brute fact in my worldview is the thing that I know already exists, and there's no evidence for your God. Not a lick of it. In fact, the evidence we have would demonstrate that your God is not real. The Bible sure as fuck isn't evidence for anything.
Okay, well, we can get into that, but I've got some other things I'd like to talk about. So, okay, so hold on. Before I move on, let me not get ahead of myself. Okay, yeah, no. So another argument that I have for the existence of God is the complexity of humans and DNA.
Josh, did you try
Um,
these on any atheists in real life? These are like Frank
no.
Turek like arguments 101 that I would expect from teenagers. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Oh, come on, you're too old for these silly arguments.
How old are you?
Buddy, I'm 41. I heard
You're
these when I was a
41 and you make a
teenager.
living off of debating people on these arguments. I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
I'm
talking
doing
about.
I'm doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, okay. Round of applause.
So
Okay.
my point is, like, these are like really basic like apologetic arguments that have been
You haven't even
failing
heard my
for
argument.
Yes, I have. I've heard your argument 4,000 times. Do you think you're the first one that are made an argument from the complexity of DNA? Come on. You can't believe that.
Okay, well, where does functional information come from if it doesn't come from
Functional
God?
information develops from within any given system. Our planet is one of those examples. In fact, if DNA is a sign of anything, it's a sign of evolution. Which, didn't you say you believe in evolution?
No, I'm not an evolutionary theist. I'm an old Earth creationist.
Then how do you explain the fact that like 70% of our genes are pseudo genes and no longer functional?
Sorry, explain that.
So about 70% of our genes no longer work. They worked hundreds of thousands of years ago, most of them, in our ancestors.
What evidence do you have for that?
All of DNA. One of the best evidences is that we can't produce vitamin C. So for example, most animals can produce vitamin C. We cannot, and neither can our primate, because a long time ago, our genes got broke. There's a 4-step sequence required to produce vitamin C, and the 4th step is no longer functional. The genes are all there. In our genetics, we have all the genes there to produce vitamin C until we get to the very last step, and then the sequence breaks. And then we don't actually get to produce vitamin C. That's why we need to get it from the world around us.
Okay.
Called pseudogenes.
Either way,
this is not a new
I think
thing.
that the complexity of DNA coming from nothing just doesn't work. You have to deal with the problem
Well,
of
you would have to.
abiogenesis. There's
You
a
would
lot
have to.
going
If
on
it's not a
behind that.
problem, you would have to. In order to say that you can't get DNA from the world around us, you'd have to demonstrate that to be
Well,
the case.
there's no examples of that happening naturally ever.
We literally are the
Scientists can't even
example.
recreate it in a lab.
Yeah, they literally
we're
have.
the example, and I think
So-
that's evidence that points to God.
So it certainly doesn't point to God. It points
It
to you
certainly does.
coping. It points to you having not read any science.
So functional information doesn't ever come from an unintelligent source. We don't
Prove
have any
it.
evidence of that happening in
Prove it.
nature.
Prove
It's
it.
never happened, and we can't
It-
recreate it in labs.
it-
The
it-
best
yes-
scientists in the world.
Yes,
can't
again, it
recreate
does.
Us with our intelligent brains can't recreate it. So how did it happen?
Yes, we
naturally from
have.
chemistry. Have we?
Yeah.
Okay, show me where that is.
So we have done it. In fact, let's see. Amino acids catalyze RNA formation under ambient alkaline conditions. Here's an article, not that long ago, in fact.
But amino acids don't contain genetic information.
Yeah, they do.
No,
What do
they
you
don't.
think?
Do Google
Where
search.
do where do
Do
you where do you
amino
think
acids
where do you
contain
think DNA
genetic
comes
information?
from?
Just look it up. Do
No,
amino
DNA
acids contain
information
genetic
is
information?
made of amino acids, my man. I don't know if you knew this.
No, proteins are made of amino acids.
And
DNA is
what
made of,
what's in
DNA
DNA?
is made of 4 bases.
Mhm.
There's adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine.
And what do
that's
you
not
need for
amino acids.
RNA?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
You need amino acids.
But amino acids are ordered and structured to create proteins, and that's one of the functions
I
that
know.
happens as a
Yes, we
result of
are
DNA.
aware. Listen, give me 1 second. Non-amino acids. Nope, that's me. That's on me. You don't need amino acids for DNA.
Yeah, amino
Proteins-
acids don't contain genetic information.
No. You're right on this one. I'm actually wrong on this one. It says amino acids are used to catalyze RNA information or formation.
So the point that I'm getting at is if you look at the genetic information contained in every single one of our cells, it's more complex than any computer software
Complexity
ever
has
written.
nothing to do with God, Josh.
No. But hold on.
Something
Let me
being
finish my
something being
argument before you cut me off.
well, we already know the argument. We've heard it 4,000 times before you.
Well, you
Something
haven't heard
being
it from me, so at least
complicated
let me finish, and then you can
isn't
respond.
well, you're not going to put any new twist on it.
Okay, but this
Something
is the
being
first time I'm
complicated
talking to you,
has
so at least give
I
me the
know,
respect
and
to
it's
let me
not the
finish
first
my
time
argument.
that I've heard it. So just listen to rebuttal so you don't waste your time and mine. So something being complicated cannot be a hallmark of God did it, because you don't know God doing it needs complexity.
No, my argument is that it's a miracle because the
That's what you
complexity.
can't prove.
Okay, so let me get into this. Besides the complexity of DNA, there's also an enzyme called DNA polymerase, which is like a scanner that goes over DNA
Okay, so
and checks for errors and
which
replaces
bad
them.
apologetics book are you getting these arguments out of?
I'm not. This is all research that I've done myself.
Oh, I'm sure. Where was it?
Where was what?
Where can I find the same research? Show me.
I don't have sources for this information. I just put it into a document.
So you don't have any sources. It's just trust me, bro research.
Well, I mean, you can look it up if you doubt me.
Well, I can't look it up because you have no resource. So PubMed gives me a resource on an article. It says the self-assembled behavior of DNA bases on the interface, and then it goes to describe how DNA can actually self-assemble the
Okay,
bases.
well, I would look at James Tour's 17 video series on abiogenesis on YouTube.
Why?
Because he goes in depth on how.
Have you listened to one scientist that believes in abiogenesis, or just the ones who don't?
No, I've just watched.
Name
James
one
Tour's videos on
scientist
it.
that is in favor of abiogenesis that you've listened to or watched or read.
I'm just telling you, I've only looked at James Tour's videos.
Right.
on
So you don't
abiogenesis.
even know the other side of the argument then.
No. But I've seen evidence from a scientist. And
But
he was,
you don't know the rebuttals. Also, James Tour's not even a biologist. Isn't he like a fucking chemist?
He's a biochemist.
Oh, he's a biochemist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so as I was saying before I got cut off, so the DNA polymerase is like a scanner. It's an enzyme that checks for errors in DNA, replaces the errors, and it's functioning in the duplication of cells. And so besides the need for DNA to be created from nothing, you also have to have
It says
this
he's an
enzyme.
organic chemist,
Oh, sorry, maybe I was wrong about that.
according to his profile
I thought he was
on
a biochemist.
his
Maybe I
website.
was wrong. Okay. So anyways, yeah, besides DNA needing to be brought forth from nothing, you also have to have this enzyme.
It's not brought forth from nothing. No one believes that, Josh.
Okay, from whatever system besides God.
It's
Oh,
not
sorry,
brought
just 1
forth
sec.
from nothing. It emerges from everything else. Just like atoms are made of fundamental particles, and then atoms make up molecules. Same thing with our DNA. It's made up of smaller things that have pre-existed it. Like every molecule in my body pre-existed my body in this current format.
Yeah, but there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no examples of DNA being produced from nothing in nature anywhere. We've never seen that.
No one cares. We've never seen God, right? If your argument is we didn't witness it with our own 2 eyes happening in real time, then that's a terrible argument, because no one's ever witnessed God. In fact, all the evidence we have actually witnessed would demonstrate that your God isn't real.
No, so I've been cut off a few times here. So if I could finish, it's not just that DNA was formed from chemistry, but also that this enzyme, the DNA polymerase, which is required for DNA to reproduce and be repaired, also had to be developed at exactly the same time for it to function properly. And then besides that,
no, it
so
wouldn't.
the chemicals.
No, it would
DNA,
not, Josh.
Yes, it does.
It would have to develop eventually.
No. In our cells, due to regular metabolic processes, this is from a book that I got in the library.
Right, I know. It would have to develop eventually. Those that didn't have it died off. That's the way evolution works. Those who didn't have the adaptations necessary to survive died off. It just means that in order to survive, in order to survive, you needed that adaptation. So my point is that the way evolution works means that those who can't survive in the environment don't survive, and those who do survive, which is why the stuff that has survived is the stuff that can do the stuff required.
Yeah, and to survive, you need not only DNA, but also this polymerase enzyme. Because in every cell, on average, there's 50,000 to 500,000 molecular lesions per cell per day. And just one unrepaired lesion can be catastrophic for the cell and cause it to die. So you need
Yeah,
this enzyme to repair it.
too
and to
bad
keep it
God didn't
functioning.
think of a way to prevent the cells from getting cancer in babies.
Yeah. That's a great misdirection. Good job, Justin.
It's
How do
not a
we stay focused on
misdirection.
what we're talking
What I'm
about right now?
demonstrating to you is that you're trying to point at DNA. Look how marvelous DNA is. It must have been created. You can't draw a link between something's complexity
No.
and then something needing to be created by a God.
So
Certainly not the
besides the
Christian God.
besides the fact that it's complex, the fact that DNA communicates a message, things like how proteins are built in the body or how the body will grow and develop as time goes on, that's encoded in DNA. And the fact that there's a
Yeah,
message in
and
there,
so are all the
a
things that
message,
demonstrate that we have ancestors with the great apes. Like
so
if
a
you're so
message,
obsessed with the DNA evidence, please tell me you know how endogenous retroviruses work.
so a message is just categorically different from
So
chemistry.
you don't know anything about ERVs then?
No, I don't.
Okay. An ERV is when a foreign piece of DNA gets into your genome and it inserts a snippet of viral DNA inside of you, and then it gets passed on to your children and your children's children. We have at least 200 of them that we share with the great apes. All human beings have them. Great apes have them as well. And a good portion of those don't exist outside of the great ape human family. They only exist within our family. This could only happen if we had an ancestor with great apes. There's no other account for it.
Okay, sorry. I'm not sure if I'm not understanding exactly what you're saying right now. That could just be on
Okay.
me.
So, endogenous retroviruses are bits of DNA that gets inserted into your DNA strand and is now part of your genome. It shows up in the same part of the strand
Inserted by what?
every time
What
by a
is the
virus.
cause of that
It's called an
insertion? Okay.
endogenous retrovirus.
Okay.
Okay, so it damages, or some people will say it scars your DNA when it enters a new piece of DNA into yours, and then it shows up in all humans at the same place. That's how we know that we all had common blood. It also turns out that a bunch of these also show up in great apes because we had an ancestor with great apes that had these viruses as well, or these retroviruses.
Okay, so why does that mean apes are our ancestors? Why could they have not just gotten the
Because
same
there's
virus
no
that we got?
accounting for it. It's not possible for two of these retroviruses to show up in humans and apes and not have common ancestry. Because how long is a strand? How many base pairs are in a strand of DNA?
In the human body, 3.2 billion base pairs.
Right. And a retrovirus shows up in the same location every time. So in order
Okay,
for
but
that, in order for that to happen and not come from common ancestry, it means that the virus must somehow know that it needs to get into all human beings and then find this exact part in the DNA and then just happen to scar them at this exact point. It must do it for billions of human beings and billions of primates.
But how do we know in ancient history that that virus didn't just affect humans and also apes? How do we know that
It did. That's the point. The reason
Right,
why
but you're
apes
saying it's
and human
because we
beings
share an
have them
ancestor.
is
I'm saying
because we all had a common ancestor that
right.
had that
I understand what you're
ERV.
saying. I understand what you're saying. My question is, if we were two separate beings, apes and man, in ancient history, why is it not possible that this virus infected both of us as two separate beings?
Because it would never infect it and then be in the entire population in the exact same spot in the DNA sequence.
Why not? If it's affecting the same part
Because
of the DNA
it has
sequence
no
of both animals.
mechanism to find. Viruses don't have mechanism for selecting DNA sequences. That's not how that works.
Okay. I have a couple quotes here, which I'll just kind of end off on.
No one's interested in your quotes, but they are interested.
Francis Crick.
No one
is the
cares
guy that
about your
discovered
quotes.
the DNA structure. It's not my
No
quote.
one cares. No one
It's
cares.
Francis Crick, the guy
So
who discovered
I don't
the
care
DNA
about quotes,
structure.
Josh. I don't care.
Well,
This
says that an honest
this is
man.
the worst kind of appeal to authority, and no one cares. You can do
It's not
all
the
your
worst kind of
appeals
appeal
to
to
authority
This
as
is the
much
guy
as
that
you want.
discovered the DNA.
You can do all your appeals to authority as much as you want. No one really cares. Just same reason why I don't quote atheist biologists to you. I don't care about you quoting believing biologists to me or anything of that nature. I would love to talk about Christianity, though. Would you like to talk about Christianity?
Yeah, sure. Let's just move on.
Sure. So why is Christianity specifically true?
So I think that the beauty of the interconnectedness of all the books of the Bible and the preservation of the Bible and the impact that it's had throughout time all speak to Christianity.
Preservation.
Yeah.
It was not preserved very very well. The Quran is way more preserved.
Well, we have thousands and thousands of manuscripts that
So what?
preserve.
Most of them are from the medieval period, at least of the New Testament.
Yeah, no, but I think that the fact that it's been preserved over thousands of years speaks to the fact that it's
So is Homer. Homer's been preserved. Who gives a fuck?
yeah, there's not thousands and thousands of manuscripts of Homer.
The number of manuscripts is irrelevant. The numbers of copies of a book means nothing as to whether or not it's like from God.
Okay, so let's
there
talk
are-
about this then.
There are like billions of Qurans in the world. Doesn't mean
So
the
the
Quran's
Bible,
true.
according to Christian tradition, I mean, you're not sure about this. I'm also not sure about this, but it's estimated that the Bible has 40 authors who wrote the 66 books in the biblical canon over a timeline of like.
You
50
certainly aren't
years.
going to. This is the worst talking. I'll never understand why this bad Jordan Peterson talking point continues to get used.
Jordan
It wasn't
Peterson's
written
not even
over
a
50.
Christian.
It wasn't
I don't
written.
watch Jordan Peterson.
George
I don't
Peterson
like
was the one who popularized this when he was talking about the cross references.
I don't watch Jordan Peterson.
It's adorable. You're using his argument right now. So the
Okay,
fact
well, there
that
must be
there's
something
multiple
to it.
authors, there's nothing to it. The fact that there's multiple authors is meaningless. It was written over a period of maybe 800 years, and it's full of internal contradictions and errors. So the fact that a culture is able to add books to its own religious writings is irrelevant to me.
There's tens of thousands of hyperlinks
No,
using
there's
the
not.
same words or phrases. Yes, there is across the Bible as a whole. And the
So
fact that it was
first
written,
of all, that's not what a hyperlink is supposed to mean. And also, I don't give a fuck if the word Jerusalem shows up 30,000 times. That's not a meaningful thing to me. If I tasked 50 people to write a book about the state of Ohio, the fact that Columbus or the Ohio State Buckeyes continues to show up in all the books is meaningless to whether or not the contents of the book is true.
okay, well, let's not talk about Jerusalem. Let's talk about some actual core themes that are observed throughout the whole Bible. So looking at like Christ-centered,
Why do I care about themes?
because it speaks
Do you
to the
think
unity
do you
of the
think there
Bible
are
written by many
themes?
different authors over
Do you
thousands
think
of
there
years.
yeah, because they had previous texts. They quoted each other. Daniel literally says he's reading Jeremiah. Amos, Isaiah, all these people were familiar with each other. Of course they're going to quote each other.
But okay, the unified message that's contained.
It's not
without
a
error throughout
unified
the whole-
message.
Yeah, it is. It all points.
No,
to
it's
Jesus.
not.
Yeah, the whole Bible.
No,
points to
it's
Jesus.
not, Josh.
It
How
does.
long did Yahweh say to follow the law for?
Did Yahweh say to follow the law for?
Yep.
Are you talking about to Israel when he made the covenant with them?
How long did Yahweh say to follow the law?
I want to know what text you're specifically referring to.
I'm not going to tell you the text. I'm asking you, do you know the Bible? How long
I
did
know
Yahweh
your
instruct his people to
reference off
follow the
the top
law?
of my head.
I'm not asking you to know what I'm referring to. I'm asking
I
you,
know that
according
Yahweh
to
says
the
if you-
Hebrew
if you
Bible,
obey
how
the law,
long
there will
does
be
Yahweh
blessings.
say to follow the law?
I'm assuming all your life. I don't know what text you're referring
Forever.
to.
He says
specifically.
forever.
Okay. So what's your point?
How long does Paul say to follow the law for?
I'm not sure.
He says
Off
it
the
was
top of my head.
temporary. Schoolmaster, Galatians 3:23, 1 Corinthians 9:20, and elsewhere. He says it was temporary. It wasn't permanent. It's not forever. How long did Jesus say the law is in effect for?
Well, I'm thinking of the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus said, if you teach people to obey these commands, you'll be the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And if you teach anybody not to obey, you'll be the least in the kingdom of heaven. But then he also says in, I think it's Matthew 22 or 23, that love the Lord your God with all your heart and love your neighbor. And that sums up the law and the prophets. So that's what comes to mind when I think about Jesus
So
teaching.
does Jesus want you to follow the laws or not?
Yeah, but he's getting down to the intention, and I mean,
Yeah,
you
but
can clearly
the
see
question
that if
is,
you look at the
should you
Sermon on
follow
the
the
Mount.
law?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so Jesus.
not to the letter for the intention.
I didn't
and
say
God
anything about
gets
the.
into that.
No, Jesus doesn't say the intention.
Look at if you look at
So
Hosea
Jesus says,
6:6.
"Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever
Mhm.
does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So
Yeah. So the purpose of
Jesus
the
is
law.
suggesting that you should be following the law.
Yeah, the purpose of the law throughout the whole Bible deals with the intention of the human
Should
heart.
you follow the law? And no, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I can
Should you
give
follow
you
the law,
Bible
Josh?
passages.
You're
I'll
you're
give.
wrong. Just stop right now,
No,
Josh,
I'll
and
give
answer
you
my
Bible
question.
passages
No,
to
you're not
support
going
my
to. You're going to
claims.
answer my question. Should
What
you follow the law according to Jesus?
you should have the right intention that the
I
law
didn't ask
points
you
to.
that. I said, should you follow the law?
Should you follow the law? Well, I think there's some laws that we can't even follow anymore.
I didn't ask you that. Does Jesus suggest you should follow the laws? Yes or no?
I don't think he explicitly says that. No,
He does. In fact, you were already there. You already half quoted it.
he doesn't
Verse
explicitly say that.
17 through 19 says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets." Did Jesus abolish the laws or no?
No, he fulfilled them.
Did he abolish them though?
No, he fulfilled them. He didn't
Well,
abolish
fulfill is
them.
meaningless. Okay, so that if they're
Why is
not
fulfill meaningless?
abolished,
I think there's
if they're
huge
not
meaning there.
abolished, then they're still in effect. It says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven
No,
and
they're
earth pass away, not
fulfilled in
one letter,
Christ
not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished.
until
Therefore,
all is
whoever breaks
accomplished.
one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever
So what
does
is he
them
talking about when he
and
says all
teaches
is
them will
accomplished?
be. He's certainly not talking about his crucifixion. He's talking about his heaven and earth passing away right here. Truly, I tell you, until
Yeah, but
heaven
that's
and
a
earth.
separate point.
It's
What
not a
is he
separate point.
saying?
It's in the same sentence, Josh. It says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away,
So what
not
is
one
being
letter,
accomplished when
not
heaven
one
and earth
stroke of
pass
a
away?
letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." All being accomplished is this: the end of the age. When everything's done and there's the new heaven and a new earth. That's why he says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So if you teach people to not follow the commandments, that means you're least in the kingdom. And it says, "But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom." So does Jesus prefer you to follow the laws or not?
He doesn't explicitly say that. And what
He
is
he
Jesus
does. So
talking about in John chapter
we'll try
19?
again. Don't worry, we'll
In
try
John
again.
chapter 19, when he
We'll
says it is
try
finished,
again.
he's
We'll
referring to
I already answered that. So we'll try this again since you weren't listening the first time. He says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments." Like, are you a whoever?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And he says, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So he's saying, if you break the commandments and teach others to break the commandments, you're going to be least in the kingdom, which means it must not be good to break the commandments, which is why he says, "Whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom." So is it good to follow the laws?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he
So
goes on to say that
if
I
it's
tell you that
if it's
unless your
bad
righteousness
if it's bad to not follow the laws and it's good to follow the laws, then does that not mean that Jesus prefers you to follow the law? Because Jesus obviously prefers you to do what is good, correct?
Yeah, but you're trying to pinhole the conversation
I
because if
didn't
you go to
pinhole
the
the
next verse,
conversation. So the next
if you go to
question
the
is,
next
does
verse,
Jesus prefer you to follow the laws?
okay, I'm
Yes or
just
no?
not going to talk because I can't talk here. Sure, I'll just agree with you for the sake of moving the conversation along. Yeah,
Okay, so Jesus does prefer you to follow the laws.
yeah.
Okay, and until when?
Until it's until all things, uh,
Until heaven and earth pass away,
until everything is accomplished.
which
is
includes
Jesus'
heaven
word.
and earth passing away.
I disagree. I think that fulfillment is in
Well,
Jesus.
you'd be wrong because he doesn't say on his
Why
cross
are you the
that the
arbiter?
heaven
Why
and
do you
earth
get
has
to
passed
decide?
away. It says, "For
Have you read
truly
a
I tell
commentary on
you,"
this?
I have. So
Okay,
what
well,
it
I've read
says,
two. I've read
well,
two.
well,
I've read from
congratulations.
Augustine of
I've got a
Hippo.
master's degree in biblical studies and a BA. So
Wow. Another round of
saying,
applause for Justin.
saying you've
Second
read a
time. Good
commentary,
job.
saying you've read a commentary is meaningless to me. It says, "Truly
No,
I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away."
Well, I'm just wondering where you're
And
getting
we
this
agree
idea
that
from,
heaven and
'cause
earth
it's not.
haven't passed away. It's within the sentence structure, Josh. It says,
No.
"Until heaven and earth pass
Who are
away,"
you
not
reading
one
that you're
letter.
getting this idea from? Is this just from?
I'm reading the Bible, and if you bothered to read it, you'd figure it out as well. It says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." all being accomplished cannot mean Jesus dying on a cross and then the law going away, because he says it's not going to go away until heaven and earth pass away, which means the word all must include the heaven and earth passing away. That's what the word all means.
So
When
Justin,
Jesus
here's the
died,
problem.
did he say all is accomplished, or did he say it is accomplished?
He said it is finished.
Okay. In Matthew, did he say all?
Yeah.
Okay. Does all include heaven and earth passing away?
I don't think so. I don't think that's what Jesus is
It
talking about here.
does. Yeah, which
No,
is
okay,
why
so here's where
Matthew 28, Jesus instructs his disciples to
Justin.
go out and instruct others to do everything that he commanded them to. In Matthew 28,
Justin, are
that
you scared to hear
command
me out? Can I
includes
make a
follow
comment?
it. No one's scared to hear you out, Josh.
Okay, then let me talk.
So he commissioned his disciples, and he says, therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to obey everything that I have commanded you. Well, one of the things that he commanded them to do was, in fact, to follow the laws. So that means after his death, he wanted his disciples to teach people to follow the laws.
Yeah, but if you look at the Sermon on the Mount as a whole, Jesus is getting down to the intention of the heart. Okay,
Yeah,
so here's where the problem
we
is.
agree that Jesus wants to make the laws more strict. This wasn't unique to Jesus.
No, it's
This
not about
is
being
something
more
that
strict, it's about
we
the
saw
intention
in
of the heart.
Judaism at the time period. No one cares. The question
the
that I
intention of the
had
heart.
initially,
And that's
which you're
consistent with the Old
failing to
Testament.
actually understand, is that Jesus and Yahweh agree that the law is forever and that you should follow it. It's good to follow the law.
Justin,
Paul
do me a favor, look up
disagrees.
Hosea 6:6.
Acts chapter 10 disagrees. Acts chapter 15 disagrees.
Look up Hosea 6:6.
We all know what Hosea says. You need to pay
What does
attention to
Hosea
what we're
6:6
actually
say?
talking about right now.
No, I'm
So,
trying to get. Okay.
does Paul say that the law is forever? Because Jesus does.
No, Paul says in Romans 10 that Christ was the culmination of the law for everyone.
That's right. And so what that means is that
therefore, Christ
God
accomplished.
and Jesus disagree with Paul.
No, they don't. Look up Hosea 6:6 for the third time.
You're still wrong.
You won't even look up the passage. Just entertain me if I'm wrong.
Okay, we'll show the passage for everybody, and then we're going to show why it's stupid. It says, for I desire steadfast love, not sacrifice, the knowledge of God rather than the burnt offerings. Do you know what this is about? Because I do.
Yeah, he's talking about ritual obedience compared to the
No,
intention of the heart.
no, what he's not, that's not at all what he's saying. What he's
Yes,
saying
it
is, I would rather you obey me so that you don't have to give sin offerings. Obedience is better than sacrifice, meaning the sacrifice that you're giving for your sin is what you're doing because you're disobeying, but I would prefer you to not disobey in the first place. That's what he's saying here.
Okay, well then go to Zechariah chapter 8.
This bumbling around literally has no idea what he's doing.
It's not bumbling around.
Yeah, you have literally no idea what's
If I
happening
have
right
no
now.
idea, then entertain me, Justin.
You're concussed is what's happening. Let
I'm
me
not
ask you a question. What time period is it in which the circumcised hearts of the people will happen? When is that going to happen?
Well, from the Old Testament, it's in the age to come.
The age to come, you got it. Because in Deuteronomy, it says, moreover, the Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments I'm commanding you today. So according to God in Deuteronomy 30, in the age to come, they're still going to follow all the laws that Moses gave in Deuteronomy.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to need you to repeat that.
Yeah.
I was looking for a verse while you were talking, so I was a little bit distracted.
In the age to come, you will follow the laws. Verse 6, moreover, the Lord God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So according to you, and I think according to Deuteronomy 30, in the age to come, you're going to be required to follow the laws of Moses.
Yeah. What are the laws
Yeah,
getting at?
which means the laws are not temporary.
What are the laws getting at, Justin?
It's irrelevant. The question is, should you follow the
No, it's
laws
not
that were
irrelevant.
laid
It's
down in
relevant.
Deuteronomy?
It's
And
relevant for
the
all
answer
time
to the
according to the
question,
Bible.
according to Christians, is that we don't know because we've never read the Hebrew Bible. We've only
what does
read
it
the
really
writings
mean
of
to obey
Paul.
the law? What does
And
it mean to
Paul
obey the
said,
law,
in
Justin?
fact, that he is our peace. In his flesh, he has made both into one and has broken down the dividing wall that is the hostility between us, abolishing the law with his commandments and ordinances. So, according to Paul, Jesus literally abolished the law and its commandments and ordinances. But according to Yahweh, in fact, once he circumcises the hearts of the people, everyone's going to follow the commandments of Moses.
Okay, when you're reading from Galatians, you have to take the context of the book into account.
I
though,
didn't
because
read
there's-
from Galatians, that's Ephesians.
Oh, sorry, I heard Galatians. That must have been referenced earlier. Oh shoot, I totally just lost my train of thought.
The train of thought that that you should have right now is, oh shit, Paul, Jesus, and Yahweh don't agree on the law. Jesus and Yahweh think that it's forever. Paul doesn't.
No, so this is where it gets back to Matthew chapter 5, the Sermon on the Mount. So you and I have different interpretations of that passage, right? And so it comes down to, do you have any evidence to support your view? Because I have evidence from a couple different commentaries.
The literal words of Jesus. So the words of Jesus is, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do this. You know, you already agreed with me, so now you're just lying to the whole audience. It says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So,
No, I'm talking about verse 18.
Is it good or is it good or is it bad to follow the law?
It's good.
Oh, so it is good. Okay, fantastic. And has heaven and earth passed away?
No.
Okay, so if heaven and earth hasn't passed away, and the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and it's good to follow the law, and Jesus instructed the disciples to teach people to follow the law, that means, in fact, he believes you should still be following the law.
The part that we're hung up on is the interpretation of until everything is accomplished. You and I have different interpretations of this.
And yours is wrong, because the word all clearly refers to the immediate context, not something that was written, I don't know, 70 years later.
Until everything is accomplished? How do you get that refers to the immediate context? Because I have multiple commentaries here.
No one cares about your commentary.
Your context, if you'd like, but they contradict your view.
Your context is ignored because you ignored the context. I'm not. The context.
No, I'm not ignoring the context.
Quite
I have
verily,
a different interpretation of what Jesus is
requires
saying.
It to still be in effect. Because if it's not, that makes him a liar. He's contradicting himself. If Jesus is saying that the law is only going to be in effect for another 2 years, then that makes him self-contradictory.
But I think that he's talking about two different things there.
He's not. Why would I believe that? What's the evidence from the text that would lead one to believe that in verse 17 through 19, he's just arbitrarily making a half a phrase about something later? Yeah, I am taking the text literally. I am.
So how many times did Jesus speak literally?
So give me a lot.
He speaks more often in parables and in ways that people don't understand.
You can speak in a parable and also speak literally. Also, it happens to be that this is not a fucking parable, Josh.
No, but I'm saying Jesus.
What do you think a parable is? What's a parable?
A parable is a story with a deeper meaning.
Okay, is this a story?
No, but I'm saying that Jesus.
Okay, so then that means it's not a parable. Not a
parable. How
parable.
do you know that you can take this
not a parable. Not a parable.
How do you know that context applies directly?
Oh, I'm sorry. So which part of this? Let me put it back on the board.
How do you know that everything accomplished is not talking about what Jesus
which part of this is which part of this is metaphor? Still waiting. Which word in here it points to the metaphor?
I don't know. You got me there, Justin.
So it's not a metaphor.
No, but I'm saying that Jesus isn't always speaking immediately within the direct
I never said Jesus always did. In this sentence, in this paragraph, he clearly is, though.
But is there something deeper going on here? And I think that Jesus is talking about himself.
No, I don't think there is.
Augustine believed that he was. Chrysostom believed that
No
he
one cares
was.
about Augustine or Christendom. Augustine was a nutcase.
Well, these guys both have a different interpretation than you. I don't think you have any supporting
Why
evidence
do I give a
for your
fuck about
view.
Augustine?
Because
You
I
said
have other
you said
people that agree with
you
my
said
view.
you read an actual commentary. Augustine? Dude was fantasizing about his own mother. Yeah, no one cares about Augustine.
Yeah, but Justin, you can't cite one other person who agrees with you. This is just from
Yeah,
your brain.
I can. How about William F. Albright in the Yale
Who's
Anglo
that?
Bible Commentary series? These clowns. Augustine's not a commentary. You have access to no commentaries.
No, he's got a work called On the Sermon on the Mount and against
Yeah,
Faustus the
again, no one
Manichae,
cares.
which is where I pulled this information from.
Yeah, he lived over 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, being old doesn't make you anywhere near correct. Here's the note by William F. Albright, an actual scholar, says this statement by Jesus seems clear enough, but combined with the following verses, it might be taken to mean as meaning that the law is binding on the followers of Jesus until the end of time. Oh, what about that?
It might be taken to mean.
Yeah.
Is that what he says? Is that your evidence? It might be taken to mean?
Yeah.
Is that the best you have?
Yeah. No, that's certainly not the best I have. That's what that means.
Well, that's what you just pulled up. That doesn't really support your
Says
view.
there is
It
no
might be
shred of
taken to mean.
evidence that Jesus at any point repudiated his obligations to the law. There's nothing in here. You're not going to find like a scholarly commentary that states anything different than what I'm telling you right now. I didn't make up my viewpoints.
All right. Well, I don't know if we're going to get anywhere with this. Do you want to move on to another argument?
Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Bible.
Okay.
Like, I would personally consider contradictions inconsistencies, wouldn't you?
I don't believe that the Bible is contradictory.
Nowhere. Want to do one of my favorites? It's a classic. So this is the story of God sending down the punishment for David taking the census. It says, "Go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, choose one of them, so that I may do it to you." So Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of the Lord overtakes your enemies. While the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the territory of Israel." Okay, so what we find in Chronicles is that it's a succession of 3s, 3 years, 3 months, and then 3 days. We go to the parallel story in 2 Samuel. It says, "When David rose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, choose one of them, and I will do it to you." So Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you?" So was the first punishment 7 or 3 years?
Well, yeah, I mean, you see small inconsistencies like that, but I don't think that's a contradiction. It's just a different timeline.
It's not. It's the same timeline. It's the same story.
Yeah, but it's a different measurement of time. I don't know that that's necessarily
A different 3 years and 7 years are a different measurement of time.
Yes.
What system of measurement is it?
No. I'm not saying that they're measuring time in a different way. I'm saying yes, those are different amounts of time. But does that
we
affect
agree.
the interpretation of the Bible?
I didn't ask you about the interpretation. I asked you about consistency.
No,
you
didn't.
said that the Bible was consistent in all that it says, and I asked you, does that actually mean that it is free of contradictions? And you assumed, yeah. You said, yeah. So, I mean, does the Bible have contradictions or no?
You could say that 3 years is not 7 years, yes.
So, fantastic. Do you think
But
that
is there
Deuteronomy...
a major contradiction that affects the interpretation or the meaning of the text? No.
Yeah, we already went over one of my favorites, which is that the law is either universal or it's not. You say that it's not. There's been some other ones that are actually interesting, like in Deuteronomy
No, the
Was
law
it
is universal, but it's getting at
32
intention,
H?
and Christ was the
Well, it's not
fulfillment of the law.
universal if
So
it only applies to some people. So Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9 is an interesting one, although this is I don't know if this is actually a contradiction, but this just shows that manuscripts differ over time, and sometimes it's kind of important. It says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. But in a lot of our older Bibles, it says according to the number of the Israelites of Israel, the sons of Israel.
right. And Jesus
So
talks about this in John, I think it's chapter 8, where Jesus talks
no,
about people being
he
called
brings
gods.
up Psalm 82. That's what he's referencing. When
No,
Jesus,
I know he's not referencing that specific passage. I'm just saying that Jesus does address something very similar to that.
yeah. So is there one God or multiple gods?
There's one God.
Okay, but according to Psalm 82, there's multiple gods, and according to Deuteronomy 32, there are
Lowercase.
multiple.
I think the word is Elohim, which is
Well,
as far
Elohim
as I
is
know,
a
can also refer to angels. But God is
it,
like the Elohim of Elohims. He's the God, capital G.
what's the difference?
He's above everything.
How?
He's almighty, all powerful,
Mighty to do what?
all knowing.
Is he mighty enough
create.
to get rid of the Satan?
Mighty enough to get, well, yeah, I mean, Revelation prophesies about that.
How come he doesn't do it?
It's prophesied that it's going to come to pass.
How come he didn't do it now?
I don't know. I'm not God.
Don't
Actually, I do have an
don't you
idea
find it
about this. So
weird
this
that
is
God invented his own enemy?
no. So I think there's actually a
So
purpose
where did
to
Satan
it.
come from?
God created Satan.
Okay, why?
I don't know why God created Satan, but if we want to get into theodicy,
So
I have an idea
well,
behind why there's evil.
I would love to get into theodicy. I mean, theodicy is a lot of fun, but I think I'd rather do one other thing first.
Sure.
So we're on Deuteronomy 32 for a reason, and I didn't get a chance to actually finish it. If you go to Deuteronomy 32:4, the beginning of that passage, it says that his work is perfect and all of his ways are just. But
Yeah.
in order to believe that that is true, you must also believe that it's true, that it's good to kill innocent women. Want to hear that argument?
To kill innocent women?
Yeah.
Which women are innocent?
Deuteronomy 22. So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I didn't find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her by saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels. So if there's a blood on that sheet, that means that she was a virgin and he gets punished, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So if she's lying about being a virgin, she gets stoned, right?
Yeah, and the whole purpose of this ties into Deuteronomy 18, which is for the nation of Israel to be holy and set apart. So a woman that was being
I think
sexually
you
promiscuous
mean
before marriage
Leviticus
would have been
18.
stoned. No, Deuteronomy 18.
Sure about that?
Deuteronomy 18 verses 9 to 14. If you want to look it up, God calls his people to be set apart.
Well, he does it about a dozen times.
Yeah, it is in Deuteronomy 18.
Purity laws?
Verses 9 to 14.
Yeah, it's just a call. Yeah, when you enter the land the Lord God is giving you, do not learn to imitate the detestable ways of the nations there. Let no one be found among you who sacrifices their sons or daughters to the fire, so on and so forth. There's no sexual impurity laws here.
No, but it's tying into the idea that Israel was supposed to be set apart and different
Yeah,
from the other
yeah,
nations
we know
around
that.
them.
That's not a question.
So if a
So
woman was being sexually promiscuous before marriage,
yeah,
then
we know. We know
Okay.
that. We don't have to explain none of that. We all know that he didn't want you to be sexually promiscuous.
So I don't know
The
where the
que-
innocence comes in here
okay, what's she being killed for, Josh?
for being sexually immoral.
Okay, and what's the tool to determine if she's been sexually immoral?
The tool to determine if she's been sexually immoral?
Yeah, what are they gonna do in court when they show up?
I'm assuming have some kind of trial.
What's the verse say that we read is gonna happen?
You're gonna have to pull it up again.
Yep. It says, they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the proof of her innocence or non-innocence is in fact the bloody sheet, right?
Does that say that's the only piece of evidence?
That's what you're gonna bring. They shall
Is that
spread
the
out
only
the cloth.
evidence?
What possible evidence could you bring to prove that a woman has never slept with somebody?
The testimony of other people.
That's
I mean,
not
this
how
is a
that.
serious
That's
accusation,
not how that
right?
works, Josh. Can you verify? But let's pretend you have a sister. Can you verify
do
that
have a
your
sister.
sister never slept with anybody?
No.
Yeah,
But
thank you for
I
letting
think
me
we
go.
have
Of
to
course
take the
not, because
whole-
you can't testify to whether or not somebody never did something. That means you would have had to spend your entire life with that person. Every waking moment they ever had with that person, you would have had to be with them. That's not how testimony works.
Yeah, so I think it's important to take a couple things into consideration here. One thing is Deuteronomy chapter 19. You can look at verses 11 to 13. So there were strict laws that stated anyone who kills an innocent person would themselves be put to death. You can look it up if you want to.
I'm aware. The problem is they didn't realize that these women were innocent. That's the problem. The problem is they were given instructions that if a woman doesn't bleed on a sheet, you can have her stoned.
Right, but I'm just pointing it out that this is a very serious claim,
Yes,
and if they were proven
I
in
know,
some way to
Josh.
be wrong,
You're not supposed to kill
then they-
innocent people unless they're
then they
foreigners.
themselves
Then
would
you
be put to
then you
death.
can murder the foreigners.
And sorry, I just have another note here. So in Deuteronomy 19 verses 15 to 20, the idea that
Buddy, we're in Deuteronomy 22. We're gonna need you to address the passage. Do you
Yeah,
think
I am
that
addressing the
having a
passage. The
woman
context is
stoned
important.
based on the evidence of the sheet is a good thing?
But it doesn't say that's the only evidence.
Then what? Again, tell me what evidence you could possibly bring.
I don't know because it's not listed in the passage. But it
You
doesn't
don't
say
know
that's the
because
only
there
evidence.
is none. There's no way to determine if the woman is a
How do you
virgin.
know there is none? Where does it
There
say
is
there's no other
none.
evidence? Where
There
does it
is no
say
other
that?
evidence.
Where does it say
There's
that? It
there's
doesn't
no
say that.
no
Text doesn't say that.
in reality there's no way to determine if someone's a virgin. It doesn't exist.
But there's nowhere in that text where it says no other evidence would be
No,
considered.
I'm telling you, in reality, there is no way to know if
Okay,
a
so
woman
you're-
has been lain with.
So you're positing your own understanding onto the text. You're not. just
No,
taking what
I'm
it
not
says.
telling you about the text. I'm
Okay,
saying
well, I'm looking at the text
in the
context, and
reality
I'm
that we
referencing other
live in,
passages.
Josh, there is no way to determine if a woman is a virgin. It doesn't exist.
Right, but I'm saying look at the rest of the book in context. This is a very serious
I've read
thing.
every last
And-
word of the book, Josh. So we'll try this
Okay.
again. In real life, what is one possible test you can do that is actually effective?
I don't have an example, but I think in
There's
a
not
court hearing-
one because
in a
it's
court hearing,
impossible. So there's no
when it's
way
a
to
life or death
determine if a
situation,
little girl is in fact a virgin. So whether or
Yes.
not there's a bloody sheet is not evidence to whether or not this woman was a virgin, which means getting killed because they couldn't produce a bloody sheet is horrendous.
So is there any example of this happening in the Bible?
No, does it matter?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it doesn't matter.
There's no example of an innocent woman.
There's
being
lots of
stoned.
laws that we don't have example of people breaking, by the way.
Actually, and
Tons
if
of
you want to
them.
consider that idea, let's look
So,
at John
Josh,
chapter
do
8,
you
where
think that
Jesus
every
encounters
do you think that
a
every
woman who's
law
caught
that's
in
not
sexual
even authentic to
immorality.
John? Do you think that every law given by Moses has an example of somebody breaking it in the Bible?
No, but I also don't think that
Okay,
it's,
so then it's an irrelevant argument. Saying is there a story in the Bible where somebody breaks this law is an irrelevant question to whether or not the law was actually given.
I
Thank
think
you,
another
Chet.
problem with your interpretation here is that you're looking at the law as legislative, like it has to be followed.
It is
like the way our
legislative.
law is.
Yes. That's how
But
that works.
Look at Exodus chapter 18. Moses instructs people under him
He
how
can't
to
stop
deal with
himself.
situations.
Yeah.
Look at Exodus 18.
This
So Moses,
this is legislative. That's why God punished people for not
So
following the law.
Moses teaches people about the law, but then lets them
I
decide on matters using their own
I
mind.
I know, for where there is no law. I agree. Yeah, when there is no law regarding it, you can use your own mental, rational thinking faculties. But we have a law on this, and the law states that if in fact you can't produce a bloody sheet, you can have her stoned.
There's no examples of that in the Bible, though.
No,
So
again, Josh, we already covered it. Doesn't
you're
matter.
saying you can have an innocent woman
It doesn't
stoned, but that
matter.
never
Josh,
happens.
I know you're concussed, but try to pay attention. Just because there's not an example of a law being enacted in the Bible, like being played out, says nothing as to whether or not the law has a particular meaning. We know what it means.
So the claim that you're making, though, is that God cannot be just if he can have an innocent woman stoned, but there's no example of an innocent woman being stoned. So
It doesn't matter if there's an example of it. The command itself requires that innocent women will be stoned.
It does, because you can ask the question.
It doesn't.
Did an
No, it
innocent
doesn't.
person get stoned?
Josh,
And the answer is
Josh, you already told me that not all the laws of Moses have accompanying stories about when they were broken. So whether or not there's an accompanying story is irrelevant. Like if I told you that you can go, yeah, he did. So if I told you that you can go and kill your neighbor, the fact that you did or didn't kill your neighbor is irrelevant to the fact that I said that you could go do it. That's the problem. We're not asking, can we find examples of where this happened? We're asking, is the command itself even just?
But if you can't find an example of it happening, then how do you claim that God is not just?
Because it doesn't matter if it happened. Josh, if I said, I need you to go punch this little kid in the face, that is an unjust command. Whether or not you did it is irrelevant. I'm not asking you if the Israelites did things that were unjust. I'm asking, is this command from God unjust?
I don't think so, because I think it's consistent with his moral nature.
I know it is consistent. Fuck women. Yeah, I know.
No, because that
it
doesn't
is.
happen.
It does happen. Yeah, he says that you can rape women. In fact, he commands rape.
Well, I mean, let's just think about this logically. I'm assuming you're
married. I don't think you've thought about this logically.
I have. You're 41, right? Are you married?
I don't talk about my personal life on stream.
Okay. Well, I'm married, and for me personally, on my wedding
day, pray for Josh's wife.
That was one of the happiest days of my life, right?
Yeah. And did she bleed?
That's none of your business.
Well, because the bloody sheet is supposed to be the proof of whether or not she was a virgin, and as it turns out, the bloody sheet is not good proof. And you can't think of a single thing that could be used as proof other than the bloody sheet. And as it turns out, neither does the Bible, because there is no other test. In fact, if you read some of the tests that were eventually produced, like the Talmud produced some additional tests. One was like setting them on top of an open wine barrel and then smelling their breath to see if their breath smelled like wine, because the thought was if you were not a virgin, I didn't say it was, pay attention. So the thought was if your hymen was still intact, the scent of the wine wouldn't travel up through your body and out of your mouth. My point is, ancient people had no idea how to test for virginity, even though they thought that virginity was very important. And this is just one of those additional failures. You can't test somebody's virginity by whether or not they bled on their wedding night.
That's great. But the thing that I'm getting at when I'm talking about my own personal story is that on my wedding day was one of the happiest days of my life. So for me, imagining myself in an ancient context, if I was to go from the happiest day of my life to being mad at my wife and believing that she had been sexually immoral prior to that day, that would have to be a huge shift, like a very serious accusation. And I think that you would have to have more evidence than the cloth not being bled on.
But you can't tell me what evidence there could or would even be other than the cloth. So your opinion that there must be additional evidence is just like your opinion, man. The Bible says that you're going to go to court, and then at court, you're going to display the cloth. That's what it says.
Right. And it doesn't say that's the only thing, so.
It doesn't have to. There is no other thing.
You're saying there is no other thing, but that's
the
text.
Then show me something that could possibly count.
No, but here's the thing, Justin.
You saying that there is something else is meaningless until you can tell me what the something else would be. What would it be?
No, I'm saying that the text isn't limited.
I didn't ask you about the text. I asked what else could it be?
I don't have an answer.
So then you asserting that there must be something else is foolish.
You're doing the same thing.
You're lying to me, and you're lying to the audience, and you're lying to yourself. I didn't assert that. What I'm saying is that What I'm saying is that until you can demonstrate that there is anything else, I have no reason to believe that it's not just the sheep.
Until you can demonstrate that's the only thing, then I have no reason to side with your belief.
Actually, I already did. You weren't listening, so we'll try it again, Joss. There
try
is
it again.
no way, there is zero way possible, even in the modern age, to determine the virginity of an individual. There is no evidence, no amount of evidence. It doesn't matter if you think there is additional evidence that they would bring, even though you can't name it. It still wouldn't matter because there is no way to determine the virginity of an individual, even today, with modern technology. It doesn't exist.
Well, I think it's harder today than it would have been back then.
It doesn't matter. It's impossible today, Josh. It's not possible today to determine the virginity of a woman, even today, which means it doesn't matter what you believe about the bloody sheet. If you think that they're going to bring additional tests, it doesn't matter. There's no way to determine it, which means it doesn't matter. You should never murder a woman for not being a virgin because there is no method for determining her virginity.
Sure, and it never happens in the Bible, so
it doesn't matter if there's a recorded story of it. God said you can do it.
There's
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The fact that it doesn't record it happening says nothing about whether or not the command is good or bad.
The point of the law is
You
to deal
can
with
you can
sexual
repeat the
immorality.
same bad talking point over and
repeating
over
the same
again,
points too.
and you'll just be wrong every time, Josh.
Okay, so how about we just move on because we're both repeating the same thing, and I think we've come to an
No,
impasse here.
we haven't come to an impasse. We've determined that you're a liar.
Okay, sure. If you want to believe that, that's fine by me.
So we'll try this again. Is there any method that they could produce that would reliably determine if she was a virgin?
I don't have an answer.
There's not. Okay, there's not one.
Yeah, I've told you this already.
In fact,
Are you happy now?
do I have any for the nurses and doctors in the chat? Because I know there's a couple that talk to me after I talk about this topic. Say yes or no. Is there a reliable method for determining if a woman is a virgin, even with modern medicine? No. Moon says no. A lot of no's. Joey says no.
I think that back in their
Jack
context,
says no.
testimony would have been held.
Ashley
to be more
says no.
valuable. This is just my opinion. I don't know.
Testimony would be meaningless. Testimony is not a test of virginity.
No, but I think back then community.
Sweet
was
Pickle
much more
says that
important
she's an RN and also no. Okay, so listen, there's
I don't disagree
there's
with
no
that.
way of determining if somebody is a virgin, and testimony sure as hell
never
does not
claimed that there was a
determine
way.
whether or not somebody was in fact a virgin, which means this law would in fact result in somebody being murdered unjustly for not being a virgin.
It could, not would.
It would. If it
No,
was
it
enacted,
could.
if it was
could, and we have no
enacted, it
evidence that
would.
did. It could, and we have no evidence that.
No, we know it would.
But we have no evidence that it did.
We have the law. We don't care about whether or not you find a story of somebody doing it. Although we know that there are stories of people doing it because we have writings from the time period of people getting murdered for exactly this. So again, you're being disingenuous, Josh, because what you're saying, and I'll repeat it for the 50th time, I'll say it every time you say it. Just because there's not a story in the text showing of how this law was enacted doesn't mean that the law didn't exist or that God didn't give it or that it was somehow a good law. I'm not asking you if the Israelites did it. I'm asking if the law was good.
Yes, it was, because it was to keep
So
Israel
it was
safe.
good. Okay, so even though it would result in women being innocently murdered, it was
could.
good. Just check.
Could, and
No, it
there's
would.
no evidence of that.
It would. There is.
No,
There is.
It could.
There is. It would.
Okay, so do you want to move on to the next argument?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, do you think that rape is chill?
No, obviously not.
How do you feel about consent?
Consent, I think that, especially today, very important. I think if you're going to talk about Israel in the ancient context, it's a little bit different. You have to look into the context and make sure
I don't think so.
you understand what you're talking about. I'm not advocating for rape.
Josh, between the two of us, only one of us actually went to school to study the context. So what do you think about war brides? Should we be allowed to capture people in war and then make them our war brides? Do you think that women captured in war after you murdered their entire family have the ability to consent?
No, but I think you have to consider the alternative.
Oh, no. Okay, so they don't have the ability to consent.
No.
So, but it is okay when God tells you to do it.
Yeah, I think every ancient culture back then was doing that.
I didn't ask you if every ancient culture was doing it. Was it okay when God said you can do it?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, so morals are relative for you?
No, I think that you have to consider the context.
Says when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God that's called relative morality, my man. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry, and so you bring her into your house. She shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So this is a woman who does not have the ability to consent. How does the context make that better?
Because every other culture was doing that, and God actually surpasses
You just
them.
told me that God said not to be like the other cultures.
Yeah, he is different because he gives them a period of mourning.
But you,
that sets Israel apart from the other nations.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, name me
That's
one
not
other
true at
ancient.
all.
Okay,
You,
show me
you
one
don't
other
you don't
ancient
know
text
you don't
from
know
another.
shit. You don't know shit about the mourning
Show me another
rituals
ancient
of other
text.
cultures. In fact, even in ancient Egypt,
No, I
they
researched
had
it.
ritualistic mourning. You have not researched it.
Can
You
pull that
can't
up
show
and
me a single text from the ancient world where it says that you don't let the kidnapped victims mourn.
I looked into this like a month ago. Again, I
You
don't
did
have
not.
the source. I wish I had kept the source.
You
because
certainly didn't.
But I did look into this about a month ago. I
Okay,
was reading
so
here. I can pull up the book name at least.
So
Let me at least
the
do that for you.
reality is this allows for marital rape. You've kidnapped a woman after you murdered her entire family, and she's now your war bride. Nothing about the context makes this better.
So okay, so the book, just for the record, is called The Lost World of the Torah, written
Yeah,
by John H. Walton and J.
yeah, I
Vernon
know John
Walton.
Walton.
Okay, so that's the book where I got this idea from, where they compared and contrasted.
Yeah, I have
other
all the
ancient
ancient
texts.
law codes, by the way. I have them all.
Okay, great. So the fact that God gave them a period of mourning in between set Israel apart and actually was more just than other
No,
nations.
it's not more just. It's still unjust. She's still your war bride. She has no
Okay, well, what are
consent.
the alternatives? If you go kill an entire nation and there's
Don't
these
do
women
it.
left,
You're about to
and
make
there's
it
these
worse. You're
and
going to
there's
make
these
it
women
worse.
left,
Josh, you're going to make it worse if you say it.
you just leave them to die?
Okay, well, you made
That's
it
the
worse.
alternative.
I tried to help you. It says, if you are not satisfied with her, then you shall let her go free, certainly not sell her for money. So if she doesn't please you, you can just let her fuck off. He didn't have to take her in the first place. And same thing with the other women. They didn't have to kidnap a single woman. So listen, if he was really concerned about taking care of the women, he would say that you would take care of all of these women, not just the sexy ones, not just the hot little ones that you want to marry. You'll take care of all of them. What he actually said was, if you find a little hottie toddy among the kidnapped victims, the ones you kidnapped from their homeland after you murdered their entire family, you can marry them. You can make them your war bride. Do you think that's okay?
I think it was a different time back then. I think it was kill or be killed.
I didn't ask you about that.
No, I think that's important in the
Did
answer,
God
though.
give laws that were the same or different?
To what?
The cultures
same or
back
different
then.
from
See,
what?
every time you don't like what it says, you say, well, that's the way it was back then. But you already said God's laws were supposed to be given so that you would be different from the other cultures. Different.
Right.
So you can't use the excuse, well, God did it this way because that's how culture was. God's entire law code was supposed to be against that notion. Don't be like these other people.
Well, the law develops and changes over time, right? So
Only if you believe in relative morals, not if you believe in objective morals.
No.
You believe
Exodus, it starts
in
with the 10
objective,
Commandments.
unchanging morals.
If you look at Exodus, it starts with the 10 Commandments, and then they go on from there, and then the Levitical laws are developed, and Deuteronomy, and then when Jesus comes and fulfills
That's
the
not
law,
changing.
brings
That's
us into a new
additions.
covenant, and again, it
That's
changes
called
again.
that's called adding to. It's not called changing. You can add to the laws. That's not the same as changing the laws. So again, you think it's okay to kidnap women after you murdered their entire family, huh?
I think back then, yeah, it was.
Oh, just checking. I don't think it was good back then. I certainly don't think that it's good now. And remember, you already said that according to Deuteronomy 30, the laws are going to be in effect even in the age to come. And Jesus said that to follow the law is good, which means it certainly would be good to follow this particular law. I'm sure you don't like that, but
You
it is
have to
what it
remember though
is.
that these other nations were sacrificing babies to idols and doing terrible things.
No,
So
wrong again. Wrong
yeah,
again.
read Deuteronomy
No,
18. You already read
Josh,
it. I
you're
quoted it for
wrong.
you. No,
You're
I'm not.
wrong.
Read
Josh, you're
Deuteronomy
wrong.
18.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not.
He just wants to bury himself. Okay.
You
Well.
already read it. I gave you the text and you read it.
Oh,
It's in
Josh,
Deuteronomy 18.
it's hard to imagine someone being so consistently wrong. So I'm going to read for you why you're wrong, because if you're a Canaanite, the ones who theoretically were sacrificing their babies to Molech, so on and so forth, you don't get to marry those women. You get to murder those women. Because when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the towns very far from you, which are not the towns of the nations here. But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving to you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. So if it's the Canaanites, you kill every last one of them, men, women, children, babies. If it's foreigners that live far away from you, then you get to kidnap their women and then make them your war brides.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, it's almost 11. Josh, you haven't made a coherent point the whole time you've been up here, and I've got to use the restroom now and get out of here before midnight. And I got a bunch of super chats left to read. So thanks for coming and chatting with me. And it's been real. Although I'm pretty sure this is
Yeah.
our second time chatting, isn't it?
No, this is the first time I've called in.
Oh, wow. There were so many repeated talking points. I thought you were another Josh that I talked to with the same talking points. Okay.
No.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, it was a pleasure talking to you. Have a good night. God bless
Sure.
you.
Yep. We'll think for you. I love when they say God bless you like it means something to us. All right, I'm going to use the restroom, friends. We'll be right back. Okay. Let's do it, friends. Yeah, Eris says I could have sworn Justin had talked to him before because his voice, besides talking point, sound. Not only that, I know because he's. I remember I had a conversation with him a long time ago on Deuteronomy 22. I'm sure of it because he was the one who brought the really bad talking point of, like the word for word fallacy. Well, if it doesn't explicitly say that the bloody sheet is the only evidence, then there must be additional evidence. Well, that's not what that means. He's definitely been here before. Handsome Cat, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. And Iskandernindodurs says religions have caused 100 million deaths east. Well, listen, maybe each is what you meant, but yeah, I agree. Religion causes death even to this day. There are religious wars being waged. And Timothy, thank you for your donation, friend. And Dark Soul says, if anyone is the Antichrist, it's Larry Fink. Fuck, who's Larry Fink? Now I gotta look up Larry Fink. Is it a billionaire? Oh, co-founder of BlackRock. Well, you know, maybe. And Tim says, Justin to Jesus, do you even lift, bro? He doesn't. Listen, Jesus was a weakling. Motherfucker couldn't carry his own cross. Dude, no way he had abs. And Adam says 666 equals Neuralink. Oh, so good. I can't believe I missed that. I cannot believe I didn't think of that sooner. Or I didn't think of that myself. Kane says, look, the sword plus baby thing happened one time. Well, to be fair, more than once in the Bible, actually. 2 Samuel 22, or 1 Samuel 22, it happened again. Jack says, do you think, and Numbers 31, actually there's a bunch of them. Says, do you think it's harmful / bad to believe in a God? It can be. And I think these live streams are proof of that, actually. Chuck says, thank you for your donation, but Chuck, thank you for your donation, friend. And Stargirl says, early Mormon prophets taught Adam equals God. If this earth, thus Jesus's father, I'll hop on live if you want me to explain. Well, Stargirl, I'm somewhat familiar with Mormon multiple God theology, but I don't think we talked to a Mormon tonight, did we? I'm not aware of one. Thank you for the super chat, Joe. Sad Tech Geek says Jordan needs help. Therapy could be very helpful. I mean, it very well could be helpful. Therapy is helpful for almost everybody I've ever met. Ice Cream Assassin, thank you for the super chat, says Horrors for the win. Can minimize or close phone and still listen with YouTube Premium. Can't do that with the Heretical Vertical stream. Listen, Ice Cream, this isn't the case. I have an iPhone and I watch a lot of vertical streams and I minimize them. I've never had a problem minimizing or playing in the background a vertical stream. I don't know why it works for my phone and not others, but it's never been a problem for me. It's really weird. And Kane says, I should thank Christians for teaching me one thing: never trust nice without actions to back it up. Indeed. Yes, that is the case. Yeah, being nice doesn't make you a nice person. Acting a way doesn't make you that way. And Tom says, wishing only the best for you and your family. Keep cooking. I saved my pennies for 8 to 9 months to take time off. I'm an American and live here. Well, shit, Tom. Congratulations on being able to take that much time off. And thank you for the 666 and the well wishes. Mash says, Mazofarian, Reggae Junkie Jew. Boognish, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, listen, there's a lot of words in there. I don't know what Mazofarian is, but big W, at least for not being one of these terrible Abrahamic cults. Although you are, did it say you were a Jew? You're a reggae junkie Jew. I got lots of questions. About this. Spacelord says, if prayer worked as well as Jesus says, then it's obvious that no one has ever prayed for world peace or an end to all wars. That's right. Yeah. I mean, what's the point in asking us to pray if he's just not going to do it? And S. Shitafermo, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, must have been on Atheist playlist. The album Mind Bomb from the is a 90s masterpiece. Musically, composing, sound production, and the lyrics kick the shit out of God and religion. Wow, I'd love to hear that. Thank you for the super chat. And Isaac, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I got banned from the YMCA today for always changing their display Bible back to Exodus 21, where I highlighted the good parts. Need to find a new gym. I don't blame you. I would do the same thing. If it wasn't vandalism, I would do that at bookstores with the Bible, but what are you going to do? When I was traveling a lot, I used to highlight those passages in the Gideon's Bibles. Zach says, I'll never understand pretending to have read a book they know full well they've never read. Zach, you're so right. And thank you for the $20 super chat. They don't read this book. And it's crazy to me. Not only have they not read this book, they'll get up here and claim it says things that it doesn't clearly say. And then I'll tell them it says something and they'll tell me, no, it doesn't. And then I have to get in here and show them where it says exactly the thing that I said. These people are not bright and they're not truth tellers either. Andy Pate says, LOL, dude, I'm older than you. Well, I mean, that does happen. PD and S means praise Doug and Sharon. I would never have guessed that. GFJ means gay for Justin. Okay, I got that one. I think we're used to seeing G4J. But okay, so praise Doug and Sharon and gay for Justin. Thank you for clearing that up, Andy. I appreciate that. And Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says Christians get mad when I explain that Eric comes from the Norse Eriker, meaning eternal ruler. They are unwilling to be consistent and worship me. That is the case. And we had some person a couple weeks ago, probably a couple months ago now, state that names have like divine meanings. It was a whole crazy thing. He was a preterist, if that tells you his level of cognition. Kyle says, Google Miles POFF Band Lab for some Doug approved music and rock hard for Doug. Well, definitely we'll have to put that on the list, my friend. And Joshua says, Will, anything to do with these people I like is positive. I swear there's something in the water wherever these callers live. You know what? I mean, I think they probably just got dropped on the head maybe as babies. And Booget says, Doug tells me you were taking song requests. I'm not, Booget. I love you. But I have never been taking song requests ever. Not once. I don't know why people keep sending me song requests. There is a thread in the Discord where you can post atheist songs. I am not taking song requests. I am totally backed up. And Samurai Jack says, hey, Justin, could it be said that Luke was more a detective than disciple? If that's an acceptable hermeneutic, what do you take of his findings? Well, I mean, he certainly wasn't a disciple. That's clear from that Luke was never mentioned among the disciples. He was clearly a traveling companion of Paul, if Luke even wrote Luke or Acts. That being said, I don't think Luke wrote Luke or Acts. I think that's just church history, you know? Whoever wrote the Gospel of Luke was playing detective, though. I agree with you there. And most definitely, Steph says, buried under 10 plus inches of snow here in Iowa. That's wild. We didn't get that much here. Thankful for the toasty barbecue. Cheers. P.S. Give some love to the small business thread in Discord. I didn't know there was one. Guys, go visit the small business hub in the Discord. Shit. There's stuff there I didn't even know existed. And thank you so much, Namin Bra, for the super chat. Did you hear about the 2 Texans arrested by the FBI planning to enslave part of Haiti for PDF file behavior? If not, look it up. Holy shit. That's fucked up. Trying to enslave Haitians. Oof. In the modern age is crazy. I'm not shocked. They must be religious. Braxton says, do these Christians afraid of Old Testament not know what Jesus' favorite book was? Speaking of books, do you know what the cover of yours will be? I do. Actually, I have a cover of it. It's already designed. It's already done. For sure. I got title, cover, the whole thing. iReactor, thank you for the 666. His music is Christianity's best contribution to humanity. I don't disagree. Dies Ire, no idea what that means, by Verdi is a banger, and Bach and Catholics invented sheet music. Rock hard for Doug. It is true. Listen, the religions did contribute music to society quite often. Booket says, Ems, can you say Baba Booey, please? I'm sorry. He's not reading these supers, and I didn't see that in the chat. Well, eventually we'll get him to say Baba Booey. And Cedar Sound says, Asimena Danya is also shared in Farsi as sky of the world. Interesting. Where the word Asman literally means sky, as in the literal physical sky above us, helps to know language when reading a source. So this is the case, and I do this with the Bible a lot. In the Bible, it's clear that the heavens is just the clouds above your face. That's it. They have no idea of outer space. And Design says, Doctor, certain things are only known by God, is here to teach us science. Yay. I know. I love it. I love it when people retort to God that they can't prove, and then they point to science that they haven't really studied. And Everett says, the bone is connected to the Allah bone, and the Muhammad bone for sure. Apparently the bone of 30 men. And Cedar says the Quran might be more readable if they change the wording of that fluid and rib passage to include the phrase "these nuts." Indeed. Actually, here's my one complaint. I'm in the 4th chapter right now of the Quran, and my biggest complaint so far is just the repetition. It just repeats the same phrases and curses and warnings over and over and over and over and over again. It's so fucking repetitive. Rant over. Hepat says, boy, having Ems as an ally is a superpower. Man came up and used a diagram and explained it. I love it, man. I know. Pat, listen, Ems is the end boss for Islam. In fact, Muslims look under their bed at night for Ems before they go to sleep. That's how good he is. And Ash says, prayers to Doug that I stop having to hear the word spurting or squirting fluid over and over again. Please, Doug, hear my cry. It did end eventually, Ash, and we thank you for being here. Thank you for super chatting. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy the caller brought that up as her evidence too. And Texas says, that guest was a ball short of a sack. I mean, technically 2 balls short of a sack, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about? Dr. Joe, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, in Christianity, the words for adding to the text are eisegesis or extra biblical. Is there an equivalent for Islam? I mean, other than BS? I don't know, actually. I wish Ems was here for that one. I bet there is some sort of idiom for it, if you know what I mean. I'm sure there is. Major General Tao says, you're far too reasonable with people who believe whatever they were told to. Sad that parents push this junk on children. The results are scary. It really is scary. Like, they walk around basically brainwashed, right? And then they think that we're crazy for not believing in their fairy tales. McDubbin, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Doug rejecteth the stiff and narrow vert. He does not reject the verts, but pleaseth himself with the whores who spread wide to receive the fullness of his glory. Rock hard glory. Apocrypha of Doug, 6'9". Amazing. Rock hard for Doug. Whore's harem, too stiff, too narrow. Oof. That's a wild one, McDubbin. That's a wild one. Evan says, my wife owes me no explanation for no schmecks ever. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not Muslim, that seems to be the case. I'm with you, Evan. Beautiful cat, too, by the way. Bozo says, Your Honor, I didn't beat him to death. I simply nudged him with my closed fist until he stopped moving. Exactly. I nudged him really good, and then he was dead. I can't account for that. Lilybird, thank you for $10 super chat, says, polygamy has never been the problem. Marrying kids is. Yeah, to be sure, like, as an atheist, I don't really have an opinion on polygamy. I think it's silly. I think it's a dumb move, but like, I don't think it's wrong. But I don't know. Marrying children, yeah, I have I have really fucking strong feelings about that. Thori says, once you get to reliance of the traveler authoritative Sharia text, the horror gets worse and worse. Islam is literally fascism. I think you mean once you get to reliance of the traveler. Okay. It really does. If you think the Quran is bad, wait till you get to the narrations and the hadiths. Oof. That's crazy. Noco, good to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And GP says, an infinite regress of Philbro broken arguments. Indeed. There's no end of them, and there will never be an end of them. There's an infinity of them. And J Danger says, not collecting stamps is a hobby. Ass argument. Yes, exactly. Being a not collector of stamps is not a hobby of not collecting stamps. Just like not believing is not a belief. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for this super chat, my friend. Good to see you. It says, I know it's a bit selfish of me, but for Jeebusmas, I humbly request from Sharon and Doug the ability to rotate between Ems and Seth Andrews as the narrator for all my audiobooks. Well, I can't control that with Ems, well, even with Seth. But Seth is in the business of doing some narrations. I'm sure we can find a way to make that a reality. Got to be a way. Good to see you, Jam. And Zelda says turtles are the uncaused cause. I agree. It's turtles all the way down. From no top to no bottom. Turtles. JP says, I've done research. I'm a young Earth creationist. Same person. I know. Being a young Earth creationist and saying that you've done research is just an admission that you're a goof, you're a clown, and really you should be clowned on. Aaron says Josh should have watched James Tour debate with Professor Dave. He also has an excellent video on why James Tour is considered a fraud in modern academia. I didn't realize that was so much of the case. I'll have to check into it. I still haven't read or watched that debate. It's on my list of things to do. The baddest B says, have you ever used Genesis 2:21 to prove God takes away free will to make Eve, but didn't take away free will to stop the fall of man? So I don't usually use Genesis 2:21 in that fashion, but the reality is there's lots of passages in the Bible of God taking people's free will away. I mean, there's so many of them. I used to do a whole live topic on this, actually. Yeah, there's tons of examples of it. Abimelech and his household is one of my favorites. Helping make a deconstruction is these bad talking points by James Tour have been thoroughly debunked by Professor Dave online and in person. Please watch Someone Not Paid by Creationists. I've got to do this. Hold on. I got to go to YouTube and just do Tour versus Professor
which, by the way,
Dave, and
it still
we'll have
has.
it out.
But
Of course,
after living with this car for about a month and putting some miles on it, you tend to form some opinions. So
YouTube,
if you're in
there
the
we go.
market for a new
I got a
Model
million
Y, or you're
views.
thinking
I'll
about
give it a
getting a new
watch.
Model Y,
I
and
will
you
give it a
want
watch. I'm
to
sorry
see what
behind
it's
on
like
that.
to actually
I
live
should
with
have
this
watched
car,
it already.
the
Just
good,
haven't got around
some of
to
the
it
head
yet.
scratchers, this is the video
Seek
for you.
Truth says
Stick
I had
around.
an entire claim
Let's get
typed out
started
about
with
RNA
the
and
good.
DNA.
Let's start with
I'm
the
a
good. What I
creationist,
really
so fuck it.
found
That
surprising
guy's
about this
argument
car
is
when I
bullshit.
got it, and
Educate
the
yourself,
top of the
Josh.
list
I
for me, you know that I
listen.
come from a hardware 3
He
car,
admitted at
is
least
that
that he didn't actually review any competing literature. So, Cardinal Chimp says, I have missed this whole call. I have been drinking and arguing because I don't have to work the next 2 days. Is it going well? I think it's been going well. Gabe for Justin, Rock Hard for Doug. I think it's been going real well. I'm not going to be staying up till midnight tonight. I ended it roughly on time, maybe 15 minutes early, so I can get in bed on time so I can get up in the morning. But yeah, I think it's going well. Bugit says, my name is Isaiah, and I jump every time you say it. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Bugit. Isaiah comes up a lot in these conversations. I'll try not to startle you. Alex says, if God doesn't change, does Exodus 20:25 mean modern altars are profane? Praise Doug. Well, I mean, if you talk to a Christian, they're going to say God's character doesn't change, but his law does, right? And so that's the problem you have when you're doing apologetics and anti-apologetics, is you now have to demonstrate for why not only God doesn't change, but the law doesn't change, because they're not the same thing. But it does say, according to the law, it says, if you make an altar of stone, do not build upon, or if you make an altar for me, an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn stones, for if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. So, like, yeah, if somebody was trying to follow the law of Moses and they chiseled the altar, yeah, it would be a problem. But Christians will just say, well, we don't have to abide by this anymore. Hepat says, God's laws are magical, Justin. They change like when? No. God's laws are unchanging and perfect, except, did you know that they also change? And Brilliant, thank you for the $10. Australian says, Josh, repent. Rock hard for Doug. Your teaching leads you to become the least of them in heaven. Indeed, that is the case. But, he did read some ancient commentaries by Augustine. So what are you going to do? Martin says, Justin, you are the king of atheists and prince of the super chat. I didn't know that was the case. Hell yeah. Verts are misled apostles of Doug. That is not true. The verts are part of the stream. Horizontal and vertical are required for Doug to be pleased, as we hots know the truth of Doug. Whores? Listen, if you're going to talk shade on the verts, you got to spell whores correctly, Martin. I'm just saying. And Aaron says, I feel like I've heard you have this exact conversation with Josh a dozen times before. I genuinely double checked to make sure it wasn't an old clip. I actually pretty sure I am. Had that exact conversation with that exact individual. I'm pretty sure of it. And GP says, imagine saying nuh-uh to the tapestry of evidence for evolution, but not once questioning your Bronze Age bullshit. And James Tour, get the fuck out with that. I know. You know, I've never watched any James Tour nonsense, so I'm new to his bullshit. I'll have to check it up. That's on me. Bryce Aroni, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says Josh doesn't understand that we are interrogating the law itself. Whether it was followed or broken or not is irrelevant to whether the law is just. I know. Well, Bryce Aroni, he knew that too. Which is why every time I brought it up, he had to keep going back to the same broken talking point, and we were going in circles. He knew that the law was unjust. That's why he had no response for it. Every time I asked him if the law was just, he just went to, well, you can't show that it ever got enacted, because he knows it's unjust. He was too cowardly to say it. Seek the Truth says the problem is the law, not examples of it being done. The law is fucked. Oh, and don't kill the guy? Just the women? Yes. There's not a single test for male virginity in all of the Bible. In fact, being reprimanded for a man for not being a virgin is basically unheard of. Like, unless you're committing adultery or something of that nature. Twisted Scriptures, good to see you, beautiful puppy. Thank you for your donation, my friend. I appreciate that. Big W. I hope you're doing well. And we got another $10 super chat from Twisted. Thank you so much for the super. It says, thank you, Justin, for everything you've taught me to understand what I taught wasn't true. Thanks for helping me unravel the lies I was taught in church. Rock hard for Doug. Simply Wet for sharing. Thank you. Well, Twisted, it's great to hear from you again. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream. It's supporters like you that make this whole channel and the whole community possible, my friend. And Design, good to see you again. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, to prove their God, they'll shift these terrible laws from just to misunderstood to non-existing without considering how far a shifting law works to disprove a competent God. Couldn't agree more. They're going to shift it as much as possible because they know that morals change with time and culture. And their book doesn't say that. Their book says the opposite of that, except for the writings of Paul and beyond. So they have to account for how there's a God that is unchanging character, has unchanging laws, and then they change. McDubbin says, especially today, sounds like Josh is a subjective moralist. Why did this honest human POSSF? Yes, he was. He believes in subjective morals, even though he explicitly said that he doesn't believe in subjective morals. He doesn't believe in relative morals, but turns out he's a liar. Bugat says, I love the bloody sheet. The best position they get is God had a command for 1,400 years that would have allowed or resulted in 57% of women getting stoned to death for something as meaningless as not being a virgin. I agree. I love Deuteronomy 22. I feel like I was the one that popularized that in the community, and I'll never stop talking about it. It is forever and always my favorite talking point. It's my favorite. It just can't be beat. It gets it on factual basis, scientific basis, and justice all in one swoop. Adam Brown, thank you for the additional super chat, says, it's amazing that God's omnipotence was limited to the imagination of the Bronze Age goat herders. Also, dressing is better than stuffing. Very drunk as fuck, Doug. Listen, I don't believe that Thanksgiving dressing is better than the stuffing. I like the stuffing better. That being said, you're allowed to like what you like in terms of food. If you want to forego the stuffing and have the gravy, all for you, friend. I'm with you. I'll support your right for gravy. And Jeff, thank you so much for the 10,000 W's, whatever those are. Says, why do Christians think God needs to adjust his laws according to the culture of the time? Well, he doesn't. They have to say that because they have to find a way for to explain why God's changing his laws all over the place and why he gives bad ones. It says, of course, he's fucking God. Can't he just tell them to let female captives go, not to murder babies, not to own slaves? Indeed, yeah, God could do that. God's not required to give you laws that you're comfortable with. He tells you the opposite of that. He says, you used to do this. Don't do this anymore. Don't be like the nations that I'm driving out before you. Hank, thank you for the super chat, says, love when hobby apologists step up, tell you they're not a scientist, then base their apologetics on their understanding of scientific opinions. I know. Bad cherry-picked ones, too, at that. No scientific consensuses, just cherry-picked science. And Mash says, Justin, you need wean in your life, my man. I don't know what wean is. What's wean? Wean. Oh, a band? It's an American rock band? Never listened to them. They're not terribly far from me. They're from PA. Maybe I do. Handsome Cat says, how are those cherubs on the ark not graven images? Well, to be fair, that's a really good point. They are. They are an image of something above. And he says in the laws not to make any images of what is above or below. So I'm led to believe what a Christian would say is, well, it's okay when God tells you to do it. There's like an exception. There's a loophole. And Gary says a couple bucks to keep it up and buy a Lucid. Fuck me. Listen, I would love to buy a Lucid Air one day. I don't know if I would ever bring myself to spend that kind of money on a vehicle unless I'm going to drive it for 20 years. But the Lucid EV is unfucking believable as an EV. Eventually the industry will catch up. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll at least put it towards a cup of coffee. I'll tell you that much. Thank you for that, my friend. And Alia, Ayla Ursas, thank you for your $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Human Exception, thank you for your $10 super chat. Says, if God is bound by culture, then culture is the higher power. Indeed, it is. If God's bound by anything, he's not the highest power. That's for sure. And Brandon, thank you for the $27.99 Canadian chat. Says, IIRC. Are you still accepting stories of fringe Christians? I am, actually. Grew up extremely Calvinist fun day. Sundays were church only. About 50 out of 5,000 people in my 20-ish years weren't damned to the worst hell. Thanks for all you do. Woo. Calvinists are like this. And please do contact me on the Discord. Maybe we'll be able to swap some stories. And we'll see if we can set up a time to get you on screen. And last super chat from Pharaoh. Pharaoh says, we need the Deuteronomy 21:12 from a little girl's point of view. Debased, head shaved, disarmed, then SA'd by the man who ended her family. Jesus fucking Christ. I agree, Pharaoh. It's a horrific passage that God allows you to murder the entire family of somebody and then kidnap the little virgin girls and force them to be your war brides. It's unfucking believable in any age. There's no age in which which is good.
Resigned the shining treasure.
All right, that being said, we're going to go raid Joel. I got to go to bed, but we're going to go raid Joel. He's live on TikTok and YouTube. Go check out Joel Reads Bible. He's got 263 people watching on YouTube right now. He's probably got a couple hundred watching on TikTok already. Go tell him Justin and Doug sent you. I'll come over in a few minutes to say hi myself, but Joel is amazing. I can't believe anyone who's not watching me doesn't also watch Joel, but go follow Joel if you're not already. Joel Reads Bible. And thank you so much for being here, friends. I really love and appreciate everybody. I appreciate all the likes, shares, comments, and supers. Your support really does mean the world to me. And we'll be live again tomorrow night, friends. Have a great one. Say hi to Kitty, too.